The Lotus Sutra. This digital version of the original publication is distributed according to the Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 3.0 license agreement and the provisions stated on the website at http://www.newmaticenter.com/. This PDF file may be printed and distributed according to the terms of use established on the website. The file itself is distributed with certain security provisions in place that disallow modification. However, if any Buddhist group or scholar of Buddhism has legitimate reason to modify and 斜线 or adapt the contents of any such file, such as for inclusion of the contents in a publicly available online database of Buddhist sources, please contact us for permission and unrestricted files. DBET PDF version. Copyright 2009. BDK English Tripitaka Series. The Lotus Sutra. Taish Volume 9, Number 262. Translated from the Chinese of Comrade Jipa. By Tsugunari Kubo and Akira Uyoma. Numata Center for Buddhist Translation and Research. 2007. Copyright 2007 by Bukit Ben Kai and Numata Center for Buddhist Translation and Research. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transcribed in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, without the prior written permission of the publisher. Revised 2nd edition, 2007. ISBN 978年1月8日86439-39-9 Library of Congress Catalog Card Number 2006939375 Published by Numata Center for Buddhist Translation and Research. 2620 Warren Street, Berkeley, California 94704. Printed in the United States of America. And message on the publication of the English Tripitaka. The Buddhist canon is said to contain 84,000 different teachings. I believe that this is because the Buddha's basic approach was to prescribe a different treatment for every spiritual ailment, much as a doctor prescribes a different medicine for every medical ailment. Thus his teachings were always appropriate for the particular suffering individual and for the time at which the teaching was given, and over the ages not one of his prescriptions has failed to relieve the suffering to which it was addressed. Ever since the Buddha's great demise over 2,100 years ago, His message of wisdom and compassion has spread throughout the world. Yet, no one has ever attempted to translate the entire Buddhist canon into English. Throughout the history of Japan, it is my greatest wish to see this done and to make the translations available to the many English-speaking people who have never had the opportunity to learn about the Buddha's teachings. Of course, it would be impossible to translate all of the Buddha's 84,000 teachings in a few years. I have, therefore, had 139 of the scriptural texts in the prodigious Taizhi edition of the Chinese Buddhist canon selected for inclusion in the first series of this translation project. It is in the nature of this undertaking that the results are bound to be criticized. Nonetheless, I am convinced that unless someone takes it upon himself or herself to initiate this project, it will never be done. At the same time, I hope that an improved, revised edition will appear in the future. It is most gratifying that, thanks to the efforts of more than 800 Buddhist scholars from the East and the West, this monumental project has nearly gotten off the ground. May the rays of the wisdom of the Compassionate One reach each and every person in the world. Numota Yeha, founder of the English August 7, 1991 Tripitaka Project. Editorial foreword. In January 1982, Dr. Numota Yeha, the founder of the Bukit Kai Society for the Promotion of Buddhism, decided to begin the monumental task of translating the complete Taizhi edition of the Chinese Tripitaka Buddhist canon into the English language. Under his leadership, a special preparatory committee was organized in April 1982. By July of the same year, the translation committee of the English Tripitaka was officially complete. The initial committee consisted of the following members: late Hannah Yongma SHY, Chairperson; late Bench-Zhang Ishigami-sen; late Kanata Shigeo, Kanaokashy, Maeda-sen Deku, Naramazu-aki; late Sayek Ishik; late Shioiri Rotatsu, Tamarunori Yoshi; late Tamura Kwansei, Uryazu Rishin, and Yuyana Akira. Assistant members of the committee were as follows: Kanazawa Atsushi, Watanabe Rolf Giebel of New Zealand, and Rudy Smet of Belgium. After holding planning meetings on a monthly basis, the committee selected 139 texts for the first series of translations, and estimated 100 printed volumes in all. The texts selected are not necessarily linked to those originally written in India but also include works written or composed in China and Japan. While the publication of the first series proceeds, the texts for the second series will be selected from among the remaining works. This process will continue until all the texts, in Japanese as well as in Chinese, have been published. Frankly speaking, it will take perhaps 100 years or more to accomplish the English translation of the complete Chinese and Japanese texts, for they consist of thousands of works. Nevertheless, as the Arnumata wished, it is the sincere hope of the committee that this project will continue on to completion, even after all its present members have passed away. The Arnumata passed away on May 5, 1994, at the age of 97. Entrusting his son, Mr. Numata Toshihide, with the continuation and completion of the translation project. The committee also lost its able and devoted editorial forward chairperson, Professor Hanayoma SHY, on June 16, 1995, at the age of 63. After these severe blows, the committee elected me, then Vice President of Musashi no Women as College, to be the chair in October 1995. The committee has renewed its determination to carry out the noble intention of the Numata, under the leadership of Mr. Numata Toshihide. The present members of the committee are Meina Sengaku, Chir. Sang, Ishigami-sen, Ichishima-shin, Kanaokashy, Naramazuaki. Tamaru Noriyoshi, Uryazu Rishi, Yuyama Akira, Kenneth K. Tanaka. Watan H. Go, an assistant member Yomizawa Yoshiyazu. The Numata Center for Buddhist Translation and Research was established in November 1984 in Berkeley, California, USA, to assist in the publication of the BDK English Tripitaka First Series. The publication committee was organized at the Numata Center in December 1991. Since then the publication of all the volumes has been and will continue to be conducted under the supervision of this committee in close cooperation with the editorial committee in Tokyo. Maeda Sengaku, Chairperson, Editorial Committee of the BDK English Tripitaka. Publisher as forward. On behalf of the members of the publication committee, I am happy to present this volume as the latest contribution to the BDK English Tripitaka series. The Publication committee members have worked to ensure that each volume in the series has gone through a rigorous succession of editorial and bookmaking efforts. The initial translation and editing of the Buddhist scriptures found in this and other BDK English Tripitaka volumes are performed under the direction of the editorial committee in Tokyo, Japan, chaired by Professor Sengoku Maeda, Professor Emeritus of Musashino University. Both the editorial committee in Tokyo and the publication committee, headquartered in Berkeley, California, are dedicated to the production of clear, readable English texts of the Buddhist canon. In doing so, the members of both committees and associated staff work to honor the deep faith, spirit, and concern of the late Reverend Dr. Yahung Numada, who founded the BDK English Tripitaka series in order to disseminate Buddhist teachings throughout the world. The long-term goal of our project is the translation and publication of the texts in the 100-volume Taishi edition of the Chinese Buddhist canon, along with a few in-Yansho extra-canonical Japanese Buddhist texts. The list of texts selected for the first series of this translation project may be found at the end of each volume in the series. As recently appointed chair of the publication committee, I am deeply honored to serve in the post formerly held by the late Dr. Philip B. Lemposki, who was so good to me during his lifetime, the esteemed Dr. Kenneth K. Inada, who has had such a great impact on Buddhist studies in the United States, and the beloved late Dr. Francis H. Cook, a dear friend and colleague. In conclusion, I wish to thank the members of the publication committee for the extraordinary efforts they have undertaken in the course of preparing this volume for publication. Senior Editor Mary N. Dresser, Hudea Ken Asho, Nasu, Reverend Kiyoshiro Moshita, and Reverend Brian Nagata, President of the Numada Center for Buddhist Translation and Research. John R. McCrae, Chairperson, Publication Committee. 9. Contents and message on the publication of the English Tripitaka. Numada Yahung. Editorial foreword Maeda Sengoku. Publisher S. Forward John R. McCrae. Translators, Introduction Sugunari Kubo and Akira Uyomashi-san. The Lotus Sutra. Chapter I Introduction San. Chapter 2 Skillful means 23. Chapter 3 A Parable 47. Chapter 4 Willing Acceptance 79. Chapter V Herbs 95. Chapter 6 Prediction 103. Chapter 7 The Apparitional City 113 Chapter 8 The 500 disciples received their predictions 139 Chapter 9 The predictions for those who still have more to learn, and for those who do not 151 Chapter X The Expounder of the Dharma 157 Chapter 11 The Appearance of Agilo Stupa 167 Chapter 12 Devadatta 179 Chapter 13 Perseverance 187 Chapter 14 Ease in Practice 193 Chapter 15 Bodhisattvas Emerging from the Earth 209 Chapter 16 The Lifespan of the Tathagata 223 Chapter 17 Description of Merits 233 Chapter 18 The Merits of Joyful Acceptance 245 Chapter 19 The Benefit as obtained by an expounder of the Dharma 251 Contents 12 Chapter XX Bodhisattva Sattvarita 265 Chapter XXI The Transcendent Powers of the Tathagata 271 Chapter XXII Entrustment 277 Chapter XXIII Ancient Accounts of Bodhisattva by Pyaja 279 Chapter XXIV Bodhisattva Gajadisvara 289 Chapter XXV The Gateway to Every Direction Manifested by Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara 295 Chapter XXVI Dra 303 Chapter XXVII Ancient Accounts of King of Haviha 307 Chapter XXVII Encouragement of Bodhisattva Samantabhadra 313 Glossary 319 Bibliography 325 Index 327 A list of the volumes of the BDK English Tripitaka, First Series, 345. Translators, Introduction. This translation was made from the Chinese version by Coleridge Buck, The Meow, Folly and Watching, in 7 fascicles, Taish Bao No 262 EC 1262 BE Ulrich Inali from the royal family of Kutcha in the present-day autonomous province of Xinjiang, China. Coleridge Buck is generally believed to have translated the Swadharma Puraka scripture of the White Lotus of the Marvelous Love into Chinese in 406 CE. In translating the Chinese text into English, we used the Kasuga edition of Coleridge Buck as version of the Lotus Sutra as the basic text, rather than the Taish edition. With very few exceptions, the readings in these two editions are almost exactly the same in meaning, and the differences are too slight to have any significant effect on the translation. We have tried to make our translation as readable as possible without straying from the original meaning. The last line of the first verse in chapter XXIII 太史宝9 No 26253b25, which we have translated as I have paid homage to the Bhagavad in order to attain the utmost wisdom, has no corresponding reading in any extant Sanskrit manuscript, nor is it found in the Tibetan canon or the Chinese version. Translated from the Sanskrit by Dharmarika in 267 C. 太史宝9 No. 263. Furthermore, it is absent in a number of authoritative editions of the Buddhist canon in Chinese. According to the late Professor S.H.K. Kakutoji, the foremost specialist in various editions of Kamrajbhat's version of the Lotus Sutra, the Kasuga edition is superior to other editions. The most reliable edition, printed in 1263, is now kept at the Chbeji in Nara. We are pleased to say that this text was published in facsimile under the editorship of Dr. Kakutoji, Tokyo, the REIU Kai 1979. Furthermore, at the advice of Dr. Kakutoji, the late Professor Yukio Sakamoto included this version of the text along with his 3-volume Japanese translation in the Pocket Book series published by Iwanami Shoten, Tokyo, 1962-67. In many cases, however, we have not necessarily followed the traditional Sino-Japanese interpretation. 13. Translators, Introduction. In this connection we have consulted the Sanskrit and, on rare occasions, the Tibetan versions. Of the former, the so-called Central Asian recension, and, in particular the Kashgar manuscript, is of great importance. This manuscript was no doubt copied in the ancient oasis town of Khotan, but it is generally called the Kashgar manuscript because the majority of the manuscript was obtained there in 1903 by N.F. Petrovsky, the Imperial Russian consul at the time. The manuscript unfortunately has not been kept intact. It is now scattered in a number of places throughout the world and some folios are missing or damaged. Nevertheless, the available portions have been almost completely reproduced in facsimile under the editorship of Professor Lokesh Chandra of the International Academy of Indian Culture in New Delhi, 1976, reprinted by the REIU Kai in 1977. As the fruit of painstaking work, Professor Hirofumi Toda of Tokushima University published a romanization of this text, Tokushima 1981. It is interesting to note here that in a number of cases, particularly those of Chinese proper names, either in transliteration or translation, come rich but as for Zion agrees with the readings of the Central Asian Sanskrit recension rather than that in others, such as those found in Nepal or at the ancient site of Gilgit in the northwestern part of the Indian subcontinent and some of those found in Tibet. In such cases we have gladly adopted the version from the Central Asian recent Zion, since some of the readings in Chinese were puzzling. Within the Buddhist canon, the Lotus Sutra is one text that should be read as a whole. We recommend reading the text from the beginning and continue in chapter by chapter so that this mechanism drama can be fully grasped as it unfolds. In this sense, chapter I can be seen as a dramatic prelude, while the well-known parables that emerge during the course of the sutra serve to clarify and enliven the entire narrative. For the reader who wants a quick summary of the Lotus Sutra, we suggest the preface to Professor Leon Hurwitz's as meticulous work, The Scripture of the Lotus Blossom of the Fine Dharma, New York, Columbia University Press, 1976. Those who wish to conduct further research into the Lotus Sutra are advised to consult an indispensable bibliographical work by Professor Hajime Nakamura. Indian Buddhism, a survey with bibliographical notes, Hiragata, Kansai University of Foreign Studies publication, 1980, and an earlier work by Akira Uyama. A bibliography of the Sanskrit texts of the Saddharmapurvakastra, Canberra. Australian National University Press, 1970. The latter volume includes information on versions in other languages. 14. Translators. Introduction. Acknowledgements. Our translation work on the rest edition of this volume was first launched in the spring of 1980. Our hope was that the final result would be a text readily understandable to English readers. Since then the work has often been interrupted by other commitments. During these years we have been indebted to the assistance of a number of people. Among them, Dr. Gregory Shopping and Dr. Terry Abbott joined the first stage of our project and gave of their time selflessly. In the course of our revisions, Dr. James Hubbard spared no pains in going through the entire English text. We are grateful to him not only for his correct type of our English but also for the suggestions stemming from his excellent knowledge of Buddhist Chinese. In the very final stages, we decided to rapidly review the translation guide, once again comparing the Chinese with the Sanskrit versions. In this process, we were assisted by M.S. Kiko Thiel and Dr. James Ray Sight, who helped us with nuances and shades of meaning in their native languages. We must also thank Mr. S. Kawabata and Mr. Titori, who was, throughout, unsparing in his efforts to guide the project to a conclusion. Last but not least, our heartfelt gratitude goes to the staff members of the International Institute for Buddhist Studies and the International Department of the REIUK for their untiring assistance. We feel pleased and honored that our translation has been adopted in this series, and we believe this must indicate that the philosophy underlying our translation matches the goals of the Society for the Promotion of Buddhism, Bukit Dan Kai Kai, and its English Tripitaka series. 15. The Lotus Sutra. Chapter I. Introduction. Thus have I heard. Once the Buddha was staying in the city of Jaga, on the mountain called Draka, together with a great assembly of 12,000 monks, all of whom were arhats whose corruption was at an end, who were free from the confusion of desire, who had achieved their own goals, shattered the bonds of existence, and attained complete mental disgust. Their names were Jatakaulya, Notayapa, Uribo Vakupat, Gaikayapa, Nagkayapa, Riputra, Mamagoyana, Makty, Yona, Anuradha, Kothia, Gopati, Riveka, Pilindavadsa, Bakula, Makauhaila, Nanda, Sundar Ananda, PRN Maitreyaputra, Sakti, Nanda, and Rula. All of them were great arhats, known to the assembly. There were in addition 2,000 others, both those who had more to learn and those who did not. The non-Maharajpat was there, together with her 6,000 attendants, and also the non-Yodar, Rula, as mother, together with her attendants. There were also 80,000 Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, all of whom were irreversible from highest, complete enlightenment, anatars and mind. Sapphodai. They had obtained the Dras, were established in eloquence, and had turned the irreversible wheel of the Dharma. Each had paid homage to countless hundreds of thousands of Buddhas, planted roots of merit in their presence, and had always been praised by those Buddhas. They had also cultivated compassion within themselves, skillfully caused others to enter the wisdom of a Buddha, obtain great wisdom, and reach the other shore. All of them were famous throughout countless worlds and had saved in Buddha able hundreds of thousands of sentient beings. They were Major, Apollo, Kaisvara, Mosmaprapta, Natyadiakta, Anakipta Pura, Rad and Ani, Vaidyaja, Pragnara, Ratnakundra, Kandra Prabhat, Prakundra, Movikranman, Anantivikranman, Trilokavikrama, Bhadrapla, Maitreya, Radhikara, and Sastavihat. There were altogether 80,000 such Bodhisattva Mosattva's. 3. E.C. 2. The Lotus Sutra. At that time Sakra, king of the Devas, was also there, attended by 20,000 Devaputras. Kundra, Samantakuntha, and Ratnaprabhat, and the great Devas of the four quarters were there, together with a retinue of 10,000 Devaputras. The Devaputras Vara and Mahasvara were there, attended by 30,000 Devaputras. Brahma, the Lord of the Sun world, as well as the great Brahma seeking and the great Brahma Putik Prabham were there, together with a retinue of 12,000 Devaputras. The 8 Anga kings, namely Nanda, Upananda, Skura, Visukin, Takaka, and Apatapta, Manasvin, and Atpalaka were also there, each of them surrounded by several hundreds of thousands of attendants. There were 4 kings of the Chimeras whose names were Dharma, Dharma, Modharma, and Dharmadhara, and each had several hundreds of thousands of attendants. The 4 kings of the Gandharvas were there. They were Manavjana, Manavjanasvara, Madhura, and Madhurasvara, each of them also with several hundreds of thousands of attendants. There, too, were 4 kings of the Asuras, called men, Karaskantha, Vimasatra, and Rahul, each with several hundreds of thousands of attendants. Matajas, Lokaya, Mapra, and Mahardhiparpta, the 4 kings of the Garudas, were there, together with several hundreds of thousands of attendants. Finally, King Ajtasatru, Vedic as some, was also there with several hundreds of thousands of his attendants. Each of them, after having bowed at the Buddha's feet, withdrew and sat to one side. At that time the Bhagavat was respectfully surrounded by the fourfold assembly, i.e., monks, nuns, laymen, laywomen, paid homage, honored, and praised. He then taught the Bodhisattvas the Mahayana Sutra called Immeasurable Meanings, Mondirya, the instruction for the Bodhisattvas, and the treasured lore of the Buddhas. After having taught this sutra, the Buddha sat cross-legged, entered the Sandhi called the abode of immeasurable meanings, Ananta, Nirdesa, Pratyajna, and remained unmoving in both body and mind. Drava and great Drava hours, Majaka. And great Majaka hours then fell like rain from the sky, scattering upon the Buddha and all of his attendants, and the whole Buddha were quaking 6 ways. At that time, that whole assembly of such humans and non-humans, as monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen, the Devas, Angas, Lokas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Kinnaradas, Mahoragas, kings, and noble emperors, having 4.2b Chapter I experienced something unprecedented, were LLE with joy, and with their palms pressed together they gazed attentively at the Buddha. Then the Buddha emitted a ray of light from the tuft of white hair between his eyebrows. It illuminated all the 18,000 worlds in the east, down as far as the lowest hell, Apsi, and up as high as the Akamaha heaven. All the sentient beings in those worlds living in the 6 transmigratory states became visible from this world. The Buddhas in those worlds were also seen, and the Dharma they were teaching could be heard. The monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen and those who had practiced and achieved the path were also to be seen, while the Bodhisattva Bodhisattvas of various background, causes and conditions, endowed in various degrees with the willingness to understand and having various appearances, were also seen practicing the Bodhisattva path. All of the Buddhas who had achieved parinirvana were seen, as well as their relic stupas made of the 7 precious treasures. At that moment it occurred to Bodhisattva Maitreya, the Bhagavat has now manifested the sign of great transcendent power. What could be the reason for this marvel? The Buddha, the Bhagavat, has now entered Sandhi. Whom should I ask about this wonderful marvel? Who would be able to answer my question? Then he thought further. This major prince of the Dharma has closely attended and paid homage to innumerable Buddhas of the past. He must certainly have seen such a marvelous sign before. I should ask him now. At the same time it occurred to the monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen, Devas, Angas, Lokas, and others. Now whom should we ask about the illuminating and marvelous sign of this Buddha? Then Bodhisattva Maitreya, wanting to clear up his own confusion, and knowing the minds of the fourfold assembly of monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen and of the Angas, Lokas, and other beings in that gathering, asked, Major, what is the reason for this marvelous sign, this great ray of light that illuminates the 18,000 worlds in the east and renders visible the adornments of all the Buddha worlds? Thereupon Bodhisattva Maitreya, wanting to elaborate the meaning of this further, spoke to Major in verse. O Major, why has the leader 5.2c, the Lotus Sutra, emitted this great ray of light far and wide, from the tuft of white hair, between his eyebrows, raining down Drapa and Majjaka hours, and gladdening the people with the fragrant wines of sandalwood. For this reason, the earth is completely adorned, and this world quakes in 6 ways, and the fourfold assembly is completely enraptured, delighted in body and mind at the experience of such an unprecedented marvel. From the depths of the F-sea hell, up to the summit of existence, the ray of light from between his eyebrows illuminates the 18,000 worlds, which shimmer like gold. And throughout all these worlds, the births and deaths of the living beings, of the 6 transmigratory states of existence, and the good and bad deeds, through which they have received good and bad consequences, are all to be seen from here. The Buddhas, the Sage Lord, Narendrasa, who teach the subtle and supreme sutra, are also seen, uttering soft sounds with their pure voices. They teach innumerable myriads of poets of bodhisattvas, with their voices, deep and enticing, like the sounds of Brahma. They make the people eager to hear the 6. Chapter I. In each world they teach the true Dharma. They illuminate the Buddha, Dharma, and enlighten sentient beings by means of various explanations and innumerable illustrations. To those who are suffering and are cast down by old age, illness, and death, they teach nirvana, to extinguish their sufferings. To those who have merit, have paid homage to the Buddhas, and seek the excellent Dharma, they teach the ideal of the Pratyeka Buddha. To those heirs of the Buddhas, who have practiced in various ways, and are seeking the utmost wisdom, they teach the pure path. O Major, abiding here, I see and hear thousands of poets of things in this way. There are many such things. I shall now explain them in brief. In these worlds I see bodhisattvas, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges river, seeking the path of the Buddhas, according to their various situations. Some undertake the practice of giving gifts, joyfully giving gold, silver, coral, pearls, jewels, conch shells, agates, diamonds, servants, carts, and ornamented litters. They give these things joyfully, transferring the merit to the path of the Buddhas, wishing to obtain this vehicle, which is the highest in the three worlds. 7. 3a. The Lotus Sutra, and praised by all the Buddhas. Other bodhisattvas give gifts, such as ornamented carts yoked with 4 horses, and furnished with relics, canopies, and decorated eaves. Moreover, I see bodhisattvas, who, seeking for the highest path, give gifts such as their bodies, hands, and feet, as well as their wives and children. Moreover, I see bodhisattvas, who are joyfully giving their heads, eyes, and bodies, while searching for the wisdom of the Buddhas. O Major, I see kings making pilgrimages to the Buddhas, asking about the highest path, abandoning their prosperous lands, palaces, subjects and harems, shaving their heads and beards, and wearing the robes of the Dharma. I see some bodhisattvas becoming monks, dwelling apart in tranquility, reciting the sutras with contentment. I also see bodhisattvas, persistent and courageous, going into remote mountains, and contemplating the Buddha path. I see some abandoning worldly desires, dwelling always in lonely places, practicing profound meditations, and obtaining the VE transcendent powers. I see bodhisattvas, meditating with palms pressed together, praising the kings of the Dharma, with thousands of myriads of verses. I also see bodhisattvas. 8. Chapter I. Profound in wisdom and ardent in resolution, asking the Buddha's questions, listening carefully and retaining everything. Furthermore, I see heirs of the Buddhas, endowed with concentration and wisdom, teaching the Dharma by innumerable illustrations, for the benefit of living beings, leading and inspiring the bodhisattvas, by joyously teaching the Dharma, destroying Ra and his minions, and beating the drums of the Dharma. I also see bodhisattvas, who are tranquil and silent in peace, and never exult, even in the homage paid by Devas and Goddess. I see bodhisattvas, dwelling in forests, radiating light, alleviating the suffering of beings in the hells, and causing them to enter the Buddha path. I also see heirs of the Buddhas, who have never fallen asleep, and are constantly wandering in forests, in search of the Buddha path. I see some who are pure like jewels, endowed with integrity, and faultless in behavior, in search of the Buddha path. Furthermore, I see heirs of the Buddhas, in search of the Buddha path, who have the power of perseverance, and patiently endure. Those of excessive pride, who abuse them verbally and physically, I see bodhisattvas who have been searching for the Buddha path. 9. 3b. The Lotus Sutra. For thousands of myriads of koi's of years, and who have renounced idlers and foolish companions, and approached the wise, having single-mindedly rid themselves of inner confusion. They are meditating in mountain forests. I also see bodhisattvas seeking for the highest path, who are giving food and drink, and 100 kinds of medicine to the Buddha and the Sangha. They give superb garments and clothing, worth thousands of myriads, and priceless robes to the Buddha and the Sangha. They give thousands of myriads of koi's of treasured monasteries made of sandalwood, and various kinds of excellent bedding to the Buddha and the Sangha. They give clean garden groves, full of flowers and fruits, fountains and bathing pools to the Buddha and the Sangha. Thus they give such various excellent things, with joy and vigor, seeking the supreme path. There are also bodhisattvas who are teaching innumerable sentient beings the Dharma of tranquility in various ways. Furthermore, I see bodhisattvas who have perceived the essential character of all Dharma as phenomena to be without duality, just like empty space. I also see heirs of the Buddhas who are seeking the highest path. 10. Chapter I. Through this subtle wisdom, their minds free of attachment. O Major, there are bodhisattvas who pay homage to the relics, eras, of the Buddhas after their parinirvanas. I also see heirs of the Buddhas who have built stupas as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, with which to decorate the Buddha works. These jeweled stupas are magnificent, 5,000 yojanas in height and 2,000 yojanas in both length and width. On each of these stupas are 1,000 banners, aegis, and canopies, and jeweled bells ringing harmoniously, and devas and goddesses, humans and non-humans, constantly give offerings of perfume, flowers, and music to them. O Major, the heirs of the Buddhas have decorated the stupas in order to pay homage to the relics. These works have been spontaneously made as extraordinarily beautiful as the king of the heavenly trees when his flowers bloom, because the Buddha has emitted this ray of light. I and those with me in the assembly can see these works of marvelous and varied beauty. The wisdom and transcendent powers of all the Buddhas are extraordinary. By emitting a single ray of light, he has illuminated innumerable lands, Seeing this, we attend. 11. 3c. The Lotus Sutra, that which we have not met with before. O major heir of the Buddhas, we entreat you to rid us of our confusion. The fourfold assembly is joyfully looking up at you and me. Why did the Bhagavad emit this ray of light? O heir of the Buddhas, now answer. Resolve our confusion and gladden us. Why is he emitting this ray of light? Will the Buddha teach us the true Dharma that he obtained while he sat on the terrace of enlightenment, Bodhidharma? Will he predict enlightenment to us? It is not for a trying reason that all the Buddha lands ornamented with various jewels, and all the Buddhas have been made visible. O major, you should know that the fourfold assembly, and goddess, and devas, look forward to hearing what you shall reveal. Thereupon Major spoke to Bodhisattva Mosattva Maitreya and the other worthy beings, O sons of a virtuous family. I am very sure that the Buddha, the Bhagavat, will now teach the great Dharma, rain down the great Dharma, blow the conch of the great Dharma, beat the drum of the great Dharma, and reveal the meaning of the great Dharma. O sons of a virtuous family, I have seen Buddhas in the past who have shown this marvel and have taught the great Dharma immediately after emitting a ray of light. Therefore, you should know that in the very same way, the Buddha has now emitted this light and has shown this marvel in order to cause all sentient beings to hear and understand the Dharma which in all the worlds is difficult to understand. O sons of a virtuous family, in the past, more than innumerable, unthinkable, incalculable kalpas ago, there was a Buddha called Kendrusrai of Prabhupada. 12. Chapter I. A Tasgata Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. He taught the truth Dharma that was good in the beginning, good in the middle, and good in the end. It was profound in meaning, elegant in speech, and endowed with the character of the pure path of discipline and integrity. To those seeking for the Vaka vehicle, he taught the Dharma with respect to the Four Noble Truths, causing them to overcome birth, old age, illness, and death, and to attain nirvana. He taught the Dharma with respect to dependent origination, to the Pratyeka Buddhas, and to the Bodhisattvas. He taught the Dharma with respect to the six perfections, premises, causing them to attain highest, complete enlightenment and perfect all knowledge. Sarvajati. Then there was another Buddha named Khentrasraya, and after him another Buddha also named Khentrasraya, and so in this way 20,000 Buddhas all had the same name Khentrasraya. They also had the same family name Bharadra. O Maitreya, you should know that these Buddhas, beginning from the rest up to the last, all had the same name Khentrasraya endowed with the 10 epithets. The Dharma that they taught was good in the beginning, the middle, and the end. The last Buddha fathered 8 princes before he renounced household life. The rest was called Mati, the second Sumati, the third Anantamati, the fourth Ratimati, the FTH was called Vyamati, the sixth Vimatisamachti, the seventh Gomati, and the eighth was called Dharmamati. These 8 princes were endowed with dignity and power, and each of them ruled over 4 great continents. Having heard that their father had renounced household life and obtained highest, complete enlightenment, all of them abandoned their kingdoms and also renounced household life. Each caused the spirit of the Mahayana to arise within him, practiced the pure path of discipline and integrity, and became an expounder of the Dharma. They all planted roots of good merit under many thousands of myriads of Buddhas. At that time, the Buddha Khentrasraya taught the Mahayana Sutra called Immeasurable Meanings, the instruction for the Bodhisattvas, and treasured lore of the Buddhas. Having taught this sutra, he sat down. 13. 4a. The Lotus Sutra. Cross-legged, undisturbed in body and mind among the great assembly and entered the Sandhi called the abode of immeasurable meanings. Then Drapa and great Drapa hours, Majjhaka and great Majjhaka hours fell like rain from the sky, scattering over the Buddha and all of his attendants. And the whole Buddha world quaked in 6 ways. At that time all in that assembly of humans and non-humans, monks, nuns, laymen, laywomen, devas, and goddess, yakas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Naras, Mahoragas, kings, and noble emperors, having experienced such an unprecedented marvel, were LLE with joy and pressing their palms together. They gazed attentively at the Buddha. Then the Buddha emitted a ray of light from the tuft of white hair between his eyebrows, which completely illuminated all the 18 sand worlds in the east, in the same way that all of these Buddha worlds are visible now. O Maitreya, you should know that at that time there were 20 koyas of Bodhisattvas in the assembly who wanted to hear the Dharma. All of these Bodhisattvas having seen all the Buddha worlds completely illuminated by this ray of light, were struck with wonder and wanted to know why it was emitted. A bodhisattva named Vajraprabha was there with his 800 disciples. At that time the Buddha came through Vajraprabha, having emerged from Sandhi, remained sitting for 60 intermediate kalpas and revealed to Bodhi Sattva Vajraprabha the Mahayana Sutra called Saddharmapuraka, the white lotus of the marvelous love, hereafter Lotus Sutra, which was the instruction for Bodhisattvas and the treasured lore of the Buddhas. The assembly also sat there undisturbed in body and mind, listening to the Buddha's exposition for 60 intermediate kalpas, as if only a single mealtime had passed. During that time not a single person among them experienced fatigue of body or mind. Having taught this sutra for 60 intermediate kalpas, the Buddha Khandra Vajraprabha made this proclamation to the assembly of Brahmas, Ras, Ramas, Brahmans, Devas, humans, and Asuras, saying, on this day during the middle watch of the night, the Tathagata will enter Nirvana without residue. Then the Buddha came through Vajraprabha gave this prediction to a bodhisattva called Garbha. Addressing the monks, he said, 14, 4a, 4b, Chapter I. This Bodhisattva Garbha will become the next Buddha after me. He will be called Vimagganitra, a Tathagata, Arhat, completely enlightened. The Buddha, after having made this prediction, entered Nirvana without residue during the middle of the night. After the Buddha passed into extinction, Bodhisattva Vajraprabha, having preserved the Lotus Sutra, taught it to humans for the full period of 80 intermediate kalpas. This Bodhisattva Vajraprabha was made the teacher for the Buddha. Came through Vajraprabha as a princess. Vajraprabha led and inspired the men, caused them to be and in highest, complete enlightenment. After paying homage to innumerable hundreds of thousands of myriad acts of coitus of Buddhas, all these princes attained the path of the Buddhas. The last of these to become enlightened was named Pekara. Among the 800 disciples of Bodhisattva Vajraprabha there was a man named Laskma who was attached to Proti. Even though he had repeatedly recited the sutras, he never became versed in them and got the greater part. That is why he was called Laskma, fan seeker. But because he had also planted various roots of good merit, he was able to meet innumerable hundreds of thousands of myriads of coitus of Buddhas, whom he rendered homage to, honored, revered, and praised. O Maitreya, You should know that Bodhisattva Prabhupada at that time was none other than myself, and Bodhisattva Lasma was none other than you. The marvel we see here is exactly the same as the previous one. Therefore I am certain that today the Tathagata will teach the Mahayana Sutra called the Lotus Sutra, the instruction for Bodhisattvas and Treasured Lore of the Buddhas. Thereupon Major, wanting to explain the meaning of this further, spoke to the great assembly in verse. I remember that in the past, innumerable incalculable kalpas ago, there was a Buddha, the best of humans, called Kendrusraya. This Bhagavat taught the Dharma, leading and inspiring innumerable sentient beings. 15. The Lotus Sutra, and incalculable numbers of bodhisattvas, to attain the wisdom of the Buddhas. Before renouncing household life, the Buddha fathered a princess. Having seen the great sage renounce household life, they also followed him and practiced the pure path of discipline and integrity. At that time the Buddha taught and extensively illuminated the Mahayana Sutra, called Immeasurable Meanings, to the great assembly. After having taught this sutra, the Buddha sat down cross-legged on the seat of Dharma and entered the Sandhi, called the abode of immeasurable meanings. The heavenly Dhrava hours fell down like rain. The heavenly drums resounded spontaneously. All the devas and goddesses and rakas paid homage to the best of humans. All of the Buddha worlds suddenly quaked greatly, and the Buddha emitted a ray of light from the tuft between his eyebrows, and manifested various marvels. This ray of light illuminated the 18,000 Buddha worlds in the east, and revealed the conditions resulting from the karma of each sentient being. Through this light of the Buddha, all the Buddha worlds appeared, as if they were decorated with various jewels, such as lapis lazuli or crystal. All the devas, humans, and goddesses, rakas, gandharvas, and chimeras. 16. 4c. Chapter I. Were each seen paying homage to the Buddhas. All the Tathagatas, who had spontaneously attained the path of the Buddhas, looked majestic and very beautiful, with bodies like golden mountains. Each Bhagavat appeared like a golden image in the midst of lapis lazuli, expounding the meaning of the profound Dharma to the great assembly. There were innumerable rakas in each of the Buddha worlds, and they saw all the great assemblies. Because of the light of the Buddha, there were also monks living in mountain forests, who, through persistence, possessed purity of conduct, which they protected like a precious jewel. There were bodhisattvas, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, practicing by giving, dana, perseverance, tea, and so on, i.e. the six perfections, who also became visible through the light of the Buddha. There were bodhisattvas who, having entered deep sati, were tranquil and undisturbed in body and mind, and who were seen seeking for the highest path. There were also bodhisattvas who, knowing the tranquil character of the Dharma, were seen teaching the Dharma and seeking the path of the Buddhas in each of the Buddha works. At that time the Fourfold Assembly, having seen the Buddha came through Sriaprabhupada, manifest these great transcendent powers, became delighted and asked each other. 17. The Lotus Sutra. What the reason for this could be? The Noble One, revered by devas and humans, then emerged from Sandhi and praised Bodhisattva Prabhupada, saying, "You are the eye of the world. You are believed in by all and possess the treasure house of the Dharma. You are the only one who can understand the Dharma that I have taught." The Bhagavat praised Prabhupada, delighting him, and taught this Lotus Sutra for the full period of 60 intermediate kalpas, without rising from his seat. This expounder of the Dharma, Prabhupada, firmly and completely preserved this most excellent Dharma that was taught by the Buddha. After having taught this Lotus Sutra, and having then gladdened the assembly, on that very day, the Buddha told the assembly of devas and humans, "I have already taught you the meaning of the essential character of all dharmas. Today I will enter nirvana in the middle of the night. Exert yourselves attentively, and rid yourselves of negligence. The Buddhas are extremely hard to meet, and can be encountered only once in coitus of kalpas." All the sons of the Bhagavat, on hearing that the Buddha was to enter nirvana, became sad, thinking. 18. 5. Chapter I. Why will the Buddha enter nirvana so soon? The noble Lord, the King of the Dharma, consoled the innumerable beings, saying, "Do not fear after I enter nirvana. This Bodhisattva Garba has fully realized the true character of freedom from corruption, and after me he will become a Buddha named Vimagganitra, and then he will bring innumerable sentient beings to the path." And that night the Buddha entered nirvana, like a tree that goes out when the wood is exhausted. His relics were distributed, and innumerable stupas were built. There were monks and nuns, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, who increased their efforts and sought for the highest path. This expounder of the Dharma, Farad Prabhat, possessed of the treasure house of the Buddha, extensively proclaimed the Lotus Sutra for 80 intermediate kalpas. All of the 8 princes, led and inspired by Farad Prabhat, became morally established in the highest path, and met innumerable Buddhas. After having paid homage to the Buddhas, and following them in their practice of the great path, they all in turn received their predictions, becoming Buddhas in succession. The last Buddha, the highest of Devas, was called Paikara, and as the leader of all the sages, 19. 5b. The Lotus Sutra had brought innumerable sentient beings to the path. This expounder of the Dharma, Farad Prabhat, had one disciple who was lazy and attached to fame and fortune. This disciple ceaselessly sought these things and amused himself from house to house. He abandoned recitation of the sutras, and, forgetting them, never became versed in them. For this very reason he was named Lakshma. But since he had also performed many good deeds, he was able to meet innumerable Buddhas. He paid homage to all these Buddhas, and having practiced the great path after them, acquired all the 6 perfections and now meets the lion of the highest. He shall subsequently become a Buddha called Maitreya, who will extensively bring innumerable sentient beings to the path. After the parinirvana of that Buddha came Srisriyapratha. The lazy one was none other than you, and the expounder of the Dharma, Farad Prabhat, was no one but myself. When I saw the Buddha Paikara, he also revealed this marvel of light. That is why I know that this Buddha will now teach the Lotus Sutra. This sign is just like the previous marvel. It is the skillful means of all the Buddhas. The Buddha has now emitted this ray of light in order to reveal the essential character of Dharma as. Now it should be clear to everyone. Wait attentively with palms pressed together. 20. Chapter I. Having read the Dharma, the Buddha will satisfy those seeking the path. If there is anyone seeking the 3 vehicles who still has any doubts, the Buddha will completely remove them, extinguishing them with none left over. 21. Chapter I. Skillful means. At that time the Bodhisattva rose tranquilly with insight out of Sandhi and addressed Riputra. Profound and immeasurable is the wisdom of the Buddhas. The gate to their wisdom is hard to enter and difficult to understand. None of the Vakas and Pratyeka Buddhas may be capable of understanding it. Why is this? The Buddhas have closely attended innumerable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kois of other Buddhas. They have exhaustively carried out practices with courage and persistence under uncountable numbers of Buddhas, their names becoming universally renowned. They have perfected this profound and unprecedented Dharma, and their intention in their explanations to what is appropriate is difficult to understand. O Riputra, after attaining Buddhahood, I expounded the teaching extensively with various explanations and illustrations, and with skillful means led sentient beings to rid themselves of their attachments. Why is this? Because all the Tathagatas have attained perfect mastery of skillful means, wisdom, and insight. O Riputra, the wisdom and insight of the Tathagatas is extensive, profound, immeasurable, and unhindered. They are possessed of power, fearlessness, meditation, liberation, and samadhi that is profound and endless. They have completely attained this unprecedented Dharma. O Riputra, the Tathagatas can, through various methods, skillfully illuminate the Dharma with gentle speech and gladden the hearts of the assemblies. O Riputra, to put it briefly, the Buddhas have attained this immeasurable, limitless, and unprecedented Dharma. Enough, O Riputra, I will speak no further. Why is this? Because the Dharma that the Buddhas have attained is foremost, unique, and difficult to understand. No one but the Buddhas can completely know the real aspects of all Dharmas, that is to say, their character, nature, substance, potential, function, cause, condition, result, effect, and essential unity. 23. 5c. The Lotus Sutra. 24. Thereupon the Bhagavat spoke these verses to explain this meaning. Again, the heroes of the world are inconceivable. Neither devas, humans, nor any other sentient beings are able to comprehend them. No one is able to discern the power, fearlessness, liberation, samadhi, and other attributes of the Buddhas. Formerly, under innumerable Buddhas, they have fully accomplished their practices, and the Dharma, which is profound and excellent, hard to perceive and difficult to understand. Having pursued these practices for innumerable kois of kalpas, I attained the result on the terrace of enlightenment, and understood completely I am the Buddhas of the 10 directions. No such matters, such as the great results and rewards, and the meaning of various aspects and characteristics. It is impossible to explain this Dharma. The powers of speech fell. No other sentient being is able to understand it, except for those bodhisattvas, who, in their belief, are willing to understand. Even the multitude of the Buddha as disciples, who have formerly paid homage to all the Buddhas, who have put an end to all their corruption, and are burying their last bodies, are not able to understand it. Even if this whole world were allied with those such as Riputra, and they tried together to comprehend it, they still would not be able to understand completely. 6. The wisdom of the Buddhas. Again, even if the words of the 10 directions were allied with such disciples as Riputra, and they tried together to comprehend it, they still would not be able to completely understand. And even if the words of the 10 directions were allied with Pratyekabuddhas, as numerous as bamboo trees in a grove, who had keen wisdom, and were burying their last bodies, free from corruption. Even if they tried together single-mindedly, for innumerable kalpas, to comprehend the wisdom of the Buddhas, still they would not understand it in the least. Even if the words of the 10 directions were packed as thick as stalks of rice, flax, bamboo, and reeds, with bodhisattvas, recent aspirants to enlightenment, who had paid homage to innumerable Buddhas, though they fully understood the meaning, and could expound the Dharma, even with this subtle wisdom, if they tried together single-mindedly to comprehend, for as many kalpas as the sands of the Ganges River, they still would not be able to know the wisdom of the Buddhas. Even if bodhisattvas, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, who had reached the stage of non-retrogression, tried together single-mindedly to comprehend it, still they would not be able to know. The Buddha, still speaking to Riputra, said, Chapter 25 The Lotus Sutra 26 I have already attained the profound and subtle Dharma that is incorruptible and beyond all comprehension. Only I am the Buddhas of the 10 directions know this. O Riputra, you should know that the words of the Buddhas are never inconsistent. You should trust fully in the Dharma that the Buddha expounds. The Dharma of the Bhagavad has been in existence for a long time. I will now dignitely expound the truth. I address myself to the Vakas, and most seeking the Pratyekabuddha vehicle. It was I who caused them to become free from the bondage of suffering and to attain nirvana. I have revealed the teaching of the three vehicles with the power of the skillful means of the Buddhas, so as to free the sentient beings from their various human attachments. At that time it occurred to the great assembly of 1200 Arhats free from corruption, beginning with Jatakalya and the other monks, nuns, laymen, and the women who had set out to become Arhats and Pratyekabuddhas Maha. Why has the Bhagavad just now so earnestly praised skillful means? For what reason has he declared that the Dharma that the Buddhas have attained is very profound and difficult to understand? Why has he said that their intention in adapting their teaching to what is appropriate is so difficult to comprehend that all the Vakas and Pratyekabuddhas are not able to understand it? As long as the Buddha taught the meaning of the single liberation, we thought we had attained that Dharma and achieved nirvana. But now we do not understand what he means. At that time Riputra, aware of the confusion of the fourfold bliss and himself also feeling confused, addressed the Buddha saying, "O Bhagavat, for what reason and on what grounds have you so earnestly praised 6B, the unique skillful means of the Buddhas and the profound and subtle Dharma that is difficult to understand? Never before have I heard such a thing from the Buddha. Now Bhagavat, I entreat you to explain this because the fourfold assemblies are confused." O Bhagavat, why have you so earnestly praised the Dharma that is profound, subtle, and difficult to understand? Thereupon Riputra, wanting to further explain what he meant, spoke these verses. O great seer, son of wisdom, now, after a long time, you have taught this Dharma, saying, I have attained the inconceivable Dharma, that is to say, power, fearlessness, sati, meditation, and liberation. No one has ever questioned the Dharma that I attained on the terrace of enlightenment. No one has ever questioned my intentions, so difficult to conceive, without being asked. You explained it by yourself, and praised the path you have practiced, saying, the wisdom the Buddhas have attained is extremely subtle. The Arhats free from corruption, and those seeking nirvana, have all fallen into confusion. Why has the Buddha said this? Those seeking to become Pratyekabuddhas, monks, nuns, devas, and goddess, Vakas, Gandharvas, and the others, glance at each other in confusion. and looking toward the best of humans asked, "O Buddha, we entreat you to explain why this is so." Chapter 27 The Lotus Sutra 28 The Buddha has said that I am the foremost among the Vakanas, yet now I am confused about my own knowledge and unable to understand. Is it the ultimate Dharma? Is it a path to be practiced? The sons born from the mouths of the Buddhas stand waiting with palms pressed together, looking at the Buddha. I entreat you to proclaim the truth. Speaking in the next voice, the Devatas, Angaras, and others, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, as many as 80,000 bodhisattvas, who are seeking Buddhahood, and noble emperors, who have come from myriads of points of countries, are all standing respectfully with palms pressed together, asking how to accomplish the path. Then the Buddha addressed Riputra, saying, "Enough, enough. Speak no more. If I explain this matter, the Devatas and humans in all the worlds would be astounded." Then Riputra again addressed the Buddha, "O Bhagavat, please explain it. I entreat you to explain it, because in this assembly there are innumerable hundreds of thousands of myriads of points of incalculable sentient beings, sharp in faculties and possessed of wisdom, who have previously heard the Buddhas. When they hear the teaching of the Buddha, they will trust, believe, and accept it." Thereupon Riputra spoke in verse to explain this again. "O King of the Dharma, the best of humans, I entreat you to explain it. Please explain it without hesitation. In this assembly there are innumerable sentient beings, who will trust and accept it." Then the Buddha again tried to dissuade Riputra, saying, "If I explain 6 it, the Devatas, humans, and Asuras in all the worlds will be astounded, and arrogant monks will certainly go to their downfall." At that time the Bhagavat again spoke in verse, "Enough, enough. Speak no more. The Dharma that I have attained is excellent and incomprehensible. Though the arrogant hear it, they will never accept it." And again Riputra addressed the Buddha, saying, "O Bhagavat, please explain it. Please explain it. In this assembly there are people like me and others, numbering into the hundreds of thousands of myriads of points of beings, who have been led and inspired by the Buddhas in their former tenses. Such people will certainly trust, believe, and accept it, and they will benefit, profit, and receive solace from it for a very long time." Thereupon Riputra spoke these verses to elaborate on what he meant. O best of humans, please teach the ultimate Dharma. I am the eldest son of the Buddha. Please illuminate and explain it. Innumerable beings in this assembly will certainly trust and accept this Dharma, because the Buddha in former existences led and inspired such people. All of them will attentively listen and accept. Their palms pressed together to the words of the Buddha. I entreat you to illuminate and explain it. For the assembly of 1200 people like me, and the others seeking Buddhahood, when they hear this Dharma, they will bring forth great joy. Then the Bhagavat spoke to Riputra, saying, You have now persistently asked me 3 times. How could I possibly not explain it to you? Chapter 29 7. The Lotus Sutra 30. Therefore listen carefully and pay close attention. I will now illuminate and explain it. When he said this, 3,000 monks, nuns, laymen, and lay women in the assembly immediately got up from their seats, bowed to the Buddha, and left. What was the reason for this? Because the roots of error among this group had been deeply planted and they were arrogant, thinking they had attained what they had not attained and had realized what they had not realized. Because of such defects they did not stay, and the Bhagavat remained silent and did not stop them. Then the Buddha addressed Riputra, My assembly here is free of use. Last twigs and leaves, only the pure essence remains. O Riputra, let the arrogant ones go. Listen carefully and I will explain it to you. Then Riputra replied, Indeed, O Bhagavat, I greatly desire to hear it. Then the Buddha addressed Riputra, Only very rarely do the Buddha Tathagatas teach such a true Dharma as this, as rarely as the Umbara hour blooms. O Riputra, trust and accept what the Buddha teaches. My words are never false. O Riputra, the real intention of all the Buddhas in adapting their explanations to what is appropriate is difficult to understand. Why is this? Because I have expounded the teachings with innumerable skillful means and various kinds of explanations and illustrations. Yet this Dharma is beyond reason and discernment. Only the Buddhas can understand it. Why is this? Because the Buddha Bhagavats appear in this world for one great purpose alone. O Riputra, now I will explain why I said that the Buddha Bhagavats appear in this world for only one great purpose. The Buddha Bhagavat appear in this world to cause sentient beings to aspire toward purity and the wisdom and insight of the Buddhas. They appear in this world to manifest the wisdom and insight of the Buddhas to sentient beings. They appear in this world to cause sentient beings to attain the wisdom and insight of a Buddha as enlightenment. They appear in this world in order to cause sentient beings to enter the path of the wisdom and insight of a Buddha. O Riputra! For this one great reason alone the Buddhas have appeared in this world. The Buddha addressed Riputra, saying, the Buddha-Gatas lead and inspire only bodhisattvas. All the acts of a Buddha are always for one purpose. The Buddhas manifest their wisdom and insight solely to inspire sentient beings to enlightenment. O Riputra! A Tathagata teaches sentient beings the Dharma only through the single Buddha vehicle. There is no other, neither a second nor a third. O Riputra! The true nature of all the Buddhas of the 10 directions is exactly like this. O Riputra! All the Buddhas of the past expounded the teachings for the sake of sentient beings, using incalculable and innumerable skillful means and various explanations and illustrations. These teachings were all for the sake of the single Buddha vehicle. All these sentient beings, hearing the Dharma from the Buddhas, nightly attain omniscience. O Riputra! All the future Buddhas who will appear in the world will expound the teachings for the sake of sentient beings, using incalculable and innumerable skillful means and various explanations and illustrations. These teachings will all be for the single Buddha vehicle. All sentient beings who hear this Dharma from these Buddhas will ultimately attain omniscience. O Riputra! All the Buddha Bodhisattvas of the present, in immatura, believe hundreds of thousands of myriads of poets of Buddha words of the 10 directions, teach the Dharma to sentient beings using incalculable and innumerable skillful means with various explanations and illustrations to many of them and cause them to feel at peace. These dharmas are all of the single Buddha vehicle. All the sentient beings who hear the Dharma from these Buddhas will ultimately attain omniscience. O Riputra! These Buddhas lead and inspire only bodhisattvas, because they want to teach sentient beings with the wisdom and insight of the Buddha, to enlighten sentient beings with the wisdom and insight of the Buddha, and to cause sentient beings to enter the path of the wisdom and insight of the Buddha. O Riputra! I too am now like this, having understood the various desires and deep-rooted inclinations of sentient beings, I teach the Dharma according to their capacities through the power of skillful means, using various explanations and illustrations. Chapter 231 7b The Lotus Sutra 32 O Riputra, I do this in order to cause them to attain the omniscience of the single Buddha vehicle. O Riputra, since there is no second vehicle in the words of the 10 directions, how could there be a third? O Riputra, the Buddhas appear in the troubled world of the elements, which are the element of the kalpa, the element through desire, as confusion, the element of sentient beings, the element of views, and the element of lifespan. Therefore, O Riputra, in the period of the decadent kalpa, because sentient beings are alakei, greedy, jealous, and develop roots of error, all the Buddhas illuminate the three vehicles with the power of skillful means in order to teach the single Buddha vehicle. O Riputra, if any of my disciples declare that they are arhats or pratyekabuddhas, and do not listen or comprehend that all the Gathas teach only the Bodhisattvas, they are not disciples of the Buddhas, nor are they arhats or pratyekabuddhas. Again, O Riputra, if there are any monks or nuns who would declare that they have attained arhatship, that they are bearing their last bodies and are destined for complete nirvana, and yet who have not sought highest complete enlightenment, they should be considered arrogant people. Why is this? Because there is no case in which a monk who has actually achieved arhatship does not believe in this dharma, except after the Buddha has entered paranirvana and there is no Buddha present. What is the reason for this? Because after the paranirvana of the Buddha, it is hard to meet people who preserve, recite, and understand the meaning of the sutras like this. But if they should meet other Buddhas, they will deeply understand this teaching. O Riputra, you should wholeheartedly accept and preserve the words of the Buddha. The words of the Buddha-Gathas are never false. There are no other vehicles, only the single Buddha vehicle. Thereupon the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate the meaning of this verse, uttered these verses. In the fourfold assembly there were 50,000 monks and nuns who were excessively proud, laymen who were arrogant, and the women who were unaccepting. They did not see their own defects, being faulty in self-discipline, and clung to their shortcomings. These of little wisdom have already left. Through the virtuous dignity of the Buddha, the dregs of the assembly have departed. having little virtue. These people were incapable of accepting this Dharma, free of useless twigs and leaves. Only the pure essence of this assembly remains. O Riputra, listen carefully. All the Buddhas teach the Dharma that they have attained through the immeasurable power of skillful means, for the sake of sentient beings, completely knowing their intentions, their various ways of practice, their wishes and capacities, and the good and bad karma of their previous lives. The Buddha gladdens all sentient beings with the power of words and skillful means, using examples and illustrations. The Buddha teaches by means of sutras, verses, stories of his past deeds and of past events, miraculous tales, explanatory tales, allegories, poems, and exegesis. The Buddha teaches nirvana to those with dull faculties, who are satisfied with lowly aspirations, and attached to birth and death, who have not practiced the profound path, in the presence of innumerable Buddhas, and are confused by suffering. Having devised this skillful means. Chapter 33 by the Lotus Sutra 34. I enable them to enter the wisdom of the Buddhas, but I have never said that all of you would attain the path of the Buddhas. I have never said this, because the occasion never arose. Now is precisely the right time for me to teach dignity vili the Mahayana. I apply these 9 kinds of teachings according to the capacities of sentient beings. I teach these sutras because they are the basis for entering the Mahayana. I teach the Mahayana Sutras to those heirs of the Buddhas, who are pure in mind, mild and receptive, have keen faculties, and who have practiced the profound path under immeasurable Buddhas. I predict that such people will attain the path of the Buddhas in their future lives, because they keep the Buddhas in mind with profound thoughts and practice pure conduct. Hearing that they shall attain Buddhahood, they will be filled with great joy, because a Buddha knows their intentions. He teaches the Mahayana, those Rupakas or Bodhisattvas, who have heard even a single verse of the Dharma that I have taught, will all become Buddhas. There can be no doubt about it. In the Buddha words of the 10 directions, there is only the Dharma of the single vehicle. Apart from the skillful means of the Buddhas, there is neither a second nor a third vehicle. A Buddha merely uses provisional words in order to lead sentient beings. All the Buddhas appear in the world to teach the wisdom of the Buddhas. Only this one thing is real. The other two are not true. In the end, a Buddha does not save sentient beings through an inferior vehicle. The Buddhas themselves abide in the Mahayana. The Dharma that they have attained is adorned with meditation, wisdom, and power. And through these they save the sentient beings. I would be ungenerous if I were to lead and inspire even a single person through an inferior vehicle, having attained the highest path, the universal Dharma of the Mahayana. This is simply not possible. If anyone takes refuge in the Buddha, the Tathagata will not deceive him. A Tathagata has neither stinginess nor jealousy, and has detached himself from the evils of the phenomenal world. That is why the Buddhas of the 10 directions are the only ones who have no fear. Having a body adorned with the marks of a Buddha, emitting a ray of light that illuminates the world, and revered by immeasurable sentient beings, I teach the science of the true aspects of the phenomenal world. O Riputra, you should now know. Chapter 35 Body, the Lotus Sutra. 36 That originally I made a vow to make all sentient beings my equal, without any difference. Now I have already fulfilled this vow that I made in the past. I will lead and inspire all sentient beings, and cause them to enter the path of the Buddhas. If I met sentient beings, and taught them till the end the path of the Buddhas, those with little understanding would be confused and perplexed, and would not accept the teaching. I know that these sentient beings have never cultivated the roots of good merit. They are attached to the desires of the VE senses, disordered by delusion and passion, and have fallen into the 3 troubled states of being. Because of these desires, they are wandering through the 6 transmigratory states, tormented by every kind of suffering. They are continually being born as tiny embryos, in one world after another. These people of few qualities and little merit are afflicted by various sufferings. They enter into the jungle of 62 false views, such as this exists or this does not exist. They are so ardently and deeply attached to false teachings that they cannot get rid of them. They are arrogant, proud, deceitful, and dishonest. They have heard neither the names nor the true Dharma of the Buddhas. For thousands of myriads of kois of kalpas, such people are difficult to save. That is why, O Riputra, I devised the method of teaching. the way to extinguish all suffering through nirvana. Even though I taught nirvana, it is not the true extinction. Every existing thing from the very beginning has always had the mark of quiescence. The heirs of the Buddhas who practice this path will thereafter become Buddhas in the future. With the power of skillful means, I have presented the teachings of the three vehicles. Yet all of the Bhagavats teach the path of the single vehicle. This great assembly should now rid itself of confusion. The words of the Buddhas are not inconsistent. There is only the single vehicle. There is no other. In the past innumerable kalpas, there appeared immeasurable and incalculable Buddhas, hundreds of thousands of myriads of kois in number, who have attained Paramurva. All the Bhagavats taught the characteristics of all dharmas, with the power of innumerable skillful means, using various examples and illustrations. All these Bhagavats taught the Dharma of the single vehicle, led and inspired immeasurable sentient beings, and enabled them to enter the path of the Buddhas, understanding the deepest desires of the entire world, of the devas, humans, and other beings. The great sage Lord has illuminated the highest meaning. With the first skillful means, all those sentient beings who encountered and heard the teaching. Chapter 237 Basi The Lotus Sutra 38 of the Buddhas of the past, and who accumulated various merits through acts of giving, dina, integrity, love, perseverance, diligence, praya, meditation, dhyana, and wisdom, prajna, i.e., the 6 perfections, have certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. And after the paramurva of the Buddhas, those sentient beings with well-governed minds have certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. After the Buddhas attain paramurva, all those who paid homage to the relics, who made myriads of kois of stupas, extensively and beautifully adorned with gold, silver, crystal, mother of pearl, agate, ruby, lapis lazuli, and pearl. Those who made rock stupas, stupas out of sandal, aloe, deodar, and other woods, as well as brick, tile, mud, and other materials. All those who made Buddha stupas out of piles offered in desolate places, and even children in play, who made Buddha stupas out of heaps of sand. All such people have certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. And all those who made images of the Buddhas, carved with their extraordinary marks, have certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. All those who made Buddha images out of the 7 tracers, decorated with brass, copper, pewter, lead, tin, iron, wood, mud, glue, lacquer, and glass, have certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. All those who make or have others make Buddha images, painted with the 100 embellishing marks of merit, 9. Have certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. This even includes children in play, who have drawn a Buddha image, with a blade of grass or a twig, brush or nail. Such people, having gradually accumulated merit, and perfected great compassion, have certainly attained the path of the Buddhas, leading and inspiring the Bodhisattvas. They save countless sentient beings. All those who paid homage to stupas, sculpted or painted images, honoring them with flowers, perfumes, banners, and canopies. Those who paid homage with all kinds of sweet music, with drums, horns, conches, pipes, udes, lutes, harps, mandolins, gongs, and cymbals. Those who joyfully praised the qualities of the Buddhas, with various songs or even with a single low-pitched sound, have certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. Those who, even with distracted minds, have offered a single hour to a painted image, will in time see innumerable Buddhas. Or those who have done obeisance to images, or merely pressed their palms together, or raised a single hand, or nodded their heads, will in due time see immeasurable Buddhas. They will attain the highest path, and extensively save innumerable sentient beings. They will enter nirvana without residue, just as a tree goes out after its wood is exhausted. Those who, even with distracted minds, entered a stupa compound, and chanted but once homage to the Buddha. Chapter 39 The Lotus Sutra 40 have certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. Anyone who heard this teaching, either in the presence of a past Buddha, or after their paramurva, has certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. The future Bodhisattvas, Tathagatas, immeasurable in number, will teach the Dharma with skillful means. All the Tathagatas will save sentient beings with immeasurable skillful means, causing them to enter the wisdom of the Buddhas, that is free from corruption. Of those hearing this Dharma, there will be no one who will not become a Buddha. The original vow of the Buddhas was to cause all sentient beings to universally attain the very same Buddha path that I have practiced, even though the Buddhas of the future will teach hundreds of thousands of ways of innumerable paths to the Dharma. their teachings will actually be for the sake of the single vehicle. O the Buddhas, the best of humans, know that all dharmas are ever without substance, and that the Buddha seeds germinate through dependent origination. That is why they will teach the single vehicle. Having realized on the terrace of enlightenment that the state of the Dharma is permanent and unchangeable in this world, the leaders will teach with skillful means the present Buddhas of the 10 directions, 九臂, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, revered by devas and humans, appear in the world and teach this Dharma to make sentient beings feel at peace. They know the utmost tranquility, and although they teach various paths with the power of skillful means, their teachings are actually for the Buddha vehicle. Knowing the character of sentient beings, their deep intentions, past acts, wishes, persistence, and strength, their keen or dull faculties, the Buddhas teach with skillful means, using various explanations, illustrations, and words, in accordance with the capacities of sentient beings. Now I too reveal the path of the Buddhas, through various paths to the Dharma, to make sentient beings feel at peace. Through the power of my wisdom, I know the dispositions and desires of sentient beings, and explain various teachings with skillful means, enabling them all to obtain joy. O Riputra, you should know that through the Buddha, I see beings wandering in the 6 states of existence, who are poor, deprived of merit and wisdom, who are entering into the bitter path of birth and death, and are suffering repeatedly and without end. They are deeply attached to the desires of the VE senses, just as yaks are attached to their tails. Obstructed by greed, they are blind and cannot see. They do not seek the Buddha who has great power, nor the Dharma that cuts off suffering. Deeply immersed in false views, they try to eliminate suffering through suffering. Chapter 41 9C The Lotus Sutra 42 I feel great compassion for such sentient beings, sitting on the terrace of enlightenment for the rest time, looking at the Bodhi tree, and walking about. During those 21 days, I was thinking thus: the wisdom I have attained is subtle and supreme, but the faculties of sentient beings are dull. They are attached to pleasures and blinded by delusion. How can I save such beings? Then Brahma and his Devaputra as sacred, the world protectors of the 4 quarters, Mahaspara and the other devas, together with a retinue of hundreds, of thousands of myriads of attendants, paid their respects with palms pressed together, and begged me to turn the wheel of the Dharma. Then I thought, if I only praise the Buddha vehicles, those beings who are submerged in suffering will not believe this Dharma, because they reject and do not believe the Dharma. They will fall into the three troubled states of being. I would rather not teach the Dharma, and instead immediately enter Nirvana. Then I thought of the power of skillful means, practiced by past Buddhas. This path that I have attained should now also be taught as the three vehicles. When I thought this, the Buddhas of the 10 directions appeared, and with beautiful voices praised me, saying, O Kayamuni, splendid, O Supreme Leader, you have attained the highest Dharma, and yet still use the power of skillful means, following all the other Buddhas. We too have attained the best and utmost Dharma, and with discretion have explained the three vehicles, for the sake of sentient beings. Those with little wisdom seek inferior teachings, and do not believe that they will become Buddhas. That is why we use skillful means, and with discretion teach of various results. Although we teach the three vehicles, it is just for the instruction of the Bodhisattvas. O Riputra, you should know that when I heard this profound and beautiful roar of the noble lions, I chanted with joy homage to the Buddhas, and I thought, since I have been born in this dim-lit world, I will follow the other Buddhas, and expound what they have expounded. After contemplating this, I set out for rest. O Dharma as have the tranquil character of the Dharma. This could not be expressed in words, so I taught the VE monks. Chapter 43 室内 The Lotus Sutra 44 Through the power of skillful means. This I meant, turning the wheel of the Dharma, and immediately the word Nirvana appeared in it, and the different designations for Arhat, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. From a great many kalpas ago, I have always taught like this. I have praised and illuminated the teaching of Nirvana, saying that it ends the sufferings of birth and death. O Riputra, you should know that I see immeasurable thousands of myriads of kois of the Buddha as heirs, who, having set out for the Buddha path, and heard the Dharma explained with skillful means, have respectfully come before the Buddha. Then I thought, the reason why the Tathagatas appear is to explain the wisdom of the Buddhas. Now is precisely the right time for this. O Riputra, you should know that those who have dull faculties and little wisdom, and those who are attached to mere science and are arrogant cannot accept this teaching. Now I am happy and fearless. Having openly set aside skillful means, I will teach only the highest path to all the bodhisattvas. Having heard this teaching, the bodhisattvas and 1200 arhats, freeing themselves from the web of doubt, will all become Buddhas, just as the Buddhas in the 3 periods of the past, present, and future teach the true nature of the Dharma. Now I too will expound the Dharma that is beyond conception. All the Buddhas appear in worlds far away and are difficult to meet. Even if they appear in this world, it is difficult to hear their teaching. Even in immeasurable, innumerable kalpas, it is difficult to hear this Dharma, and those who are able to hear this Dharma are also hard to envy. They are just like the Umbara hour, which appears only once in a very long while, and, beloved by all, is considered a wonder among devas and humans. Those who, hearing this teaching, happily praise the Buddhas, by uttering even a single word, have already paid homage to all Buddhas of the 3 periods. Such people are even more extraordinary than the Umbara hour. All of you have no doubts. I, the King of the Dharma, now proclaim to the great assembly. I lead and inspire the bodhisattvas only with the path of the single vehicle. I am here without disciples. O Riputra and all of you, the Vakas and bodhisattvas should know. Chapter 45 10b The Lotus Sutra 46 That this true Dharma is the hidden essence of all the Buddhas. In the troubled worlds of the VE kinds of the element, sentient beings are only attached to various desires, and ultimately do not seek the path of the Buddhas. In the future the impure will hear the Buddha teach the single vehicle, but they will be confused and will not accept it. They will reject the Dharma and fall into the troubled states of being. To those who are modest and pure, and seek the path of the Buddhas, I will praise extensively the path of the single vehicle. O Riputra, you should know that the Dharma of all the Buddhas is like this. They teach the Dharma with myriads of points of skillful means, according to the capacities of sentient beings. The inexperienced cannot understand this. You have come to know with certainty the skillful means of the Buddhas, the teachers of the world, that are expounded in accordance with people's capacities. All of you have no further doubts. Let great joy arise in your hearts, and know that you will all become Buddhas. Chapter 7. A Parable. Thereupon Riputra stood up ecstatic and joyful, pressed his palms together, and, gazing at the Buddha, the Bodhisattva, said, "Now, hearing the words of this Dharma from the Bodhisattva, my heart is full of joy, for I have experienced something unprecedented. What is the reason for this? In the past, when I heard this Dharma from the Buddha and saw the Bodhisattvas receive their predictions, I was not included. I grieved because I thought I had been deprived of the immeasurable wisdom and insight of the Tathagata, O Bodhisattva. While I was dwelling alone under forest trees, whether sitting or walking, I was constantly thinking this, since we have also realized the true nature of the Dharma, why has the Tathagata tried to save us with the teachings of the inferior vehicle? The fault is ours, not the Bodhisattva's. Why is this? If we had waited for your explanation about the way to achieve highest, complete enlightenment, we certainly would have been able to save ourselves by means of the Mahayana. However, we did not understand that you were teaching with skillful means, according to what is appropriate to us. When we rest heard the Buddha's teaching, we immediately accepted, contemplated, and understood it. O Bodhisattva, since long ago I have reproached myself incessantly day and night. But now from the Buddha we have heard the unprecedented Dharma that we have never heard before, and it has removed all our doubts. I have obtained peace and tranquility in body and mind. Today I have finally realized that I am truly the heir of the Buddha, born from the mouth of the Buddha, incarnated from the Dharma, and that I have inherited a part of the Buddha Dharma. Then Riputra, wanting to elaborate this meaning, spoke again in verse. When I heard the words of this Dharma, experiencing something unprecedented. 47. 10c. My heart overflowed with joy, and I was rid of all my doubts. From long ago, ever since I heard the teaching of the Buddha, I have not lost the Mahayana. The words of the Buddhas are extremely rare, and are capable of ridding sentient beings of their suffering. Although I had already attained freedom from corruption by hearing the Buddha's voice, I have also been rid of my anxiety. Whether I was dwelling in mountain valleys or under forest trees, whether I was sitting or walking, grieving and blaming myself deeply, I thought incessantly, how have I deceived myself? I am also the heir of the Buddhas. having entered the same incorruptible Dharma. Nevertheless, in the future, I shall not be able to explain the highest path, the golden color, the 32 marks, the 10 powers, and the liberations, are all in the same Dharma, and yet I have not attained any of these. Moreover, such qualities as the 80 excellent and 18 special characteristics are completely lost to me. When I was wandering alone, I saw the Buddha in the great assembly, filling the 10 directions with his fame, and greatly beneathing sentient beings. I then thought, the Lotus Sutra 48 11 Chapter 3 49 I have lost all these vanities, because I have been deceiving myself. I thought about this constantly day and night, and wanted to ask the Bhagavat, have I or have I not lost these? I always saw the Bhagavat praising the Bodhisattvas. That is why I pondered over such matters as these both day and night. Now I have heard the words of the Buddha, explaining to sentient beings the incorruptible Dharma, which is difficult to comprehend, and making them enter the terrace of enlightenment. Formerly, I was attached to false views, and was a teacher of Brahmans. The Bhagavat, knowing my mind, removed the false views and taught Nirvana. I got rid of false views completely, and attained the teaching of emptiness. At that time I considered myself to have attained Nirvana, but now I have become aware that this was not the real Nirvana. When I become a Buddha, I shall be endowed with the 32 marks, and be honored by Devas, humans, Lokas, and Angas. Only then can it be said that I have permanently attained Nirvana without residue. Before the great assembly, the Buddha has proclaimed that I will become a Buddha. After hearing these words of the Dharma, I was immediately rid of all my doubts. When I first heard this teaching of the Buddha, I was greatly startled and thought, I wonder if Ra, acting like the Buddha, is confusing me. But the Buddha, who teaches skillfully, by means of various explanations and illustrations, has made my mind tranquil like the ocean. While listening to him, I was freed from the web of my doubts. The Buddha has said that immeasurable Buddhas, who have attained paranirvana in the past, established in the use of skillful means, have also taught this Dharma. Immeasurable Buddhas in the present and future will also teach this Dharma with various skillful means. The present Bhagavat, from the time he was born, and renounced household life, until he obtained the path, and turned the wheel of the Dharma, has also taught through skillful means the body that teaches the real path, but the wicked one does not. Therefore I know deniedly that it was not wrong acting like the Buddha, because I fell into a web of doubt. I thought that Ra was impersonating the Buddha. When I heard the voice of the Buddha, profound and very subtle, fluently explaining the pure Dharma, I became full of great joy. The Lotus Sutra 50-11b. My doubts are completely and forever exhausted, and I have achieved the true wisdom. I will deniedly become a Buddha, honored by devas and humans. I will turn the wheel of the highest Dharma, and lead and inspire the Bodhisattvas. At that time the Buddha said to Riputra, I will now reveal to you, before the great assembly of devas, humans, Brahmanas, and Brahmans that, in the past, in the presence of 200,000 kois of Buddhas, I led and inspired you constantly for the sake of the highest path. You have followed my instructions for a long time, because I led you with skillful means. You were born in my Dharma, O Riputra. In the past I inspired you to seek the Buddha path, yet just now you had completely forgotten this and considered yourself to have attained nirvana. Now, because I want you to remember the path that you practiced according to your original vow in the past, I will teach the Vaka as the Mahayana Sutra called the Lotus Sutra, the instruction for the Bodhisattvas and treasured lore of the Buddhas. O Riputra, in the future after immeasurable, limitless, and inconceivable kalpas, you will have paid homage to thousands of myriads of kois of Buddhas, preserved the true Dharma, and mastered the path practiced by the Bodhisattvas. You will become a Buddha called Padmaprabha Gata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct. Well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. Your land will be called Viraja. Its earth will be level and pure, ornamented, peaceful and rich. The devas and humans will prosper. The earth will be made of lapis lazuli with a well-planned network of roads like a chess board bordered with golden cords. Rows of 7 jewel trees, which are always full of flowers and fruits, will line the borders of these roads. The Tasgata Padmaprabha will also lead and inspire sentient beings by means of the 3 vehicles. O Riputra, when that Buddha appears, even though his will not be a troubled world, he will teach the three vehicles because of his original thought. Chapter 3 51. This kalpa will be called Maratna Pratimeka, meaning adorned with great jewels. Why will it be called Maratna Pratimeka? Because in that world the bodhisattvas will be like great jewels. The number of these bodhisattvas will be immeasurable, limitless, inconceivable, and beyond all comparison, known only by those with the power of the Buddha as wisdom. When they want to walk, they will step on jewel downwards. And its bodhisattvas will not be those who are just setting out. Over a long time they will have planted roots of good merit and practiced the pure path of discipline and integrity in the presence of immeasurable hundreds of thousands of myriads of poets of Buddhas. They will always be praised by the Buddhas and continually practice the Buddha wisdom. They will be endowed with transcendent powers and know well all the teachings of the Dharma. They will be honest, without falsity, and are in recollection. That world will be LLE with bodhisattvas like this. O Riputra, the lifespan of this Buddha Padmaprabha will be 12 intermediate kalpas, not including the period after he becomes a prince and before he becomes a Buddha, and the lifespan of the people in that world will be 8 intermediate kalpas. After these 12 intermediate kalpas have passed, the Tathagata Padmaprabha will predict Bodhisattva Paripa as attainment of high est, complete enlightenment, and will address the monks, saying, this Bodhisattva Paripa will become the next Buddha after me. His name will be Padmavibhakrama, a Tathagata, Arhat, completely enlightened. His Buddha world will also be like this one. O Riputra, after the parinirvana of the Buddha Padmaprabha, the true Dharma will remain in the world for 32 intermediate kalpas, and the semblance Dharma will also remain in the world for 32 intermediate kalpas. Then the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this again, spoke these verses. O Riputra, in the future, you will become a Buddha of universal wisdom, named Padmaprabha, who will save innumerable sentient beings. The Lotus Sutra 52. 11c. Having paid homage to innumerable Buddhas, perfected the Bodhisattva practice, and the qualities, including the 10 powers, you will attain the highest path. After immeasurable kalpas have passed, the kalpa will be called Prabharatna, and the world will be called Viraja, pure and without dirt. The earth will be made of lapis lazuli, and the roads, bordered with golden cords, will be lined with variegated trees of the 7 treasures, which are always full of flowers and fruits. The bodhisattvas in that world will be always are and in recollection. All of them will be completely endowed with transcendent powers and the perfections, and will have properly practiced the bodhisattva path in the presence of innumerable Buddhas. Such Mahasattvas as these will be led and inspired by the Buddha Padmaprabha. When this Buddha becomes a prince, he will abdicate his kingship and give up his worldly fame. Burying his last body, he will renounce household life and attain the path of the Buddha. This Buddha Padmaprabha will live in the world for 12 intermediate kalpas, and the lifespan of the people in this world will be 8 intermediate kalpas. After the parinirvana of this Buddha, the true Dharma will last in the world for 32 intermediate kalpas, during which time many sentient beings will be saved. Chapter 3 53 After the extinction of the true Dharma, the semblance Dharma will last for 32 intermediate kalpas. The relics of the Buddha will be distributed widely, and devas and humans will pay them homage. All that the Buddha Padmaprabha does will be exactly like this. That very best of humans, who will be foremost and without comparison, is none other than you. You should be delighted to hear this. At that time the fourfold assembly of monks, nuns, laymen, and lay women, and the great assembly of devas, and goddess, yakadas, gandharvas, asuras, garudas, chimaeras, and Mahoragas Soriputra received his prediction of highest, complete enlightenment in the presence of the Buddha. They rejoiced greatly and became immeasurably happy. All of them removed their outer garments and proffered them to the Buddha as offerings. Sacred, the Lord of Devas, and Brahma, together with innumerable Deva Putras, also made offerings to the Buddha of their heavenly beautiful garments, heavenly Drava hours, and great Drava hours. Their heavenly garments of and uttered in the air, while in the sky the devas played hundreds of thousands of myriads of kinds of music together at one time. They ran down various heavenly hours and said, in the past the Buddha turned the wheel of the Dharma for the rest time in VRS. Now, he has turned the wheel of the utmost and greatest Dharma again. Thereupon the devout Putras spoke these verses in order to explain this. Again, in the past you turned the wheel of the Dharma. of the Four Noble Truths in phrase, and you illuminated and explained the Dharma of the origination and extinction of the VE aggregates. You have now again turned the wheel of the subtlest, utmost, and greatest Dharma, the Lotus Sutra. 54. This Dharma is extremely profound. Only a few will be able to believe it. Since long ago we have frequently heard the teaching of the Bhagavad, yet we have never before heard such a profound and supreme teaching. When the Bhagavad taught this Dharma, we were all delighted. And now Riputra, possessed of great wisdom, has received his prediction from the Bhagavad. In the same way, we too shall certainly become Buddhas. We shall become peerless, unrivaled in all the world. The path of the Buddha, which is difficult to understand, is taught with skillful means, according to what is appropriate for sentient beings. May the merits of our beneficial acts, whether of the past or the present, and those acquired in meeting the Buddha, be completely transferred to the Buddha path. At that time Riputra said this to the Buddha, O Bhagavad, I now have no further doubts. I have received the prediction of the highest supreme enlightenment in the presence of the Buddha. When all those 1200 who have attained complete mental discipline were still under training in the past, the Buddha constantly led and inspired them, saying, my teaching overcomes birth, old age, illness, and death, and it leads to nirvana. Both those who were still in training and those who were not thought that they were free from false views about the self-existence and non-existence, and declared that they had attained nirvana. Yet now, in the presence of the Bhagavad, they have heard what they have never heard before and have fallen into doubt. Splendid, O Bhagavad! I entreat you to explain to the fourfold lesson the reason why, and free them from their doubts. Chapter 3 55 12b. Then the Buddha said to Riputra, did I not previously tell you that? O the Buddha Bhagavads explain the Dharma with various explanations and illustrations using skillful means, all for the sake of highest, complete enlightenment. All of these teachings are for leading and inspiring the Bodhisattvas. Moreover, Riputra, I will now clarify what I mean with illustrations. Those with wisdom will be able to understand through these illustrations. O Riputra, suppose there were an aged and extremely affluent man, either in a town, city, or country, who has immeasurable wealth, abundant estates, mansions, and servants. He has a spacious house, yet it only has a single entrance. Suppose many people live there, as many as 1, 2, or even 300 people. The buildings are in poor repair, the fences and walls are crumbling, the pillar bases are rotted, and the beams and framework are dangerously tilted. Suddenly and unexpectedly, rest break out everywhere, setting the house swiftly a. The children of these men, 10, 20, or 30 in number, are in the house. The young man, seeing the re-breaking out everywhere, becomes alarmed and carried. He thinks, I am capable of escaping through the burning entrance in safety, but my children are absorbed in play within the burning house and are not aware of the do not know, are not alarmed or carried, and the is approaching them. They are not troubled about their suffering, nor do they intend to leave the house. O Riputra, this young man thought. Since I am still physically strong, I could take the children out of the house in the folds of my garment or on top of a desk. He further thought. There is only one entrance to this house and it is very narrow. The children, who are immature and still unaware, are attached to their place of play. They may fall into danger and be burned by the I should now tell them of the danger. This house is already burning. They must escape as quickly as they can to avoid being burned by the Lotus Sutra. 56. After considering this, he urged the children according to his thought. Children, run out immediately. Although their father in his concern has given them the proper advice, the children are immersed in their play and do not accept it. They are neither alarmed nor afraid and have no intention of leaving the burning house. Moreover, they do not even know what is, the condition of the house, or what they may lose. They merely run about, back and forth, looking at their father. Thereupon the young man thought, this house is already engulfed in ants. If my children and I do not get out, we shall perish in the ring. I will now use skillful means to help my children escape from this disaster. Since the father already knew that his children were attached to foreign, rare toys and unusual things that each of them liked, he said to them, the toys you are fond of are rare and hard to obtain. If you do not take them, you will certainly regret it later. Right now, outside the house, there are 3 kinds of cards. One is yoked to a sheep, one to a deer, and one to an ox. Go play with the children. Run out of this house immediately and I will give you whatever you want. The children, hearing what their father had said about the rare toys, became excited and, in their eagerness to get to them, they pushed each other out of the way in a mad rush out of the burning house. Then the AF man saw that his children had got out safely and were sitting unharmed in an open area at a crossroad. He was relieved, happy, and joyful. The children said to their father, "Father, please give us the toys you promised, those 3 carts, 1 yoke to a sheep, 1 to a deer, and 1 to an ox." O Riputra, the AF man then gave each child the same kind of large cart. These carts were tall and spacious, adorned with various jewels, and encircled with railings full of hanging bells. On the tops of the carts were canopies also decorated with various kinds of jewels. These carts were draped. Chapter 3 57 12C with jeweled cords and hung with our garlands. They were thickly piled with fabrics, and red pillows had been placed about. These carts were each yoked to an ox with a spotlessly white hide. These oxen had beautiful bodies with powerful muscles, even gaits, and were as swift as the wind, and there were many attendants guarding them. Why did the AF man give these carts? Because the man had great and immeasurable wealth, and his abundant storehouses were full. He thus thought further. Since my treasure has no limit, I should not give my children inferior carts. These are my children and I love them all equally. I have an immeasurable number of large carts such as these, decorated with the 7 treasures. I should equally distribute them to each child without discrimination. Why is this? Even if I gave carts like these to every one in the country, their number would not be exhausted. Why should I not give them to my own children? At that time, the children each climbed into a great cart and had an unprecedented experience, one beyond their original expectations. O Riputra, what do you think about this? This AF man gave to his children equally a large cart decorated with precious treasures. Has he deceived them or not? Riputra replied, "No bugging that. The AF man only tried to help his children escape from the disastrous reign. He saved their lives and did not deceive them. This is by no means a deception. Why? Because by saving their lives they obtained marvelous spoils. Moreover, they were saved from the burning house by skillful means. Oh, balking that! If this AF man had not given them even the smallest cart, it still would not have been a deception. Why is this? Because this A.F. Yen Man thought before. I will help my children escape with skillful means. This is why it was not a deception. How much more so, since the A.F. Yen man, knowing that he had immeasurable wealth and wanting to benefit them, equally gave each of his children a large ox cart. The Buddha said to Riputra, "Splendid, splendid. It is exactly as you have said. O Riputra, the Tathagata is also just like this. That is to say, as the Lotus Sutra 58:13a. The Father of the entire world, he permanently dispels fear, distress, anxiety, ignorance, and blindness. He has attained immeasurable wisdom, insight, power, and fearlessness, as well as great transcendent powers and the power of wisdom. He has attained the perfection of skillful means and of wisdom. With his great mercy and compassion he incessantly and indefatigably seeks the welfare of all beings and benefits them all. The Tathagata appears in the triple world, which is like a decaying old house on re, to rescue sentient beings from the re of birth, old age, illness, and death, anxiety, sorrow, suffering, distress, delusion, blindness, and the three poisons of greed, hatred, and ignorance. Thus he leads and inspires sentient beings and causes them to attain highest, complete enlightenment. The Tathagatas see all sentient beings burning in the re of birth, old age, illness, and death, anxiety, sorrow, suffering, and distress, because of the desires of the VE senses and the desire for monetary profit. They also experience various kinds of suffering because of their attachment and pursuits. They experience various kinds of suffering in the present, and in the future they will suffer in the states of existence of hell, animals, and hungry ghosts, preterists. If they are born in the heavens or in the human world, they will experience a variety of sorrows, such as suffering from poverty and destitution, separation from loved ones, or suffering from encounters with those they dislike. Although sentient beings are immersed in such sorrows, they rejoice and play. They are not aware, shocked, startled, or disgusted, nor do they seek release. Roaming around in the burning house of the triple world, they experience great suffering, and yet they do not realize it. O Riputra, seeing these things, the Buddha thought, since I am the father of sentient beings, I must rid them of their immeasurable suffering and distress. I will cause them to rejoice through the immeasurable and limitless pleasure of the Buddha wisdom. O Riputra, the Tathagata further thought, If I proclaim the Tathagata as wisdom, insight, power, and fearlessness to sentient beings with my transcendent powers and the power of my wisdom alone, without using skillful means, it will be impossible to. Chapter 3 59 13b Save the. Why is this? Because these sentient beings have not escaped from birth, old age, illness, and death, anxiety, sorrow, suffering, and distress, and are being burned in the blazing house of the triple world. How would they be able to understand the Buddha as wisdom? O Riputra! Although that ancient man had physical strength, he did not use it. He only earnestly employed skillful means to save his children from the disaster of the burning house. And later he gave each of them a large card decorated with precious treasures. The Tathagata is exactly like this. Although the Tathagata has power and fearlessness, he does not use but rescues sentient beings from the burning house of the triple world. Only through wisdom and skillful means, teaching the three vehicles to the Ravakas, Pratyekabuddhas, and the Buddhas, saying, do not take pleasure in living in this burning house of the triple world, and do not thirst after inferior objects, sounds, smells, affairs, and tangibles. If you are attached to these objects and have desires, then you will be burned. Leave the triple world in haste and you will obtain the three vehicles, the vehicles for the Ravakas, Pratyekabuddhas, and Buddhas. I definitely guarantee this to you. In the end it will come true. You should be diligent and persistent. The Tathagata attracts sentient beings through this skillful means, saying further, you should know that the noble ones praise the teachings of his three vehicles that are self-directed, unrestricted, and independent. When they ride in them, sentient beings will enjoy faculties free from corruption and also powers, paths to enlightenment, meditation, liberation, and concentration. And they themselves will attain immense your bliss and pleasure. O Riputra! Those beings, wise by nature, who accept the Dharma from the Buddha Bhagavat, who are diligent, persistent, and wish to escape from the triple world quickly, and who are seeking nirvana, are all practice in the Ravakas vehicle. They are like those children who left the burning house seeking the cart yoked to a sheep. The Lotus Sutra 60. Those beings who accept the Dharma of the Buddha Bhagavat, who are diligent and persevere in seeking the wisdom of the self-generated one, and enjoy tranquility for themselves, who profoundly know the causes of and reasons for existence, are all practicing the Pratyekabuddha vehicle. They are just like those children who left the burning house seeking the cart, yoked to a deer. Those beings who accept the Dharma of the Buddha Bodhisattva, who are diligent and persevere in seeking the wisdom of the Omniscient One, the wisdom of the Buddha, the wisdom of the self-generated one, the wisdom acquired without a teacher, the wisdom and insight, powers, and fearlessness of the Tathagata, who are compassionate, putting measurable sentient beings at peace, Beniti Devas and humans, and save all beings, are all practicing the Mahayana. Bodhisattvas are called Bodhisattvas, great beings, because they seek this vehicle. They are just like those children who left the burning house seeking the cart yoked to an ox. O Riputra, that a young man saw his children leave the burning house safely and arrive at a safe place, knowing that he had immeasurable wealth. He gave a large cart equally to each child. The Tathagata is exactly like this. As the father of all sentient beings, he sees that immeasurable thousands of kois of sentient beings escape from the dangers, sufferings, and fears of the triple world through the gates of the Buddha, as teaching them attain the place. You are of nirvana. Then the Tathagata thought, because I possess the treasure house of the Dharma of all the Buddhas, which contains immeasurable limitless wisdom, power, and fearlessness. And because all sentient beings are my children, I will give them equally the Mahayana. I will not allow anyone to attain nirvana merely for himself, but will cause everyone to attain it through the Tathagata as nirvana. I will give sentient beings who have escaped from the triple world all the toys of the Buddha as meditations and liberations, which are of one character and one kind, are praised by the noble ones, and which produce pure and supreme pleasure. O Riputra, at rest that a young man attracted his children with 3 kinds of carts, then later gave them only the safest and best large ox cart. Chapter 3 61 13c Adorned with jewels. Moreover, that a young man was never accused of telling a lie. The Tathagata is exactly like this. He tells no lies. In the beginning, the Tathagata teaches the 3 vehicles in order to lead sentient beings. And later he saves them through only the Mahayana. Why is this? Because the Tathagata possesses the treasure house of the Dharma, which contains immeasurable wisdom, power, and fearlessness. And although he is able to give the teaching of the Mahayana to all sentient beings, not all of them can accept it. O Riputra, you should know that the Buddhas, with the power of Skillful means teach the single Buddha vehicle, dividing and teaching it as 3. Then the Buddha, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this again, spoke these verses. Suppose there were an affiant man who had a large house, and this house was very old, on the verge of collapsing. The holes were extremely dangerous. The pillar bases rotten and disintegrating. The beams and framework dangerously tilted, and the stairways were falling apart. The fences and walls were cracked. The plaster was peeling off. The thatched roof was falling down. The rafters and eaves were coming apart. The partitions were everywhere askew, and the whole place was covered with latte. 500 people lived there, and moving around helter-skelter were kites, owls, hawks, eagles, crows, magpies, doves, pigeons, lizards, snakes, vipers, scorpions, centipedes, millipedes, newts, myriapods, ferrets, badgers, mice, rats, and other harmful creatures. The Lotus Sutra 62. It was allied with stench, and there were places overflowing with excrement. All kinds of bugs had gathered there. There were foxes, wolves, and vermin, devouring, trampling, and gnawing on corpses, scattering bones and ash about. And a pack of dogs, forcing each other out of the way, rushed to the spot, frightened and exhausted from hunger. They were searching everywhere for food, fighting among themselves, snatching at food, biting, snarling, and barking at each other. This house was terrifying, corrupted to this grotesque condition. Ogres of the mountains and valleys, locusts and demons were everywhere, devouring human flesh. There were various poisonous insects, all kinds of harmful birds of prey, and beasts who were producing, rearing, and protecting their offspring. Locusts were scrabbling and ghting to devour them, and after sating themselves, evil thoughts would arise in them. The sound of their ghting was terrifying. The Kamha demons were crouching on the ground, sometimes rising up a foot or two, roaming about, pleasing themselves as they liked. They would catch 2 legs of a dog, beat it until it could not bark, and grabbing the dog's neck with their legs, terrified it for their own amusement. Chapter 3 63. There were also other demons living there, with large bodies, naked, dark, and gaunt. They were screaming horrifying howls, crying out while searching for food. Other demons were there, some with needle-like throats, while others had necks like a cow's head. Some had those of human ash-eaters or dog devourers. Their hair was disheveled like rentweeds, and they were destructive and malicious. Driven by hunger and thirst, they were crying and scurrying about, as hungry ghosts, and various malicious birds and beasts were peering out of the windows and running frantically in all directions, driven by hunger. In this house, with its immeasurable terrors, there were many such horrendous things as these. Now suppose this old and decaying house belonged to a man, and this man came out from it a short distance. Soon after, the house suddenly burst into ends behind him, the reed instantly spread in all directions. The frame, beams, rafters, and pillars exploded, and shaking, split and crashed, while the fences and walls collapsed. All the demons screamed out loudly. The hawks, eagles, other birds, and Kamha demons, panicked and carried, could not get out. Malicious beasts and poisonous insects concealed themselves in holes. The Lotus Sutra 64. There were also Pika demons dwelling there, who, because of little merit, were chased by the ants. They were tearing at each other, drinking blood and eating ash. A horde of vermin had already died off, and the large malicious beasts raced to devour them, while the smoke of the stench and leaked everywhere, as the centipedes, millipedes, and poisonous snakes rushed, burning out of their holes. The Kamha demons devoured them, one after another. The hungry ghosts, with their hair hungry, ravenous, thirsty, and suffering from the heat, frantically scurried about. In this way, the house was extremely terrifying, with poison and disasters more than one. Then the householder, who was standing outside the entrance of the house, heard someone say, just a moment ago, in the midst of their play, your children entered this house. Being young and ignorant, they are attached to playing games. Hearing this, the Afghan man was startled, and went into the burning house to save them from the disaster of the reed. As he thought, he warned the children, and explained the various dangers. Chapter 3 65 14b. There are malicious demons, poisonous insects, and the reed is raging everywhere. There are endless horrors, one right after another. There are poisonous snakes, lizards, vipers, locusts, Kamha demons, vermin, foxes, dogs, hawks, eagles, kites, owls, and centipedes, all acutely suffering from hunger and thirst, and all extremely terrifying. These horrors are difficult to deal with, how much more so the Kong But the children, being ignorant, would not listen to their father as warning. Still attached to their games, they kept right on playing. Thereupon the AF man thought, my children, by doing this, increase my distress. There is nothing to enjoy now in this house. Nevertheless, my children who are absorbed in play will not accept my instructions, and so will be hurt by the reed. Then he immediately thought that he should advise his children, using various skillful means, and said, I have a variety of unusual toys, such as any carts adorned with beautiful tracers, yoked to sheep, deer, and oxen. They are just outside the gate. O children, come out of the house. I had these carts made for you. Play with them as you like. The Lotus Sutra 66. Hearing about these carts, the children immediately started to push each other out of the way, to get out of the house. Arriving at an open area, they escaped from the disaster. The AF man, seeing that his children had escaped from the burning house, and were standing at the crossroads, sat down on his lion's seat. Then he joyously said, now I am happy. It is extremely difficult to raise these children, foolish and ignorant. They entered a dangerous house, full of various poisonous insects, terrifying ogres from mountains and valleys, and a raging reed that broke out in all directions. In spite of this, these children were attached to playing their games. But by causing them to escape from the disaster, I have saved them. Therefore, my people, I now feel at ease. Thereupon the children, seeing their father sitting in peace, approached him saying, please, father, give us the 3 kinds of cards, adorned with tracers, that you just promised us, when you said that if we, your children, cannot, you would give us 3 kinds of cards, just as we like. Chapter 3 67 14c. Now is the right time. Give them to us right away. This AF man, who was extremely wealthy, had an abundance of treasures. He had a number of great carts made, adorned with various precious things, like gold, silver, lapis lazuli, mother of pearl, and agate. They were beautifully decorated, encircled with relics, and were covered with hanging bells, attached to golden cords. Over them was hung a net of pearls, with golden hour tassels hanging down everywhere. They were all completely decorated in a variety of colors. The bedding was made of soft silk that was covered with an extremely dainty carpet of spotless white, which cost thousands of coins. There were large white oxen, healthy and powerful with beautiful bodies, yoked to the jeweled carts, and they were guarded by many attendants. When they were given these dainty carts, the children were joyful and excited. They got on the carts and drove delightedly all about, amusing themselves in play. They mastered them without difficulties. The Buddha said to Riputra, the Lotus Sutra 68. I am also like this. I am the father of the world, the best of the sages. All sentient beings are my children. They are deeply attached to worldly pleasures and have no wisdom. There is no peace in the triple world, just like in the burning house, which is full of various suffering, and which is extremely terrifying. There are always the sufferings of birth, old age, illness, and death. Such wraiths as these burn endlessly. The Tathagata, who has already left the burning house of the triple world, lives in tranquility and dwells at ease in the forest. Now this triple world is my property, and the sentient beings in it are my children. There are now many dangers here, and I am the only one who can protect them. Although I give them advice, they do not accept it, because they are tainted with desires and have deep attachments. On this occasion, I teach the three vehicles, using skillful means, realizing the sufferings of the triple world. I reveal and explain it, to cause sentient beings to escape from the mundane path. If these children are resolute, they are endowed with the three knowledges. Chapter 3 69 15a and 6 transcendent powers. Or they can become Pratyeka Buddhas or Bodhisattvas who have reached the stage of non-retrogression. O Riputra, I explain the single Buddha vehicle to sentient beings using this illustration. If you are able to accept what I say, you will all attain the Buddha path. This vehicle is subtle, pure, and peerless. There is nothing superior to it in all the worlds. This is what the Buddha enjoys. All the sentient beings should praise, honor, and revere it. There are immeasurable thousands of coins, of powers, liberations, meditations, wisdoms, and other attributes of the Buddha. I cause my children to obtain such a vehicle, and let them play continuously, day and night, for Kalpas. I caused the Bodhisattvas as well as the Vakas to board this jeweled vehicle and lead them directly to the terrace of enlightenment. For this reason, there is no other vehicle but the skillful means of the Buddhas, even if one seeks in all the 10 directions. I tell you, O Riputra, all of you are my children, and I am thus your father. Since you were burned by the ring of various sufferings for many kalpas, I saved you all. The Lotus Sutra 70. By leading you out of the triple world. Although I have previously told you about your parent birth, you have only extinguished birth and death, and have not actually attained nirvana. You should now seek only the wisdom of the Buddha. If there are any bodhisattvas in this assembly, they should listen single-mindedly to the real teaching of all the Buddhas, those sentient beings whom the Buddha Bodhisattvas lead and inspire with skillful means, are all bodhisattvas. Because people have little knowledge and are deeply attached to pleasures, I teach them the truth of suffering, i.e., the first noble truth. And those sentient beings rejoice, having attained such an unprecedented experience. The truth of suffering taught by the Buddha is nothing but the truth. To those who do not know the origin of suffering, i.e., the second noble truth, who are deeply attached to its causes, and unable to abandon them even for a while, I teach the truth about the path to its cessation, using skillful means. All the causes of suffering originate from excessive craving. When this craving is extinguished, the source is removed. The cessation of suffering is called the third noble truth. One practices the path leading to its cessation, i.e., the fourth noble truth. Chapter 3 71 15b. In order to attain the truth of cessation, removing the bonds of sufferings is called liberation. In what sense have these people attained liberation? They have merely removed false views and called that liberation. But actually, they have not yet completely attained it. The Buddha has explained that these people have not actually attained nirvana. I do not intend to lead them to nirvana, because they have not yet attained the highest path. I am the Lord of the Dharma, and have mastered the Dharma. I appear in the world to cause sentient beings to be at peace. O you, Riputra, teach this my Dharma sign to benefit the world. Wherever you may go, never propagate it recklessly. You should know that those who hear, rejoice, and fully accept it, have reached the stage of non-retrogression. Those who accept the teaching of this sutra have formerly seen the Buddhas in the past, honored and paid homage to them, and also heard this teaching. Those who are able to accept what you teach will see me, you, the monks and the bodhisattvas. This very Lotus Sutra shall be taught only to the profoundly wise. Those of spiritual awareness who hear it will become confused and will not comprehend it. This sutra is beyond the comprehension of all the Vakas and Pratyekabuddhas. O you, Riputra, the Lotus Sutra. 72. Even you understood this sutra only through faith. It is no wonder that the other disciples cannot. They accept this sutra because they believe the Buddha as teaching. But it is beyond their intellectual comprehension. O Riputra, never teach this sutra to those who are arrogant and lazy, or to those who hold false views about the self. Never teach it to those people of spiritual awareness who are deeply attached to the desires of the VE senses, since even if they heard it, they would not understand. Those people who will not accept and who disparage this sutra will consequently destroy the seed of the Buddha in the entire world. Now listen to what I teach about the results of the errors of those people who frown upon and have doubts about this sutra. Listen also to what I teach concerning the results of the errors of those people who, whether at the time of the Buddha as presence in this world, or after his parinirvana, disparage this sutra, and despise, hate, and hold grudges against the people who recite, copy, and preserve it. When such people die, they will go to the FC hell, and after spending a kalpa there, will be born in the same way, again and again for innumerable kalpas. Chapter 3 73 15c. After coming out of this hell, they will be reborn as animals. If born as dogs or vermin, their bodies will be emaciated, dark, spotted, devoid of hair, with scabies and leprosy, tormented, hated, and despised by people. They will constantly suffer from hunger and thirst. With withered bones and ash, they will be in anguish while living, and covered with stones after death, because they destroyed the seed of the Buddha. They will suffer the consequences of their errors. If they are born as camels or mules, they will always have heavy burdens to carry. They will be whipped repeatedly, and think of nothing but water and grass. It is because they disparage this sutra that they suffer the consequences of their errors in this way. If they are born as vermin and enter a village, children will beat them because they have scabies, leprosy, and perhaps a missing eye. At times they will be tortured even to death. After dying, they will be reborn as giant snakes, with great bodies as long as 100 eugenas. Deaf, dumb, legless, slithering on their bellies, eaten at by small insects. They will suffer day and night without respite. They suffer the consequences of their errors in this way, because they disparage this sutra. If they are born as humans, they will have dull faculties, and be wrongs who twitch and are crippled. The Lotus Sutra 74. Blind, deaf, and humpbacked. No matter what they may say, people will not believe them. Their breath will always be foul. They will be snatched at by demons, being poor and degraded and enslaved by others. They will be emaciated from many illnesses, and will have nowhere to turn. When they approach others, they will be distant. Even if they manage to get something, they will immediately lose it. Even if they study medicine and cure themselves according to the correct method, they will suffer from other illnesses again, and may even die. When they get sick, no one will tend to them. And even if they take the proper medicine, their pain will increase. Every hand will be turned against them, threatening them, pilfering and stealing from them. They will fall helplessly into this plight, because of their transgressions. Such erring people will never see the Buddha, the King of Seers, preaching the Dharma and leading and inspiring people. Such people will always be born into difficult circumstances, crazed, unheeding, and unthinking. They will never hear the teaching. They will be born deaf and dumb, with defective faculties, for as many immeasurable culpates as the sands of the Ganges River. Chapter 75. Though they will always empty themselves in hell, they will feel as if they were playing in a pleasure garden. Although they are in other troubled states of being, they will feel as if they were in their own home. They will live among camels, mules, boars, and dogs. These are the results of their error in disparaging this sutra. If they are born as human beings, they will be deaf, blind, mute, impoverished, and decrepit. Such will be their adornments. They will have dropsy, gonorrhea, scabies, leprosy, and tumors. Such diseases as these will be their clothing. Their bodies will always be foul, delicate, and impure. their deep attachment to false views about the self will cause their anger and passion to increase. Their sexual desires will be insatiable, with either birds or beasts as their objects. These are the results of their errors in disparaging this sutra. The Buddha said to Riputra, if one were to explain the consequences of the errors of those who disparage this sutra, it would take more than a kalpa. For that reason I am now telling you never to expound this sutra to those who have little wisdom. You should teach it only to those people of sharp faculties, who are wise, learned, and understanding. The Lotus Sutra 76 16a. Who have good memories and erudition, and are seeking the Buddha path. You should teach it to those who have seen hundreds of thousands of poets of Buddhas, who have planted good roots and are resolute. Teach it to those who strive, always practice compassion, and give unsparingly of their bodies and lives. You should teach it to those who are respectful and devoid of hypocrisy, who are living alone in mountains and valleys away from fools. O Riputra, you should teach it to those who have left their bad companions and made friends with virtuous people. Teach it to the heirs of the Buddha, who have good conduct, are as pure as jewels, and who are seeking the Mahayana Sutras. You should teach it to those who are free of anger, honest, executable, always sympathetic to everyone, and who honor all the Buddhas. Teach it to the heirs of the Buddha in the great assembly, who have pure thoughts, and who teach the Dharma without doubts, using various reasonings, illustrations, and explanations. You should teach it to those monks who, always and everywhere in search of the Dharma, seek the Omniscient One, to whom they joyfully press their palms together, touch their heads, and preserve only the Mahayana Sutras with pleasure. Chapter 3 77. Who never preserve even a single verse of any other sutra. Teach it to those who seek this sutra as intently as they seek for the relics of the Buddha, who after obtaining it will accept it respectfully without haste, and will not seek any other sutra, and will never think about heretical scriptures. O Riputra, I say to you, I have described the characteristics of those who seek the Buddha path, though a kalpa would not suffice to do so in full. You should teach the Lotus Sutra to those who are able to accept it. The Lotus Sutra 78 16b. Chapter 4 willing acceptance. At that time the nobles of Timutina, Motiapa, and Magoyana, having heard the unprecedented teaching from the Buddha and the Bhagavad as prediction of Riputra as highest, complete enlightenment, were elate with wonder and ecstatic joy. They immediately rose from their seats, straightened their garments, leaving their right shoulders bared, and touched their right knees to the ground. With rapt attention and with palms pressed together they bowed in veneration and, gazing at the Bhagavad as face, said to the Buddha, "We are the seniors of the Sangha, old and feeble. We considered ourselves to have attained nirvana and to be incapable of further seeking highest, complete enlightenment, so we did not do so. It has been a long time since the Bhagavad taught the Dharma in the past. Now we sit with weary bodies and only contemplate emptiness, sightlessness, and wishlessness. Neither the Bodhisattva teaching, nor the carefree sporting with transcendent powers, nor the pure Buddha words, nor helping sentient beings attain enlightenment produce any eager desire in us. Why is this? Because the Bhagavad caused us to leave the triple world and to attain nirvana. But now we are old and feeble. We did not take even a single thought of pleasure in the Buddha as inspiration of the Bodhisattvas to highest, complete enlightenment. And now in the presence of the Buddha, we have heard the Vaka as received their prediction of highest, complete enlightenment, and we are very joyful to have obtained such an unprecedented experience. We never considered that we would suddenly be able to hear this marvelous teaching, and we are overjoyed that we have attained such great benefits, an immeasurable treasure which we attained, unsought and unawaited. O Bhagavad, we now wish to give an illustration to clarify what we mean. Suppose there were a man who, when he was still a child, left his father and ran away. Living in another region for a long time, he passed the age of 10, 20, even 50 years. The older he got, the more impoverished. 79. The Lotus Sutra. He became. He went searching everywhere for food and clothing, and while he was wandering about, he started back by chance in the direction of his native country. From the rest the father had looked for his son, but in vain. In the meantime he had stayed in the city and become extremely wealthy, and now possessed uncountable treasures. The father's storehouses were all to overflowing with gold, silver, lapis lazuli, coral, amber, crystal, and other such things. He had many servants, subordinates, and clerks as well as innumerable elephants, horses, carriages, cows, and sheep. He protected through lending, and his trade with other countries was also great. Then the impoverished son, after wandering through many villages, from one country and city to another, finally reached the city where his father lived. Although the father had constantly thought about the son from whom he had been separated for over 50 years, he nevertheless had spoken to no one about it. He brooded and grieved in his heart, thinking to himself, I have become old and feeble, and although I have many treasures and storehouses filled with gold, silver, and precious jewels, I have no son. When I die, my treasures will be scattered and lost for lack of one to whom to entrust them. It was for this reason that he was always thinking anxiously about his son. He also thought, if I could get my son back and leave my fortune to him, I would be relieved and happy, and without further worry. Oh, balking bat. At that time the impoverished son, who had been wandering about, taking odd jobs, by chance finally reached his father's house. Standing at the side of the gate, he saw his father in the distance sitting on the lion seat with his feet propped up on a jeweled stool, respectfully surrounded by many Brahmins, Kshatriyas, and householders. His body was adorned with pearl necklaces worth thousands of myriads. He was attended on both sides by clerks and servants holding whisker fans. Above was a jeweled canopy with various hanging hour banners. Perfume was sprinkled on the ground, which was strewn with a variety of beautiful flowers. There, 16c, Chapter 4, were rows of precious objects, and people were coming and going, buying and selling. With various trappings such as these, the father appeared very majestic indeed. The impoverished son, seeing his father wielding such great power, became chary and regretted that he had ever come to that place. He thought to himself, he must be a king or of a similar rank. This is not a place where I can obtain things as a hired worker. It would certainly be better for me to go to a poor village, a place where I can use my ability and easily obtain clothing and food. If I stay here for very long, I will be seized and put to forced labor. Thinking this way, he quickly ate. At that time the wealthy man, sitting on the lion's seat, realized that he had seen his son and became extremely happy. He then thought, now there is someone to whom I can leave my fortune and treasures. I have been constantly thinking about my son but had no way to meet him, and now suddenly he has come. This is exactly what I wanted. Although I am old, I still yearn for him. The man immediately dispatched his attendants to chase his son and bring him back. Then the attendants quickly ran and overtook him. The impoverished son was frightened and cried out in fear. I did nothing wrong. Why are you seizing me? The attendants grabbed him more ardently and forced him to return. Then the impoverished son thought, they have seized me even though I have done nothing wrong. I shall certainly be killed. He was so tired that he collapsed unconscious on the ground. His father, seeing this from a distance, told the attendants, I don't need him. Don't force him to come. Pour cold water on his face and bring him to consciousness. Don't say anything more to him. 81. 17a. The Lotus Sutra. What was the reason for this? The father knew that his son was of lowly aspiration, and that his own wealth and position would cause him problems. Although the father knew without doubt that the man was his son, he used skillful means and did not say to others, this is my son. The attendant then said to the son, you are free to go wherever you wish. Then the impoverished son, happy because he had never felt such relief, stood up and went to a poor village to seek for food and clothing. At that time, wanting to get his son back, the wealthy man employed skillful means and secretly dispatched 2 attendants of rigid and humbly appearance. He said to them, approach the impoverished fellow and gently tell him that there is a place for him to work where he will be paid double. If he gives his assent, then bring him back to work. If he asks you what kind of work there is for him to do, tell him that he will be employed to sweep dung, and that both of you will work with him. Then the 2 attendants immediately went in search of the impoverished son. When they found him, they told him this. At that time he took his pay and immediately went to work sweeping dung. The father, seeing his son, felt pity and wondered what to do. Then one day, while looking through the window, he saw his son in the distance appear, emaciated and rigid, soiled with dung and dirt. The father took off his necklaces, any garments and ornaments, and put on torn, delicate clothes. Covering himself with dirt and taking a dung sweeper in his right hand, he made himself look fearsome. He said to his workers, work hard and don't be lazy. Through this kind of skillful means he was able to approach his son He spoke to him further saying, I want you to always work here. Don't go anywhere else and I will pay you more. There will be no difficulty in getting the things you need, like utensils, rice, noodles, salt, and vinegar. I also have an old servant. If you need him, I'll give him to you. Be at ease. I am just like your father, so don't worry about anything. Why am I doing this? 82 Chapter 4 83 Because I am old and you are still young. Whenever you work you are never lazy or sullen and never complain. I never see in you the bad qualities the other workers have. From now on you will be just like my own son. Then the wealthy man immediately addressed him as his child. At that time, even though the impoverished son rejoiced at being treated this way, he nevertheless still considered himself a humble employee. For this reason, his father let him continue to sweep down for 20 years. At the end of this period of time each had come to trust the other. Yet even though the son had free access to his father's house, he still lived in the same place as before. About that. One day the wealthy man became ill and knew he was going to die before long. He said to the impoverished son, "This is what I have been thinking and I want you to understand my intent. I now have plenty of gold, silver, and precious treasures in my storehouses. Get to know exactly how much is being taken in and out of them. Why do I want you to do this? Because you and I are one and the same. Take good care of our fortune and don't let it be lost." Then the impoverished son obeyed his instructions. Although he learned everything about the gold, silver, precious treasure, and the storehouses, he never wanted to take even the least amount. Nevertheless, he still lived in the same place as before and was still not able to get rid of his feeling of inferiority. After a short time had passed, the father knew that his son's mind had become composed, that his will had increased, and that he was ashamed of his former feelings. When the father was just on the verge of death, he ordered his son to meet the king, ministers, courtiers, householders, and relatives, who had already assembled there. The father then declared, "This is my son, my own progeny. When we were in a certain city he left me and he wandered around for more than 50 years undergoing hardships. His original name is such and such, and my name is such and such. Long ago when I was in that city I worried and searched for him. At last and unexpectedly I met up with him. This is my true son and I am, in truth, his father. All of the fortune I now possess. 17b. The Lotus Sutra belongs to my son. He already knows about our menses. Oh, about that. At that time the impoverished son, hearing what his father said, became extremely happy at having obtained such an unprecedented experience. Then he thought, I never even considered receiving this. Nevertheless, this treasure house has come into my possession, though unsought and unawaited. Oh, about that. This very wealthy man is the Tathagata, and all of us are the heirs of the Buddha. The Tathagata has always said that we are his children. Because of the triple sufferings, that we experienced pain, were confused, ignorant and attached to inferior teachings in life after life. Today the Bhagavad has made us think about getting rid of the dung of fat laces regarding the reality of the world, and that, in this respect, we diligently strove to attain the nirvana only as one seeking a salary for a single day's labor. We had already attained it and were extremely happy and satisfied with it. We said to ourselves, because we have made diligent efforts to comprehend the Buddha's teaching, we have attained a great deal. But the Bhagavad had formerly perceived that we were attached to desires and content with lowly aspirations. While letting us be so, he did not explain that we were to have a portion of the treasure house of the Tathagata as wisdom and insight. Through the power of skillful means the Bhagavad has taught the wisdom of the Tathagatas. Although we had attained nirvana from the Buddha as our salary for one day's labor, we thought we had attained much and did not seek the Mahayana. Furthermore, we have manifested and explained the wisdom of the Tathagata for the Bodhisattvas, but we ourselves had no aspirations regarding it. Why is this? The Buddha, knowing that we were content with lowly aspirations, taught us according to what is appropriate through the power of skillful means. But we did not know that we really were the heirs of the Buddha. Now we fully know that the Bhagavad is unstinting in regard to the Wisconsin DON of the Buddhas. What is the reason for this? We have actually been the 84, 17c, Chapter 4, heirs of the Buddha from long ago, even though we only yearned for the inferior teaching. If we had yearned for the superior teaching, then the Buddha would have taught the teachings of the Mahayana to us. Yet, in this sutra he has taught only the single vehicle. Now, in the past the Buddha reviled the Vaka as those who yearned for the inferior teaching in the presence of the Bodhisattvas, but actually, the Buddha inspired them also with the Mahayana. That is why we say that, though we originally had no desire to seek the great treasure of the King of the Dharma, it has now come to us unsought and unawaited. We have all attained what we should attain as the heirs of the Buddha. Thereupon Lord Sayapa, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this, further spoke these verses. Today we have heard the Buddha as words, and we are joyful and ecstatic at having attained such an unprecedented experience. The Buddha has said that the Vakas will be able to become Buddhas. The most magnificent jewels have been obtained without being sought or awaited. Suppose there were a young and inexperienced child who left his father and ran away to a distant country. He wandered around for more than 50 years, and his worried father looked for him everywhere. The father, exhausted from searching for him, remained in a city where he had a house built and enjoyed the desires of the VE senses. His family built up a vast wealth of much gold, silver, mother of pearl, agate, pearls, lapis lazuli, elephants, horses, cows, sheep, oats, carriages, peasants, servants, and other employees. He earned interest through loans and deposits, and had buyers and sellers throughout all the other regions. 85. The Lotus Sutra. He was surrounded by thousands of myriads of poets of people who held him in awe, always loved by the king, and deeply respected by the subjects and powerful families. There were many people coming and going on different business. He was thus extremely wealthy and very powerful. And yet as he grew older, he increasingly worried about his son. Day and night he thought, soon I will die. My foolish son has abandoned me for over 50 years. What should I do with the various goods in my treasure houses? At that time the impoverished son was going from town to town, from one country to another, seeking food and clothing. Sometimes he obtained them, and sometimes he did not. He was emaciated from hunger, and his body was covered with scabies. Through his wanderings, he gradually reached the city where his father lived, and after having been employed at one place after another, finally ended up at his father's home. At that time the wealthy man was sitting within the gate. 86. 18a. Chapter 4. On a lion seat, sheltered by a huge jewel-covered canopy, he was surrounded by his attendants and guarded by his men. Some were counting gold, silver, and jewels, and some were settling the lances, while others were keeping the accounts. The impoverished son saw his father, who was extremely wealthy and dignified. He wondered if this man were a king, or someone of equal rank. He became intimidated, and wondered why he had gone there. He thought to himself, if I stay here for long, I will be harassed and coerced into working. Thinking this, he ran away, in search of a poor village, where he could end the employment. At that time the wealthy man, who was sitting on the lion's seat, saw his son in the distance. Though he recognized him, he told no one, but sent his attendants to pursue him and bring him back. The impoverished son was terrified, cried out, and collapsed on the ground, in confusion, thinking, since this man has seized me, I shall certainly be killed. In vain did I come here, in search of food and clothing. The wealthy man knew that his son's thoughts. 87. The Lotus Sutra were humble and foolish, and that he would not believe what he said, nor believe that he was his father. Then, using skillful means, he dispatched other men with squint eyes, of small stature and little dignity, saying to them, tell him, we will employ you to sweep dung at double your wages. When he heard this, the impoverished son was overjoyed, and returned to sweep dung and clean houses. The wealthy man constantly watched his son through the window and thought that his son was foolish, and willingly did menial things. Then the wealthy man put on torn and élaté clothes, and, holding a dung sweeper, went out to his son. He approached his son through this skillful means, and said to him, work hard. I have already increased your wages, and given you more balm for your feet, given you sufficient food, and warm, thick mats. He further advised him, saying sternly, you should work diligently. 88. Chapter 4. Then he gently added, I will treat you like my son. The wealthy man, being wise, gradually gave him freedom of the house, and after 20 years had passed, let him become involved in the family business. He showed him the gold, silver, pearls, and crystal, and made him learn about all aspects of the lenses. Yet the impoverished son still lived in a thatched hut outside the gate, and considered himself poor, thinking that these things were not his own. The father knew that his son was gradually becoming more noble, and wanting to give him his fortune, he assembled the king, ministers, patriarchs, householders, and relatives. He informed this great assembly, saying, "This is my son. He left me and stayed away for 50 years. 20 years have already passed since I saw my son return here. Long ago I lost my son in a certain city, and after wandering around in search of him, I ended up staying here. I entrust to him all the houses and men that I possess. They are all at his disposal." The son thought. 89. 18b. The Lotus Sutra. Long ago I was poor and of lowly aspiration. Now at my father's place, I have obtained an immense fortune of such things as precious jewels and houses. I am overjoyed at having obtained such an unprecedented experience. The Buddha is also like this. He knew that we yearned for the inferior teaching, so he never taught us that we should become Buddhas. Yet he did tell us that we had attained the stage of non-corruption, that we had achieved the inferior vehicle, and that we were the disciples of the Vacant vehicle. The Buddha told us to teach that those who practice the highest path would be able to become Buddhas. Accepting the Buddha as teaching, we explain the highest path for the great Bodhisattvas, using various explanations and illustrations, and many figures of speech. The heirs of the Buddha heard the teachings from us, contemplated day and night, and practiced diligently. The Buddhas instantly made their predictions, saying, "You will all be able to become Buddhas in the future." We have explained the essence of the treasure teaching of the Buddhas only for the sake of the Bodhisattvas, but did not expound it for ourselves. Just as the impoverished son, who, after approaching his father, 90. Chapter 4, learned of various things, yet did not want them. So, although we explained the treasure house of the teaching of the Buddhas, we never aspired to it. We thought that we had ourselves attained nirvana, and considered this enough. We understood only this, and did not think there was anything else. Even if we heard about the pure Buddha lands, and leading and inspiring sentient beings, we never rejoiced in it. Why is this? Because although we feel thus, every existence is quiescent, neither produced nor extinguished, neither large nor small, interrupted and unconditioned. We felt no eagerness. For days and nights we neither craved for, nor were attached to the wisdom of the Buddhas. Neither did we aspire to it. Furthermore, we ourselves thought, with regard to the Dharma itself, that this was the ultimate goal. After practicing the teaching of emptiness day and night, we were able to shake off the suffering of the triple world, and, bearing our last bodies, abided in the nirvana with residue. We were led and inspired by the Buddhas, so that our attainment of the path was not in vain. 91. 18c. The Lotus Sutra. And we have already been able to pass on the benefits we received from the Buddha. Although we have expounded the teaching of the Bodhisattvas to the heirs of the Buddha, to seek the Buddha path, we never longed for this teaching, because he knew our minds. The leader turned away from us. At rest he did not arouse our zeal, with the explanation that there exists real purity in the teaching, just as the wealthy man, who, knowing that his son was of lowly aspiration, broadened his sum as mind using the power of skillful means, and only then entrusted his entire fortune to him. The Buddha is also exactly like this. He has manifested marvelous things, but perceiving that we were content with lowly aspirations, he brought control to our minds using the power of skillful means, and only then taught us the great wisdom. Thus today we have obtained an unprecedented experience. The fact that we have now spontaneously obtained what we had not longed for is just like the impoverished self, who obtained innumerable jewels. Oh, Bhagavat! We have now obtained the path and its fruit, and have obtained pure sight into the incorruptible Dharma. 92. Chapter 4. For a long while we have maintained the pure conduct of the Buddha. Today for the rest time, we have obtained the results. For a long time we have practiced the pure path of discipline and integrity, based on the teaching of the Dharma King, and now we have attained the supreme fruit of non-corruption. We are now real Vakas, and cause everyone to hear the words, Buddha path. We are now real Arhats and shall be revered among the Devas, humans, Ruddhas, and Brahmas, in all the worlds. The Bhagavat, the great benefactor, benefited us with marvelous things by his inspiration and compassion. Who can repay him for it? Even in immeasurable coins of countless. Even if one were to serve him with one as hands and feet, down one as head in reverence, and give all kinds of offerings, one could not repay him. Even if one were to bear him on one as head and shoulders, out of deep respect for as many countless as there are sands in the Ganges River, one could not repay him. Or even if one were to honor him with delicious food, uncountable jeweled garments, beddings, various medicines, famed sandalwood from Mount Oxhead, and various precious jewels. 93. The Lotus Sutra. Or by building temples, spreading jeweled clothing and other such things. For as many countless as there are sands in the Ganges River, one could not repay him. The Buddhas have marvelous, immeasurable, limitless, inconceivable great transcendent powers. They are the kings of the Dharma, without depravities and unconditioned. They are patient in all matters. For the sake of the humble ones, they teach the common people, who are attached to tangible things, according to what is appropriate to them. All of the Buddhas having attained complete mastery over the Dharma, perceive the various desires and intentions of sentient beings and explain the teachings with innumerable illustrations, according to what is appropriate to them, judging from the roots of good merit that sentient beings have planted in former lives. The Buddhas perceive who are mature and who are not, considering this in various ways, and understanding the distinctions completely. The Buddhas teach the single path, explaining it as three, in accordance with what is appropriate. 94. 19a. 95. Chapter V. Hertz. Thereupon the Bhagavan addressed Tsongkhapa and other great disciples, saying, Splendid, splendid, O Kayapa! You have skillfully explained the real merit of the Tathagata. It is exactly as you have said. The Tathagata has immeasurable, unlimited, and incalculable merits. Thus even in a period of immeasurable coins of countless you will never fully be able to explain all of his merits. O Kayapa! You should know that the Tathagata is the king of all the teaching. What he teaches is never false. He explains all the teaching using his wisdom and skillful means, and what he teaches leads everyone to the stage of omniscience. The Tathagata perceives the goal of all teachings and knows the underlying mental disposition of all sentient beings, perceiving all with no obstruct times. He completely understands all teachings and displays omniscience to all sentient beings. O Kayapa! Suppose in the great manifold cosmos there are mountains, rivers, valleys, and plains where many kinds of grasses, trees, shrubs, and herbs of different names and colors grow. Dense clouds thoroughly cover this great manifold cosmos, and rain falls at the same time everywhere, noise tending the small, medium, and large roots, stems, branches, and leaves of all the grasses, trees, shrubs, and herbs. The sizes of all the trees depend on whether their capacities are superior, mediocre, or inferior, and the rain falling from the same cloud makes them grow according to the nature of their various seeds. Flowers blossom in the same place, and fruit ripens in the same place, moistened by the same rain, yet there are differences among these grasses and trees. O Kayapa! You should know that the Tathagata is exactly like this. He appears in this world like a great overspreading cloud. His great voice resounds over the devas, humans, and asuras in the world, just as the great cloud thoroughly covers the great manifold cosmos. He declares to the assembly, 19b. The Lotus Sutra. I am the Tathagata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge. I can conduct well, departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed. Tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavad. Fact. I set free those who have not been freed. I enlighten those who have not been enlightened, and bring calm to those who have not been calmed. I cause those to obtain nirvana who have not yet obtained it. I am the one who knows the present and future worlds exactly as they are. I am the all-knower, the all-seer, the knower of the past, the one who discloses the past and explains it. All of you devas, humans, and asuras, come and listen to my teachings. At that time innumerable thousands of myriads of kois of sentient beings approach the Buddha and listen to his teaching. Then the Tathagata, perceiving the faculties of sentient beings, whether they are sharp or dull, diligent or idle, explains the teachings according to their capacities in a variety of immeasurable ways, gladdening and benefiting them all. Having heard his teaching, all of these beings are at peace in this world, and are born into a good existence in the future. Through this they will receive peace of mind and be able to hear the teaching. Having already heard the teaching, they will become free from obstructions and be able to gradually enter the path to the Dharma according to their capacities. just like the great cloud that rains upon all the grasses, trees, shrubs, and herbs, whose seeds are watered and which grow according to their kapak. It-wise, the Tathagata teaches the Dharma of one aspect and character, that is to say, the character of liberation, dispassion, and cessation which ultimately leads to omniscience. Those sentient beings who hear, hold, and recite the teachings of the Tathagata and practice it accordingly will nevertheless not perceive the merit that they have obtained. Why is this? Only the Tathagata knows the seed, character, disposition, type, and capacity of sentient beings. Only he knows what they contemplate, think, and practice, how they contemplate, think, and practice what teachings they contemplate, think, and practice, and what teaching they obtain. Through what teaching? Only the Tathagata exactly perceives and knows, without obstructions, the various states in which sentient beings reside. 96. 19c. Chapter V. 97. It is just like the grasses, trees, shrubs, and herbs that do not know their own natures, whether they are superior, mediocre, or inferior. Yet the Tathagata knows the teachings of one aspect and character, the character of liberation, dispassion, cessation, complete nirvana, and eternal tranquility which ultimately leads to emptiness. The Buddha knows this and perceives the aspirations of sentient beings. For this reason, in order to protect them, he does not immediately teach omniscience. O Kayapa! It is a rare thing that all of you know that the Tathagata teaches according to your capacities and that you believe and accept it. Why is this? Because the Dharma taught by all the Buddha Bodhisattvas, according to what is appropriate to sentient beings, is difficult to understand and difficult to know. Thereupon the Bodhisattva, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this, further spoke these verses. The King of the Dharma, the destroyer of delusive existence, appears in the world, and keeping in mind the aspirations of sentient beings, teaches the Dharma in various ways, according to the wishes of sentient beings. The Tathagata is greatly distinguished, and his wisdom is profound. He has been silent for a long time, and intentionally has not taught the essential in haste. Those who are wise will be well convinced when they hear it. Those who are not wise will have doubts, and remain confused for a long time. That is why, O Kayapa, the Tathagata teaches according to the capacities of sentient beings, and enables them to attain the correct perspective by using various illustrations. O Kayapa, you should know the Lotus Sutra, that it is as if a great cloud arises in the world and covers everything. This beneficent cloud contains moisture and bright lightning ashes from it. The sound of its thunder shakes the earth afar and gladdens the people. It conceals the sun and cools the earth. The spreading cloud hangs so low, as if it could be touched. Everywhere equal and immeasurable. The rain pours down and moistens the earth. Grasses, herbs, large and small trees, all kinds of crops, seedlings, sugarcane, and grapes, growing in the depths of the mountains, in rivers and in precipitous valleys, are all watered and completely nourished by the rain. The dry earth is moistened everywhere, and the herbs and trees grow up thickly. Out of this cloud the same rain waters these grasses, trees, and shrubs, each according to their capacities. All the trees, small, medium, or large, are able to grow in accordance with their capacities. The luster and colors of the roots, stems, branches, leaves, and hours are all freshened by the same rain. Each of these, although receiving the same moisture, reaches a greater or lesser size, in accordance with their different dispositions, characteristics, and natures. The Buddha is exactly like this. He appears in the world as a great cloud. 98. 20. Chapter V. 99. Which covers everything universally. Once appearing in this world, he illuminates and explains the essence of the teachings, for the sake of sentient beings. The great seer, the Bhagavat, expounds this to the assembly of all the devas and humans. I am the Tathagata, the best of humans. I appear in the world to nourish sentient beings, just as the great cloud moistens all the withered trees. I cause everyone to be rid of suffering and attain ease of heart, worldly happiness, and the joy of nirvana. So, devas and humans, listen carefully. Come, all of you, and look at the highest one. I am the Bhagavat. No one is equal to me. I appear in this world to bring peace of mind to sentient beings, and to teach the Dharma of immortality to the great assembly. This Dharma has a single affair of liberation and nirvana. I expound its meaning with the same subtle voice, always making the Mahayana the subject of my illustrations. I see everywhere and regard all as equal. I have no feelings of like or dislike. For me there is no this or that. Nor do I have either love or hate. I have no attachments and make no distinctions, and so always teach the Dharma equally to all, and teach the same thing to one person. The Lotus Sutra. As I teach to everyone else, I always teach the Dharma and nothing else. Going or coming, sitting or standing, I never tire of satisfying the world. Just like the rain that gives nourishment universally, I tirelessly pour down the rain of the Dharma, equally on those who are noble or humble, superior or inferior, who keep or break the precepts, who have good or bad conduct, right or wrong views, sharp or dull faculties, according to their power to understand. O sentient beings who hear my teaching, dwell in various stages, those living among humans, devas, noble emperors, sacred and Brahma kings, are like the small herds, those who know the incorruptible Dharma, who are able to attain nirvana, have the 6 transcendent powers, and have attained the 3 sciences. Those who live alone in mountain forests, always practicing meditation, and who attain the enlightenment of the Pratyeka Buddhas, are like the medium-sized herds. Those who seek the stage of the Bhagavat, thinking that they will become Buddhas, and practice persistence and meditation, are like the large herds, the heirs of the Buddhas, who concentrate on the path of the Buddha, who always cultivate compassion within themselves, and know deeply without a doubt that they will become Buddhas, are like the small trees. 100. Chapter V. 101. Those who are comfortable with transcendent powers, who turn the irreversible wheel of the Dharma, and save innumerable hundreds of thousands of coins of sentient beings, are the Bodhisattvas, who are like the large trees. The Buddha, as equal teaching, is like the rain of one of favor. The sentient beings accept it, according to their different capacities, just as the grasses and trees, each differently absorb the rain. The Buddha reveals the single teaching, with illustrations, using skillful means, and explains it with various explanations. And yet it is just a drop in the ocean, compared to the Buddha as wisdom. I pour down the rain of the Dharma, fully in the world, and the sentient beings practice the Dharma of one of favor, according to their capacities, just as the shrubs, herbs, and trees flourish in accordance with their capacities, reaching either a greater or lesser size. The teaching of the Buddhas is always of one of favor, and full as the entire world. Anyone who practices it little by little obtains the fruit of the past. The Vakas and Pratyeka Buddhas, living in mountain forests, who, in their last bodies, hear the Dharma and attain its fruit, are just like the nourishing herbs. 20b. The Lotus Sutra. The Bodhisattvas who are in wisdom, who completely understand the triple world, and seek the highest vehicle, are just like the nourishing small trees. Those who abide in meditation, attain transcendent powers, listen to the teaching regarding the emptiness of every existence with great joy, and save sentient beings by emitting innumerable rays of light, are just like the nourishing large trees. In this way, O Kayapa, the Dharma that the Buddha teaches is just like the great cloud that enriches human hours with the rain of one of favor, so that each attains its fruits. O Kayapa, you should know that I reveal the Buddha path, using various explanations and illustrations, and that this is my skillful means. All of the Buddhas are just like this. I will now teach the highest truth for your sake. There are no Vakas who attain nirvana. What you practice is the Bodhisattva path, and if you practice step by step, you will all become Buddhas. 102. Chapter 6. Prediction. At that time, after the Bhagavat had spoken these verses, he addressed the great assembly, proclaiming, "This disciple of mine, Lord Kayapa, in the future will be able to meet 300 myriads of kois of Buddha Bha. That's to whom he will pay homage, respect, veneration, and praise, and he will extensively expound the immeasurable great teachings of these Buddhas. In his last body he will become a Buddha called Brahmaputra, Atos, Gata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. His word will be called Avapsaputta in the Kalpa called Movihar. The lifespan of this Buddha will be 12 intermediate kalpas. The true Dharma will last in the world for 20 intermediate kalpas, and the semblance Dharma will also last for 20 intermediate kalpas. His word will be adorned, and there will be no dirt, shards, thorns, excrement, or other impurities. The earth will be level without irregularities, hollows, or hills. The earth will be made of lapis lazuli with jewel trees in rows. Golden cords will line the borders of these rows, which will be scattered with precious hours, and everywhere will be pure. In his word there will be immeasurable thousands of kois of Bodhi, Sattvas as well as innumerable Ravakas. All malice will be far removed, and even Lora and his minions will be there. They will all protect the Buddha, Dharma. Thereupon the Bhagavat, wanting to explain the meaning of this verse, spoke these verses. I tell you, O monks, that I see with the Buddha, that Kayapa in the future will become a Buddha. 103. 20c. The Lotus Sutra. After innumerable kalpas have passed, in the future he will meet and pay homage to 300 myriads of kois of Buddha Bhagavats, and practice the pure path of discipline and integrity, seeking for the wisdom of the Buddhas. Having offered respect to the highest and best of humans, and having completely grasped the ultimate wisdom, he will become a Buddha while in his last body. His land will be pure. The earth will be made of lapis lazuli, and many jewel trees will be in rows, along roads bordered with golden cords, and those who see it will be gladdened. The air will be always elite, with a pleasant fragrance, and many beautiful flowers will be strewn about. Various wonderful things will adorn this earth, which will be level, without hills or hollows. There will be an incalculable number of bodhisattvas there, who will have the power of self-control, be versed in transcendent powers, and who will preserve the sutras of the Mahayana, taught by the Buddhas. The multitude of Ravakas, bearing their last bodies, free from corruption, heirs of the Dharma King, will also be unreckonable. Their number will be impossible to calculate, even with the divine eye. The lifespan of this Buddha will be 12 intermediate kalpas. 104. Chapter 6. The true Dharma will last in the world for 20 intermediate kalpas, and the semblance Dharma will also last for 20 intermediate kalpas. Thus will things be with the Bhagavat Brahmaputra. At that time no Moggallana, Sakti, and Bhaktiyana were all charged with excitement, and with palms pressed together they attentively gazed at the Bhagavat, never turning their eyes from him. They immediately spoke these verses in unison. O Bhagavat, great hero! O King of the Dharma of the Kayas! Bestow the Buddha as words upon us, out of your compassion for us. If, knowing the depths of our hearts, you give us your predictions, it will be like cooling our fevers, by sprinkling us with the Dharma of immortality. It is as though someone coming from a country suffering from famine were suddenly to envy a great king, as feasts spread before him, yet is stricken with doubt, and does not venture to eat, until, being instructed by the king, he dares at last to do so. We are exactly like this. We have been constantly thinking about the faults of the inferior vehicle, and so we had no knowledge of the way to obtain the highest wisdom of the Buddha. Although we hear the Buddha's voice saying that we will become Buddhas, we still have doubt in our minds. 105. 21类 The Lotus Sutra. As if we dare not eat the meal. If we receive the Buddha as prediction, it will immediately put us at ease. The Bhagavat, the great hero, always wants to put the world at ease, and so we entreat you to bestow upon us your predictions, as though to starving people, waiting for permission to eat. Then the Bhagavat, knowing what lay in the thoughts of the great disciples, addressed the monks saying, this Sakti in the future will meet, respect, venerate, praise, and pay homage to 300 myriads of kois, of Naivatas of Buddhas, and he will always practice the pure path of discipline and integrity, and complete the Bodhisattva path. In his last body he will become a Buddha called Yasasthatu, a Tathagata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans. Buddha, Bhagavat. His land will be called Ratnasthapa, in the Kalpa called Ratampa. So, the land will be even and the earth will be made of crystal and adorned with jewel trees. It will be without pits, pebbles, thorns, or the delicate object of excrement. The earth will be covered with precious flowers and will be everywhere pure. The people in this world will all live in wonderful towers with jeweled terraces. The Vakas, the disciples there will be innumerable and limitless, beyond calculation and metaphor. And there will also be innumerable thousands of myriads of kois of Naivatas of Bodhisattvas. The lifespan of this Buddha will be 12 intermediate kalpas. The true Dharma will last in the world for 20 intermediate kalpas, and the semblance Dharma will also last for 20 intermediate kalpas. This Buddha will always dwell in the air, teaching the Dharma for the multitude, and he will save incalculable bodhisattvas and vakas. Thereupon the Bhagavat, wanting to explain the meaning of this verse, spoke these verses. 106. Chapter 6. O monks, I shall now make something known to you. You should attentively listen to what I have to say. My great disciple Sakti will become a Buddha called Yasuketu. He will pay homage to innumerable myriads of poets of Buddhas, and following the Buddha as practice, he will gradually come to complete the great path. He will attain the 32 marks in his last body, and his form will be any and beautiful, just like a jeweled mountain. His Buddha world will be ultimately pure. Of the sentient beings who see it, there will be none who do not rejoice. There the Buddha will bring incalculable sentient beings to enlightenment. In the midst of his Dharma, there will be many bodhisattvas with keen faculties, who turn the irreversible wheel of the Dharma. This world will always be graced with bodhisattvas. There will also be incalculable numbers of Ravakas. All of them will have perfected the 3 sciences and the 6 transcendent powers, will abide in the 8 liberations, and have great dignity and virtue. The Buddha will expound the Dharma and reveal immeasurable, unthinkable, transcendent powers. All the devas and humans. 107 21b The Lotus Sutra 108 As numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, will listen to the Buddha's words, with palms pressed together. The lifespan of this Buddha will be 12 intermediate kalpas. The true Dharma will last in the world for 20 intermediate kalpas, and the semblance Dharma will also last for 20 intermediate kalpas. Thereupon the Bhagavat addressed the monks, saying, I will now tell you that this Bhaktayana in the future will honor, respect, and pay homage to 8,000 kois of Buddhas with offerings. After the parinirvanas of these Buddhas, he will erect stupas, each of which will be 1,000 yojanas in height and be 100 yojanas in both width and depth. These stupas will all be constructed of the 7 precious treasures, gold, silver, lapis lazuli, mother of pearl, agate, pearls, and rubies. He will pay homage to these stupas with many hours and necklaces, fragrant ointments, scented powders, burning incense, canopies, aegis, and banners. After this he will also pay homage to 2 myriads of kois of Buddhas, in exactly the same way, and having done so, he will perfect the Bodhisattva path and become a Buddha called Jnanadipsa, a Tasgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. His land will be level. The earth will be made of crystal and it will be adorned with jewel trees. The roads will be bordered with golden cords, and beautiful flowers will cover the earth. It will be pure everywhere, and those who see it will rejoice. There will be none of the four troubled states of being, namely the hells, hungry ghosts, animals, and asuras. There will be many devas and humans, and immeasurable myriads of poets of Ravakas and Bodhisattvas will grace this world. The lifespan of this Buddha will be 12 intermediate kalpas. The true Dharma will last in the world for 20 intermediate kalpas, and the semblance Dharma will also last for 20 intermediate kalpas. 21系 Chapter 6 109 At that time the Bhagavat, wanting to explain the meaning of this verse, spoke these verses. O monks, listen carefully. What I shall say is nothing but the truth. This Jnana will pay homage to the Buddhas with various wonderful offerings. After the parinirvanas of those Buddhas, he will erect stupas constructed of the 7 precious treasures, and offer respect to their relics with flowers and incense. In his last body, he will attain the wisdom of the Buddha, and will achieve complete enlightenment. His word will be pure, and he will save incalculable myriads of poets of sentient beings. He will be venerated in the 10 directions. There is nothing that surpasses this Buddha as ray of light. So this Buddha will be called Jnanasa. There will be innumerable, uncountable Bodhisattvas and Ravakas gracing this world, who have shaken free from every state of being. Thereupon the Bhagavat again addressed the assembly, saying, I will now tell you that this Momogoyana will respect, venerate, and pay homage to 8,000 Buddhas with various offerings, and after the parinirvanas of these Buddhas, he will erect stupas, each of which will be 1,000 yojanas in height and 300 yojanas in both depth and width. These stupas will be constructed with the 7 precious treasures: gold, silver, lapis lazuli, mother of pearl, agate, pearls, and rubies. He will, the Lotus Sutra, offer them various flowers, necklaces, fragrant ointments, scented powders, burning incense, canopies, aegis, and banners. After this he will pay homage to 200 myriads of poets of Buddhas in exactly the same way, and will become a Buddha called Tamlapatrakan. Danakantha Atasgata Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. His word will be called Mano, Parma in the Kalpa called Ratik Prapra. The land will be level. The earth will be made of crystal, adorned with jewel trees, and strewn with hours of pearls. It will be pure everywhere, and those who see it will rejoice. There will be many devas and humans, innumerable bodhisattvas, and Vakaras. The lifespan of this Buddha will be 24 intermediate kalpas. The true Dharma will last in this world for 40 intermediate kalpas, and the semblance Dharma will also last for 40 intermediate kalpas. Then the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on this meaning, spoke these verses. This disciple of mine, Nomo Govindana, having abandoned this body, will meet 8,000 and then 200 myriads of coins of Buddha Bhagavats. For the sake of the Buddha path, he will pay them homage and respect, and always practice holy conduct, brahmacharya, of discipline and integrity. In the presence of these Buddhas, he will uphold the Buddha Dharma for inexorable kalpas. After the paranirvanas of these Buddhas, he will erect stupas, constructed with the 7 precious treasures, on which golden banners will be long displayed. He will pay homage to these stupas of the Buddhas. 110. 22a. Chapter 6. With hours, incense, and music. After having mastered the Bodhisattva path step by step, in a land called Mano, Parma, he will become a Buddha, called Tam Lao Patrakan Danadan Ha. The lifespan of this Buddha will be 24 intermediate kalpas. He will always expound the Buddha path for the sake of devas and humans. There will be countless Vakaras, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, who will have perfected the 3 sciences and 6 transcendent powers, and have great dignity and virtue. There will be innumerable bodhisattvas, resolute and persevering, who will never turn away from the wisdom of the Buddhas. After the paranirvana of this Buddha, the true Dharma will last for 40 intermediate kalpas, and the semblance Dharma will also be like this. All of my disciples, 500 in number, who are endowed with dignity and virtue, will also receive my prediction. In the future they will all become Buddhas. I will now explain the relationships that you and I have formed in past lives. All of you, listen carefully. 111. Chapter 7. The Apparitional City. The Buddha addressed the monks, saying, once upon a time, in Mathura, limitless, inconceivable, incalculable countless ago, there was a Buddha, called Multi-Hivaitasgata, an arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans. Buddha, Bhagavat. His land was called Susabhav in the Kalpa called Marpa. O monks, it has been an extremely long time since this Buddha entered Nirvana. Suppose there were a man who ground the earth of the entire great manifold cosmos into powder ink, and he were to then pass through Ada, sandwards to the east, where he let fall a single particle of ink, the size of a speck of dust. After passing through another 1,000 worlds, he let fall another particle, and he continued in this way until he had completely used all the ink. What do you think about this? Do you think that a mathematician or a mathematician as pupil would be able to count those words to the last particle or not? Oh, Bhagavat. No, they could not. O monks. Suppose that all the words this man passed through, whether letting fall a particle or not, were all ground into dust, and one speck of this dust were equal to one kalpa. The time since the parinirvana of this Buddha surpasses this number by immeasurable, limitless, incalculable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kois of kalpas, and through the power of the Tathagata, as wisdom and insight, I can see his distant past, as if it were today. Thereupon the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this, further spoke these verses. I recall that in the past, immeasurable kalpas ago, 113，22b, the Lotus Sutra, there was a Buddha, the most honored among two-legged beings, called Multi-Hivait. Suppose there was a man who vigorously ground up in its entirety the earth of the great manifold cosmos, and turned it all to powdered ink. After passing through 1,000 worlds, he let fall one particle of ink, and in this way, he continued to let fall particles until he had used up all the ink. If all these words, those where he let fall a particle, and those where he did not, were to be ground into specks of dust, and one speck of dust were equal to a single kalpa, their number would be surpassed by the number of kalpas that have passed since that Buddha as parinirvana. So incalculable has this number of kalpas been. With the Tathagata as unobstructed wisdom, I know of these bodhisattvas and nirvakas, and the parinirvana of this Buddha, It is as if I see his Paramurva today. O monks, you should know that with the knowledge of the Buddha, which is pure and subtle, uninterrupted and without obstructions, I perceive what happened immeasurable kalpas ago. The Buddha addressed the monks, saying, the lifespan of this Buddha, multiplied was 340 myriads of kois of name, tas of kalpas. When that Buddha was seated on the terrace of enlightenment, after having defeated Ra's army, he tried to obtain highest, complete enlightenment, yet the Dharma of the Buddhas did not appear to him. In this way, even after having sat cross-legged for 1 to 10 intermediate kalpas. 114. Chapter 7. Undisturbed in body and mind, the Dharma of the Buddhas still did not appear to him. At that time a group of 33 devas rest prepared for that Buddha. A lion seat one yujana in height under the Bodhi tree, for this Buddha was to attain highest, complete enlightenment on that seat. As soon as the Buddha sat on this seat, all the Brahmas ran down various heavenly hours for 100 yujanas around. Periodically a fragrant breeze would blow away the withered hours and they would rain down fresh ones. In this way they unceasingly paid homage to the Buddha for a full 10 intermediate kalpas, raining down these hours continuously until his Paramurva. The devas of the 4 quarters constantly struck heavenly drums to honor the Buddha, and in the same way all the other devas made divine music for a full 10 intermediate kalpas until his Paramurva. O monks, the Dharma of the Buddhas appeared to the Buddha after 10 intermediate kalpas had passed, and he attained highest, complete enlightenment. This Buddha had 16 children before he renounced household life. The eldest child was called Jankara. Each child had various kinds of rare toys. After hearing about their father's attainment of highest, complete enlightenment, they all put aside their toys and set out for where the Buddha was. Weeping satyrs, their mothers saw them off. Their grandfather, the wheel-turning sage king, went with them, along with 100 ministers and hundreds of thousands of myriads of kois of people. When they arrived at the terrace of enlightenment, they all wanted to approach the Tathagata multi-Hivite and pay homage and respect, honor and praise him. They came up to him and bowed until their foreheads touched his feet, and then circled around him attentively, with palms pressed together. They gazed at the Bhagavad and spoke these verses. The Bhagavad of great, virtuous dignity, in order to bring sentient beings to the path. After inexorable course of culpates, and perfecting all the vows, finally became a Buddha. How wonderful! There is nothing more auspicious. 115。22C The Lotus Sutra. 116. The Bhagavad is truly extraordinary. He sat tranquil for 10 intermediate kalpas, with his body and limbs immobile. His mind was always calm and never distracted. He has attained ultimate, eternal tranquility, and is serenely established in the incorruptible Dharma. Now seeing the Bhagavad, who has serenely attained the Buddha path, we receive vanity and celebrate with great joy. Sentient beings, ever suffering, are blind and without a teacher. They are unaware of the path that leads to the extinction of suffering, ignorant of the way to seek liberation from one blind state to the next. Those in the troubled states of being daily increase, while the devas decrease. They never hear the Buddha as name. Now the Buddha has attained the highest, serene and incorruptible Dharma. Thus we and the devas and humans shall obtain the greatest vanity. Therefore we all bow and pay homage to the highest Lord. At that time the 16 princes, having praised the Buddha in verse, requested that the Bhagavad turn the wheel of the Dharma, saying, O Bhagavad, teach the Dharma, put all the devas and people at ease, and vanity them through your compassion. They spoke further in verse, saying, O hero of the world, the one who has no equal. 23. Chapter 7 117. Who is adorned with 100 merits, and has attained the highest wisdom. We entreat you to teach, for the sake of the world, and bring us and all the other sentient beings to the path. Illuminate and reveal this wisdom, so that we may attain it. If we can become Buddhas, so can the other sentient beings. The Bhagavad knows the deep-seated intentions of sentient beings, and the paths they practice, as well as the power of their wisdom. May the Bhagavad, being wholly aware of their positive intentions, accumulated merits, and past deeds, turn the highest wheel of the Dharma. The Buddha addressed the monks, saying, when the Buddha Hibite attained highest, complete enlightenment, v. 100. Myriads of voices of Buddha words in each of the 10 directions quaked in 6 ways. The dark places between the worlds, where the rays of the sun and moon had been unable to penetrate, were brightly illuminated. The sentient beings there were able to see each other and said, "How is it possible that sentient beings have suddenly appeared here?" Moreover, those words from the heavenly palaces up to the palaces of the Brahmas also quaked in 6 ways. The great ray of light shone everywhere, illuminating the worlds with a radiance that surpassed the light of the Devas. At that time the palaces of Brahmas in the VE 100 myriads of voices of worlds in the east were illuminated twice as brightly as usual. The great Brahmas each float. The palaces are illuminated now as never before. What has caused this phenomenon? The Lotus Sutra. At that time all of the great Brahmas approached each other to discuss this matter. In that assembly there was a great Brahma called Sarvasatva Tradar, who spoke to the assembly of Brahmas in verse, saying, "This illumination of our palaces has never occurred before. Let us empty out the reason for this great ray of light has illuminated the 10 directions. Has a Deva of great merit been born? Or has a Buddha appeared in the world?" Then the great Brahmas of the 100 myriads of voices of worlds went toward the west with their palaces to inquire about this phenomenon, reading heavenly hours in their notes. They saw the Vasgatama J.N. Hivite on the terrace of enlightenment, sitting on the lion's seat under the Bodhi tree. He was respectfully surrounded by humans and such non-humans as Devas, and Gokins, Gandharvas, Chimeras, and Mahoragas. They also saw the 16 princes requesting the Buddha to turn the wheel of the Dharma. Then the great Brahmas bowed until their foreheads touched the Buddha's feet and then circled around him 100,000 times. They scattered heavenly hours on the Buddha, and the hours they scattered were piled as high as Mount Sumeru. They also paid homage to the Buddha's Bodhi tree, which was 10 yojanas in height. Having reverently offered him hours, they presented their palaces to the Buddha, saying, "Please accept the palaces we now offer you, and benefit us through your compassion." Then the great Brahmas spoke these verses wholeheartedly and in unity, sung before the Buddha. The Bhagavat, who is truly extraordinary, is extremely difficult to meet. He is endowed with immeasurable qualities, and seeks to protect all. The great teacher of devas and humans. 118 23b Chapter 7 119 Feels compassion for the world, and causes all sentient beings in the 10 directions to be universally benefited. All of us who have come from 500s of myriads of coins of words, have given up the pleasure of deep meditation, in order to pay homage to the Buddha, to the body that we now present our palaces, which the merits of our previous lives have caused to be completely adorned. Please accept them through your compassion. Thereupon, having praised the Buddha in verse, the great Brahmajiji said this: O Bhagavat, we entreat you to turn the wheel of the Dharma, open the path to Nirvana, and guide sentient beings to it. Then the great Brahmas attentively spoke these verses in unison. O hero of the world, the most honored among two-legged beings, we entreat you to expound the Dharma, and bring the suffering beings to the path, through the power of your great compassion. Then the Tathagata silently consented. Furthermore, O monks, the great Brahmas in the VE100 myriads of coins of words in the southeast saw their palaces illuminated with a ray of light that had never occurred before. Joyful and ecstatic, they were struck with wonder. They assembled to discuss this matter. At that time there was a great Brahma called Hintrakuta. He spoke to the assembly of Brahmas in verse saying, what is the reason that this phenomenon has appeared? The Lotus Sutra. Even since the olden times, this illumination of all of our palaces is without precedent. Has a Deva of great merit been born? Or has a Buddha appeared in the world? Since we have never seen such a phenomenon, we should seek thoroughly for its source. Even if we have to pass through thousands of myriads of coins of words, we should seek together for the source of this light. Possibly a Buddha has appeared in the world to save suffering sentient beings. Thereupon VE100 myriads of coins of great Brahmas went toward the northwest with their palaces, carrying heavenly hours in their robes, to inquire about this phenomenon. They saw the Tathagata Gentibite on the terrace of enlightenment, sitting on the lion seat under the Bodhi tree. He was respectfully surrounded by humans and such non-humans as Devas, and Gopis, Gandharvas, Kimaras, and Mahoragas. They also saw the 16 princes requesting the Buddha to turn the wheel of the Dharma. Then all the Brahmas bowed until their foreheads touched the Buddha's feet and then circled around him 100,000 times. They scattered heavenly hours on the Buddha, and the hours they scattered were piled up as high as Mount Sumeru. They also paid homage to the Buddha's Bodhi tree. Having reverently offered the Buddha hours, they presented their palaces to him, saying, "Please accept the palaces we now offer you and benefit us through your compassion." Then the great Brahma spoke these verses wholeheartedly and in unity, sung before the Buddha. O great sage, Deva of Devas, we now bow to the one whose voice is as beautiful as the Kalapaka bird, as 123C, Chapter 7, and who has compassion for sentient beings. The Bhagavad is truly extraordinary, and can only be seen once in an extremely long time. 180 kalpas have passed away fruitlessly, and no Buddhas have appeared during this time. The worlds have been allied with people in the three troubled states of being, and the Devas have decreased. The Buddha has now appeared in the world to be the eyes of sentient beings. He will be the refuge of the world, and will seek to protect all. As the father of sentient beings, he is the compassionate benefactor. Because of our past merits, we now have the good fortune to be able to meet the Bhagavad. Thereupon, having praised the Buddha in verse, the great Brahma said, "This, O Bhagavad, we entreat you to turn the wheel of the Dharma out of your compassion for all and save sentient beings." Then the great Brahma spoke these verses wholeheartedly and in unity. Sung, O great sage, make us very happy. Turn the wheel of the Dharma. Reveal the character of all Dharmas. Save the suffering beings. If sentient beings hear this Dharma, they will attain the path and be born as Devas. The beings in the troubled states of being will decrease, while those who persevere in the good will increase. 121。24a. The Lotus Sutra. Then the Tathagata multi-Hivite silently consented. Furthermore, O monks, the great Brahmas in the VE hundreds of the saints of poets of lands in the south each saw their palaces illuminated as they had never been before. Joyful and ecstatic, they were struck with wonder. They immediately assembled to discuss this matter together, asking, "Why have our palaces been illuminated?" At that time there was a great Brahma, called Sudharma. He spoke to the assembly of Brahmas in verse saying, "Our palaces are illuminated with brilliant light. There must be a reason for this, and we should seek its source. We have not seen such a phenomenon during the past hundreds of thousands of kalpas. Has a Deva of great merit been born? Or has a Buddha appeared in the world?" Thereupon the 100 myriads of poets of great Brahmas went toward the north with their palaces, to inquire about this phenomenon, carrying heavenly hours in their robes. They saw the Toscata Multiples, Hibite on the terrace of enlightenment, sitting on the lion's seat under the Bodhi tree. He was respectfully surrounded by humans and such non-humans as Devas, Engakins, Gandharvas, Chimeras, and Mahoragas. They also saw the 16 princes requesting the Buddha to turn the wheel of the Dharma. Then all the great Brahmas bowed until their foreheads touched the Buddha's feet and then circled around him 100,000 times. They scattered heavenly hours on the Buddha, and the hours they scattered piled up as high as Mount Sumeru. They also paid homage to the Buddha as Bodhi tree. Having revered the Buddha with hours, they offered their palaces to him, saying, "Please accept the palaces we now offer you, and benefit us through your compassion." 122 Chapter 7. Then the great Brahma spoke these verses wholeheartedly and in unity, sung before the Buddha. O destroyer of eight afflictions! It is extremely difficult to meet a Bhagavat. We are now meeting the Buddha for the rest time, since 130 kalpas have passed away. Please satisfy sentient beings who are suffering from hunger and thirst by pouring down the rain of the Dharma. O one possessed of immeasurable wisdom, whom we have never met before, today we have encountered the one who appears as rarely as the Umbara hour blooms. Our palaces are beautifully adorned by this ray of light. We entreat you to accept them out of your great compassion. Thereupon, having praised the Buddha in verse, the great Brahma said, "This, O Bhagavat, we request that you turn the wheel of the Dharma, thus causing the Devanas, Brahmas, Ramas, and Brahmans to be at ease and saving them all." Then the great Brahma spoke these verses wholeheartedly and in unity. So, we entreat you, O best of devas and humans, to turn the wheel of the highest Dharma. Beat the drum of the great Dharma. Blow the conch of the great Dharma. Rain the rain of the great Dharma everywhere, and save incalculable sentient beings. We have all come to request. 123. The Lotus Sutra, that you expounded with your profound voice. Then the Toscata Multiplicate silently consented. The very same thing happened in the worlds from the southwestern to the lower regions, as well as those in other directions. Then all the great Brahmas in the V100 myriads of coins of lands in the upper regions saw their palaces illuminated with a light that had never existed before. Joyful and ecstatic, they were struck with wonder. They immediately assembled to discuss this matter together, asking, "Why have our palaces been illuminated?" There was a great Brahma in that assembly called Sikhi. He spoke to the assembly of Brahmas in verse, saying, "Why have all our palaces been brilliantly illuminated with this light of virtuous dignity, and adorned in this unprecedented way? We have never seen such a wonderful phenomenon. Has a Deva of great merit been born? Or has a Buddha appeared in the world?" Thereupon the 100 myriads of kois of great Brahmas went into the lower regions with their palaces to inquire about this phenomenon, reading heavenly hours in their notes. They saw the Tathagata multiples Genhivite on the terrace of enlightenment, sitting on the lion's seat under the Bodhi tree. He was respectfully surrounded by humans and such non-humans as Devas, Angakins, Gandharvas, Kimaras, and Mahoravas. They also saw the 16 princes requesting the Buddha to turn the wheel of the Dharma. Then all the great Brahmas bowed until their foreheads touched the Buddha's feet, and then circumambulated him 100,000 times. They scattered heavenly hours on the Buddha, and the hours they scattered were piled up as high as Mount Sumeru. They also paid homage to the Buddha as Bodhi tree. Having reverently offered him hours, they presented their palaces to the Buddha, saying, 124. Chapter 7. Please accept the palaces we now offer you, and benefit us through your compassion. Then all the great Brahmas spoke these verses wholeheartedly and in unison before the Buddha. How splendid it is to meet the Buddhas, the great sages who deliver the word, who diligently work to get sentient beings out of the hell of the triple world, the best of devas and humans, who has universal wisdom, out of compassion for everyone, opens the gate to immortality, and extensively saves all. Since olden times, immeasurable kalpas have passed away in vain, without the presence of the Buddha. In the time before the Bhagavat appears, the 10 directions are in constant darkness. Those in the 3 troubled states of being increase, and the Asuras also flourish. The Devas decrease all the more, and when they die, many of them fall into those troubled states, having never heard the teaching from the Buddha. All of them always behave badly, and their physical power and wisdom decreases. Because of their erring deeds, they lose happiness or any notion of it. Abiding in the teaching of false views, They know nothing of good conduct. Deprived of the Buddha's inspiration, they always fall into the troubled states of being. After a very long time, the Buddha has now appeared as the eye of the world. 125。24c. The Lotus Sutra. It is out of compassion for sentient beings that the Buddha appears in the world. Transcending everything, the Buddha has attained complete enlightenment. We are all extremely happy, and all the other beings joyfully acclaim this unprecedented experience. All our palaces are beautifully adorned by this ray of light. We now offer them to the Bodhisattva. Please accept them out of your compassion. By the universal transference of this merit, may we and all other beings together attain the Buddha path. Thereupon the V100 myriads of kois of great Brahmas, having praised the Buddha in verse, each spoke to him, saying, O Bodhisattva, we strongly entreat you to turn the wheel of the Dharma, give ease to many, and enable them to attain the path. Then all the great Brahmas spoke these verses. O Bodhisattva, turn the wheel of the Dharma, beat the drum of the Dharma of immortality, save the suffering sentient beings, and reveal the path to Nirvana. We strongly entreat you to accept our request, and out of your compassion, and with your wonderful voice, expound the Dharma that you have perfected over immeasurable kalpas. And then the Tathagata Multiplicate acceded to the request made by all the great Brahmas from the 10 directions and the 16 princes. He then immediately turned 3 times the Dharma wheel of 12 spokes. 126。25a. Chapter 7. That no Brahmas, Devendras, Brahmas, or any other being in the world could turn. He taught. This is suffering. This is the origination of suffering. This is the cessation of suffering, and this is the path that leads to the cessation of suffering, i.e., the Four Noble Truths. He also extensively taught the Dharma of the 12-link chain of dependent origination, saying, conditioned states are dependent on ignorance. Consciousnesses dependent on conditioned states. Name and form are dependent on consciousness. The 6 sense cells are dependent on name and form. Contact is dependent on the 6 sense cells. Feelings are dependent on contact. Craving is dependent on feelings. Grasping is dependent on craving. Becoming is dependent on grasping. Birth is dependent on becoming. And old age, illness, death, anxiety, sorrow, suffering, and distress are dependent on birth. When ignorance ceases, then conditioned states cease. When conditioned states cease, then consciousness ceases. When consciousness ceases, then name and form cease. When name and form cease, then the sixth sense else cease. When the sixth sense else cease, then contact ceases. When contact ceases, then feelings cease. When feelings cease, then craving ceases. When craving ceases, then grasping ceases. When grasping ceases, then becoming ceases. When becoming ceases, then birth ceases. When birth ceases, then old age, illness, death, anxiety, sorrow, suffering, and distress cease. When the Buddha explained this Dharma to the great assembly of the Devas and humans, at that time 600 myriads of poets of Natas of people, because they were not attached to any existent thing, became free of all corruption. All of them perfected profound meditations, the 3 sciences, the 6 transcendent powers, and were endowed with the 8 liberations. When he taught the Dharma for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th time, the saints of myriads of poets of Natas of sentient beings, equal to the saints of the Ganges River, who were not attached to any existent thing, became free of all corruption. Innumerable, immeasurable, incalculable Ravakas followed in their turn. 127. The Lotus Sutra. At that time the 16 princes who were still young renounced household life and became numerous. All their faculties were sharp, and their wisdom was penetrating. They had paid homage to hundreds of thousands of myriads of poets of Buddhas, practiced the pure path of discipline and integrity, and sought highest, complete enlightenment. They all spoke to the Buddha, saying, O Bhagavat, all of these immeasurable thousands of myriads of poets of Ravakas of great merit have all attained perfection. O Bhagavat, you should also expound the teaching of highest, complete enlightenment to us. Hearing it, we shall all practice it. O Bhagavat, we aspire for the wisdom and insight of the Tathagata. The Buddha himself knows what is deep in our minds. At that time 8 myriads of poets of people in the assembly who served the noble emperor saw the 16 princes renounce household life and appealed to the emperor to allow their own renunciation. The emperor immediately gave his permission. Then the Buddha accepted the request of the myriads. After 23 thousand kalpas had passed, he taught to the Fourfold Assembly this Mahayana Sutra called the Lotus Sutra, the instruction for Bodhisattvas and treasured lore of the Buddhas. After the Buddha taught this sutra, all the 16 remuras preserved, recited, and understood it in order to achieve highest, complete enlightenment. When the Buddha taught this sutra, all the 16 remuras, the Bodhisattvas, completely accepted it. There were also some among the Vakas who believed it, but all the other thousands of myriads of kois of sentient beings became confused. The Buddha continuously taught this sutra for 8,000 kalpas, without stopping. After teaching this sutra, he immediately entered a quiet place and abided in meditation for 84,000 kalpas. At that time each of the 16 remuras, the Bodhisattvas, knowing that the Buddha had entered the quiet place and was abiding tranquilly in meditation, ascended the Dharma seat and extensively taught and explained the Lotus Sutra to the Fourfold Assembly for 84,000 kalpas. Each of them saved 600 myriads of kois of natas of sentient beings. 128.25b Chapter 7 Equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. By revealing and teaching it, they gladdened these sentient beings and awoke in them the thought of highest, complete enlightenment. Having arisen from Sandhi after 84,000 kalpas had passed, the Buddha multi-Hivite approached the Dharma seat and sat down with complete mindfulness. He addressed everyone in the great assembly, saying, "These 16 remuras, Bodhisattvas, are extraordinary. All their faculties are sharp and their wisdom is penetrating. In times past they have paid homage to immeasurable thousands of myriads of kois of Buddhas and have constantly practiced the pure path of discipline and integrity under they preserved the wisdom of the Buddhas and revealed it to sentient beings, causing them to enter into it. All of you should approach and pay them homage again and again." Why is this? If there are any Vakas, Pratyekabuddhas, and Bodhisattvas who are able to believe and preserve the teaching in this sutra expounded by these 16 Bodhisattvas and not discourage it, they will all attain the wisdom of the Tathagata, highest, complete enlightenment. The Buddha addressed the monks, saying, "These 16 Bodhisattvas always willingly taught this Lotus Sutra. Each Bodhisattva has inspired 600 myriads of kois of natas of sentient beings equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. In life after life, they remain with these bodhisattvas, and hearing this teaching from them, they believed and understood. For this reason they were able to meet for myriads of coins of Buddha Bodhisattvas during a period uninterrupted up to the present. O monks, I shall now tell you that these 16 numerous disciples of that Buddha multi-Hidite have now attained highest complete enlightenment and presently teach the Dharma in the lands of the 10 directions. There are immeasurable hundreds of thousands of myriads of bodhisattvas and Ravakas who have become their attendants. 2 of these numerous have become Buddhas in the East. One is called Akobhya in the land called Abhirati, and the other is called Maruka. In the southeast there are 2 Buddhas. One is called Siddhartha and the other is called Siddhartha. In the south there are 2 Buddhas called 129. The Lotus Sutra, Kapratihita and Parinirvata. There are also 2 Buddhas in the southwest. One is called Indravaha and the other is called Brahmavaha. In the west there are 2 Buddhas called Amatigus and Sarvaloka Dht. Padravaka Prataitra. There are 2 Buddhas in the northwest. One is called Tenlapatrakan Danagan Taija. The other is called Marukalpa. In the north there are 2 Buddhas. One is called Maghasvarata and the other is called Maghasvarata. In the northeast there is a Buddha called Sarva Loka Bha Akamhitatva Vikvasanakara. And the 16th one is myself, Buddha Kayamuni, who in this world achieved highest, complete enlightenment. O monks, when we were numerous, each of us inspired in measure, able hundreds of thousands of myriads of coins of sentient beings equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. Those sentient beings who heard the teaching from me attained highest, complete enlightenment. There are sentient beings who still abide in the state of Avaka and whom I will inspire to attain highest, complete enlightenment. By means of this teaching, they will gradually enter the Buddha path. Why is this? The wisdom of the Tathagatas is hard to believe and hard to understand. Those incalculable sentient beings equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River who were inspired at that time were you, O monks, and most disciples who will be Vakas in the future after my parinirvana. After my parinirvana there will be disciples who will not hear this sutra and will neither know nor understand the Bodhisattva practice yet. Through the merit they have acquired, the thought of extinction will awake in them and they will enter parinirvana. I will become a Buddha in another land with a different name. Oh no! The idea of extinction has awoken in these disciples and they have entered Paranirvana. In that land they will still seek the wisdom of the Buddhas and will then be able to hear this sutra. They can obtain Paranirvana only through the Buddha vehicle. There are no other vehicles except the one taught through the skillful means of the Tathagatas. O monks! When the Tathagata realizes that the time of his Paranirvana is approaching, knowing that the assembly is pure, are and in belief and understanding, has penetrated the teaching of emptiness, and has deeply entered meditation, he will then gather the assembly of Bodhisattvas and Ravakas. 130 25c Chapter 7 Together and teach this sutra to them. In this world there is no second vehicle through which one can attain Paranirvana. Only through the single Buddha vehicle can one attain it. You should know, O monks, that the Tathagata through skillful means deeply penetrates the dispositions of sentient beings, knowing their inclination toward the inferior teachings and that they are deeply attached to the desires of the VE senses. He teaches nirvana for their sake. If they listen, they will accept it. Suppose in a desolate, fearful place there were a dangerous road 100 yojana long. There is a large group that wants to travel along this road to reach a place where there is great treasure. They have a leader who is wise and penetrating and who knows the passable and impassable parts of this dangerous road very well. Although he wants to guide these people past the danger, they become exhausted along the way. Addressing the leader they say, "We are extremely tired and frightened. We cannot go any further. We are still far away from our destination, and we want to turn back." The leader, knowing many skillful means, thinks, "These people are to be pitied. How could they want to turn back and abandon the great treasure?" After thinking this, the leader, through his skillful means, magically creates a city 300 yojanas away along the dangerous road. He addresses the people, saying, "Do not be frightened. Do not turn back. You may now stay in this great city and be at your leisure. If you enter this city, you can be comfortable and at ease. Once you are able to go on and reach the treasure site, then you can depart once more." Then the exhausted people rejoice greatly and praise this unprecedented experience, saying, "We are now free of this evil road and will be comfortable and at ease." Then they proceed to the apparitional city and enter it. They believe that their hardships are over and feel at ease. Then the leader realizes that 131、26a The Lotus Sutra. They are rested and their fatigue has gone. He immediately makes the apparitional city vanish and says to the people, "All of you, come along. The treasure site is near. I made that great apparitional city only in order to let you rest. O monks, the Tathagata is exactly like this. Now for your sake he has become a great leader who knows the long, dangerous, and evil road of birth, death, and desire as confusion. You should leave it and be saved. If sentient beings hear only about the single Buddha vehicle they will then want neither to see nor approach a Buddha. They will think that the Buddha path is long and attainable only after enduring severe and protracted suffering. The Buddha, knowing their minds, knowing that they are weak-willed and of lowly aspiration, teaches them the two nirvanas through skillful means, in order to let them rest halfway to the goal. If there are sentient beings who abide in either of these two stages, the Tathagata immediately teaches, what you have accomplished is not complete. The stage you abide in is close to the wisdom of the Buddhas. You should observe and consider that the nirvana you have obtained is not the true one. It is only through the power of the Tathagata as skillful means that the single Buddha vehicle is explained as three. The Buddha is just like that leader who conjured a great apparitional city to let the people rest. Knowing that they were rested, he addressed them, saying, "The treasure site is near. This city is not real. It is only my invention." Thereupon the Bodhisattva, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this, further spoke these verses. The Buddha multiplies that on the terrace of enlightenment for 10 kalpas, but still the Dharma of the Buddhas did not appear to him, and he did not attain the Buddha path. The Devas, Angakins, Asuras, and others constantly ran down heavenly hours in order to pay homage to that Buddha. 132 Chapter 7 The Devas beat heavenly drums and played various kinds of music. The fragrant winds blew the withered hours away, and then they ran down fresh, beautiful ones. After 10 intermediate kalpas had passed, he then attained the Buddha path, and all the Devas and humans became joyful and ecstatic. The 16 princes of that Buddha, surrounded by thousands of myriads of boys of attendants, came to the place where the Buddha was. Having bowed until their foreheads touched his feet, They requested him to turn the wheel of the Dharma, saying, "O noble light, fill us and everyone else with the rain of the Dharma." It is extremely difficult to meet a Bhagavat, since he appears only once in a very long time, to get the attention of the beings. The Buddha shook the entire world. The palaces of the Brahmas in the V100, myriads of poets of lands in the east, were illuminated as never before. All of the Brahmas, seeing this phenomenon, came to the place where the Buddha was. They reverently scattered onwards, and offered him their palaces, requesting the Buddha to turn the wheel of the Dharma. They praised him in verse. The Buddha knew that the right time had not yet arrived, and although he had been asked 133b the Lotus Sutra, he sat in silence. The other 3 directions, the 4 remaining quarters, and the upper and lower regions were all like this. All the Brahmas scattered onwards, offered their palaces, and requested the Buddha to turn the wheel of the Dharma, saying, "It is extremely difficult to meet a Bhagavat. We entreat you to open wide the gate to immortality, and turn the wheel of the highest Dharma, through your great compassion." The Bhagavat, having immeasurable wisdom, accepted their request, and expounded various teachings, such as the 4 Noble Truths, and the 12th link chain of dependent origination, saying, beginning with ignorance, and ending with old age and death, all these derive from birth. You should know about such miseries. When the Buddha expounded this teaching, 600 myriads of poets of trillions of people attained the complete extinction of all suffering, and became arhats. At the time of the second teaching, thousands of myriads of people, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River, unattached to any existent thing, also attained arhatship. After that, an incalculable number of beings attained the path. Even if one were to count 4 myriads of poets of kalpas, 134, 26c, Chapter 7, one could not miss counting their number. Then the 16 princes renounced household life and became Mumaras. They all asked the Buddha to expound the teaching of the Mahayana, saying, "Let us and all of our attendants attain the Buddha path. We entreat you to let us obtain the Bhagavat as eye of wisdom, supreme in purity." The Buddha, knowing the minds of his children and their past conduct, taught the 6 perfections and various transcendent powers through incalculably numerous explanations. and various illustrations, explaining the true teaching, and the path to be practiced by the Bodhisattvas. He taught this Lotus Sutra in verses, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. After the Buddha taught this sutra, he entered meditation in a quiet place, and sat with complete concentration in the same spot, for 84,000 kalpas. Those Vimaras, knowing that the Buddha had not arisen from meditation, taught the highest wisdom of the Buddhas to immeasurable coils of beings. Each sat on the Dharma seat and explained this Mahayana Sutra. After the great parinirvana of that Buddha, they propagated the Dharma and inspired others. Each Vimara saved 600 myriads of coils of sentient beings, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. Those who heard the teaching. 135. The Lotus Sutra. After the Buddha, as parinirvana, were always born together with their teachers in various other Buddha lands. These 16 Vimaras completely cultivated the Buddha path, and now, in the 10 directions, they have attained highest, complete enlightenment. Then those who heard the Dharma, in the presence of each of these Buddhas, and those who are in the Vaka stage, will gradually be taught the Buddha path. I am one of the 16. I have also taught you in the past. Therefore, through skillful means, I will now also lead you to the goal, which is the wisdom of the Buddhas. Through these former causes and conditions, I will now teach the Lotus Sutra, in order to let you enter the Buddha path. Do not be worried or frightened. Suppose there were a dangerous road in a deserted wasteland far away, where there are many harmful beasts. There is neither water nor grass. It is a fearful place for human beings. Innumerable thousands of myriads of beings wish to pass along this dangerous way, but that road is very long, some 100 yojanas. Then there is a leader, endowed with deep wisdom and knowledge, discerning and resolute, who saves the people from various calamities. When they meet with danger, the people all get tired. 136. 27a. Chapter 7. And address the leader, saying, we are all now totally exhausted. We want to turn back from here. The leader thinks, these people are really to be pitied. How could they possibly want to return and lose the great treasure? He immediately thinks of skillful means, and how he should now use his transcendent powers. And he makes a great apparitional city, with houses adorned and surrounded, with gardens, moats, and ponds. There are 48 gates and tall towers, and it is full of men and women. When the apparition is complete, he immediately consoles the people, saying, "Do not be afraid. When you enter the city, you can each do as you please." All the people enter the city. They are very happy and feel at ease, thinking they have been saved. When the leader knows they are rested, he gathers them together and addresses them, saying, "You should now proceed, for this is just an apparitional city. Seeing that you were extremely fatigued, and that you wanted to turn back, after coming halfway, I made this apparitional city through skillful means. You should now strive to reach the treasure site together." 137 25C The Lotus Sutra. I am exactly like this. I am the leader of all. Perceiving that those seeking the way have become timid, have stopped halfway, and are unable to walk to the end of the dangerous road of birth, death, and desire as confusion, I use skillful means and teach nirvana, so that they may rest, saying, "You have extinguished suffering, and you have completed what must be done." Knowing that they have reached nirvana and attained arhatship, the Buddha immediately gathers the great assembly together and teaches the true Dharma. All the Buddhas explain and teach the three vehicles through skillful means. Although there is only the single Buddha vehicle, they teach two in order to provide a place of rest. For your vanity, I now teach the truth. What you have attained is not the ultimate goal. You must call forth great efforts in order to obtain the omniscience of a Buddha. If you attain omniscience and the qualities of the Buddha, such things as the 10 powers, and become endowed with the 32 marks, then you will have attained the ultimate goal. The Buddhas, the leaders, teach nirvana in order to let beings rest in comfort. When they know that they have rested, they lead them to the wisdom of the Buddhas. 138 27B 139 Chapter 8 The 500 disciples receive their predictions. At that time, Pra, the son of Maitreya, after hearing the Buddha teach the Dharma according to what is appropriate to sentient beings through the wisdom of skillful means, and bestow the prediction of highest, complete enlightenment on all the great disciples, and then hearing stories about past causes and conditions, and that all the Buddhas have obtained perfect mastery of transcendent powers, obtained an unprecedented experience, and became pure in mind and joyful. He immediately rose from his seat, went into the presence of the Buddha, bowed until his forehead touched the Buddha's feet, and then stood to one side gazing unwaveringly at the Buddha. And for this, the Bhagavan is truly marvelous. His actions are rare. He teaches the Dharma according to the natural capacities of the beings in the world, through skillful means, wisdom, and insight. He leads sentient beings away from their various attachments. We have no words to describe the Buddha's qualities. Only the Buddha, the Bhagavan, is able to know our deep intentions and original thought. Then the Buddha addressed the monks, saying, "Do you see the son of Maitreya? I always praise him as the foremost among the teachers of the Dharma. I also always praise his various qualities. He diligently maintains and propagates my teaching and is able to gladden and benefit the fourfold assembly. He interprets the true Dharma of the Buddhas perfectly and greatly benefit as those who practice the pure path of discipline and integrity. Together with him, with the exception of the Tathagata, no one else explains the doctrine more eloquently. You must not think that Pro is only now able to protect and propagate my teaching. He also protected and propagated the true Dharma of the Buddhas in the presence of 90 coins of Buddhas in the past when he was 27 140. The Lotus Sutra, always the foremost among the teachers of the Dharma. Moreover, he was completely versed in the teaching of emptiness that the Buddhas taught, and attained the fourfold unobstructed wisdom. He has always been able to teach the Dharma clearly and purely. He never had any doubts and was endowed with the transcendent powers of the Bodhisattvas. Throughout each life he always practiced the pure path of discipline and integrity. The people who lived in the Zen Buddha world all thought he really was a Vaka, yet benefited immeasurable hundreds of thousands of sentient beings through this skillful means, and also led and inspired immeasurable, incalculable numbers of beings and caused them to attain high complete enlightenment. In order to purify the Buddha land, he always did what the Buddhas have done and led and inspired sentient beings. O monks! Pro also was able to become the foremost among the teachers of the Dharma under the past 7 Buddhas, and he is also the foremost of those who preach the Dharma under me. He will also be the foremost among the teachers of the Dharma under the future Buddhas in this auspicious kalpa. He will protect and propagate the Buddha, Dharma, and also in the future he will protect and propagate the Dharma of incalculable limit. last Buddhas. He will lead, inspire, and benefit incalculable sentient beings, and cause them to attain highest, complete enlightenment. In order to purify the Buddha lands, he will always be diligent and persevering, leading and inspiring sentient beings. He will gradually perfect the Bodhisattva path and, after immeasurably incalculable kalpas, he will attain highest, complete enlightenment in this land. He will be called Dharmaprapsa Atasgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans. Buddha, Bhagavat. That Buddha, as land, will consist of all the worlds in the great manifold cosmos, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. The earth will be made of the 7 treasures and it will be level, just like the palm of one's hand. There will be no mountains, valleys, or hollow places. This land will be level with towers of the 7 treasures. The heavenly palaces will be in the sky close at hand, and the humans and devas will come and go between them, so that they will be able to see each other. There will be no troubled states of being nor any women. All the sentient beings will. 141. Chapter 8. Be born here spontaneously, without any sexual desires. They will attain great transcendent powers, emit rays of light from their bodies, and fly freely through the air. These beings will be ardent in recollection, persevering, and wise. They will all be of golden hue and adorned with the 32 marks. The sentient beings in that land will always eat 2 meals, one being the meal of delight in the Dharma, and the other the meal of pleasure in meditation. There will be immeasurable, incalculable thousands of myriads of kois, of Naitas, of Bodhisattvas who have attained great transcendent powers and the fourfold unobstructed wisdom. They will be able skillfully to lead and inspire sentient beings. The number of Vakas there will be impossible to calculate. They will all perfect the 6 transcendent powers, the 3 sciences, and the 8 liberations. Such will be the immeasurable merits of this Buddha, as land, being perfect in adornment. The Kalpa will be called Ratampapsa and his land will be called Suddhisada. This Buddha, as lifespan will last for immeasurable, incalculable kalpas, and the Dharma will abide for a very long time. After the paramurva of that Buddha, stupas of the 7 treasures will be erected everywhere throughout the land. Then the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. O monks, listen carefully. The path that the heir of the Buddhas has practiced by learning skillful means cannot be conceived, because the Bodhisattvas know that sentient beings long for inferior teachings and are afraid of great knowledge. They make themselves either Vakanas or Pratyekabuddhas. They inspire those sentient beings, using innumerable skillful means, saying, "We are Vakanas and still very far away from attaining the Buddha path." 28A 142 The Lotus Sutra. They say immeasurable sentient beings, all of whom they cause to attain perfection, and they even cause those who are lazy, or who have lowly intentions, gradually to become Buddhas. These beings secretly carry out the Bodhisattva practice, while outwardly calling themselves Vakanas, having little desire. Their thoughts exceed beyond birth and death. They in fact purify the Buddha lands. These Bodhisattvas show sentient beings that they have the three poisons, and further they reveal the mark of false views. In this way my disciples say, sentient beings through skillful means, if I fully disclosed that they had taken on various forms, the sentient beings hearing this would immediately become doubtful. This Pro has now practiced the path under thousands of points of Buddhas in the past, and he has propagated and protected the teaching of these Buddhas, seeking the highest wisdom. Under all these Buddhas, he showed that he was the foremost among the disciples, and that he was knowledgeable and wise. Fearless in his teaching, he was able to gladden the people. He never tired in performing the actions of a Buddha. He has already attained the great transcendent powers, and is endowed with the fourfold unobstructed wisdom, knowing whether the faculties 28B 143 Chapter 8 of sentient beings are sharp or dull. He always teaches the pure Dharma, expounding such doctrines as these. He has taught thousands of points of beings, and, by making them abide in the Mahayana teaching, he himself has purified his Buddha land. In the future he will also pay homage to incalculable innumerable Buddhas, protect and propagate the true Dharma, and also purify his Buddha land. He will always fearlessly teach the Dharma, using his skillful means, save incalculable sentient beings, and enable them to achieve omniscience. Paying homage to all the Tathagatas, and preserving the treasure house of the Dharma, he will eventually become the Buddha, called Dharmaprabhasa. His land will be called Suddhisada, which will consist of the 7 treasures. His kalpa will be called Ratamvamsa. There will be a large number of bodhisattvas there, numbering immeasurable koyas. His Buddha land will be elite, with bodhisattvas who have attained great transcendent powers, and are endowed with dignity. There will also be innumerable Vakas, who have perfected the 3 sciences, the 8 liberations, and the 4-fold unobstructed wisdom. Such beings as these will form the Sangha. The sentient beings in his land will have already cut themselves off from sexual desires. Everyone there will thus be pure and born spontaneously. 144. The Lotus Sutra, with bodies adorned with the 32 marks. They will feast on delight in the Dharma, and pleasure in meditation, never thinking of eating anything else. There will be neither women, nor troubled states of existence. The qualities of the mantra will be completely perfected, and there will be many wise people in this pure land. I am now only briefly explaining these immeasurable things. Thereupon there were 1200 arhats who had attained complete mental discipline, who through this we have joyfully attained an unprecedented experience. If the Bhagavat would give each of us a prediction like those he has given the other great disciples, we would be overjoyed. The Buddha, knowing their minds, addressed Lord Kayapa, saying, I shall now bestow the prediction of highest, complete enlightenment one by one on these 1200 arhats who are in my presence. My great disciple, the monk Jatakaranya, who is in this assembly, will pay homage to 62,000 of koyas of Buddhas. He will thereafter become the Buddha called Samanta Prabhat Atasgata Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. The V100 arhats beginning with Uruvavacupad, Gacupad, Nadcupad, Clodian, Buddhian, Anurada, Riveta, Kovya, Bakula, Kanta, Skota, and the others will all attain highest, complete enlightenment. They will all have the same name, that of Samanta Prabhat. Then the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. The monk Kaunya will meet immeasurable Buddhas, and after incalculable kalpas have passed. 28C 145 Chapter 8 He will attain perfect enlightenment. He will always emit a great ray of light, and will be endowed with transcendent powers. His fame will spread universally throughout the 10 directions. He will be honored by all beings, and will always teach the highest path. He will therefore be called Samantak Prabhat. His land will be pure, and the bodhisattvas there will all be of great vigor. They will all ascend marvelous towers, and roam in the lands of the 10 directions. They will present the most excellent offerings to all of the Buddhas. After having shown their reverence in this way, they will be full of great joy, and immediately return to their own lands. Such will be their transcendent powers. The lifespan of this Buddha will be 60,000 kalpas, and the true Dharma will last twice as long as his lifespan. The semblance Dharma will last twice as long as this. When the Dharma disappears, the Devas and humans will grieve. Those 300 monks will become Buddhas each in their turn, all having the same name Samantak Prabhat. They will give predictions, one after the other, saying, after my Paramurva, so and so will become a Buddha. The word he inspires. 146. The Lotus Sutra will be exactly like mine today. The embellishments of their lands, all the transcendent powers, the assembly of bodhisattvas and Ravakas, the true and semblance Dharma, the lifespan and duration of the Kalpa, will be just as I explained before. O Kayapa, you now know that the 300 arhats, whose minds are free, and the remaining Ravakas, will also be exactly like this. You should teach those who are not in this assembly. Thereupon the 300 arhats, having obtained their predictions from the Buddha, were joyful and ecstatic. They rose from their seats, approached the Buddha, bowed until their foreheads touched his feet, repented of their faults, and reproached themselves, saying, O Bhagavat, we have always thought we had attained complete nirvana. We now realize that we were ignorant. Why is this? We should have attained the wisdom of the Tathagatas, yet we were satisfied with little wisdom. O Bhagavat, suppose there were a man who came to the house of a close friend and went to sleep after becoming intoxicated with wine. The intimate friend, having to go out on official business, sews a priceless jewel into the inside of his friend as garment and, giving it to him, leaves. But the man who was drunk and asleep is totally unaware of this. After getting up, He lives and roams around until he arrives in another country. Although he diligently seeks for food and clothing, they are very difficult to obtain. He is satisfied if he just obtains a very meager amount. Later on, the intimate friend happens to meet this man. Seeing him, he says, "Oh, poor fellow, how have you come to this state through lack of food and clothing? Once, on such and such a day in such and such a month and year, I sewed a priceless jewel into the inside of your garment." 29A 147 Chapter 8 Wanting to make things easier for you and to let you enjoy the desires of the VE senses as much as you wish. It is still there, although you aren't aware of it, and you seek your livelihood with great effort and hardship. You have been very foolish. Sell this jewel and use it to buy what you need. From now on you will know neither poverty nor want and can live as you wish. The Buddha is exactly like this. When he was a bodhisattva, he aroused in us the aspiration for omniscience. Nevertheless, we forgot, we did not know or understand. We attained the path of the Arhats and considered that we had attained nirvana. It was very hard for us to support ourselves, and we were satisfied with little. But we never fully lost our wish for all knowledge. Now, the Bhagavat, perceiving our minds, has said this. O monks, what you have attained is not the complete nirvana. For a long time I have made you plant the various roots of good merit of a Buddha and shown you the marks of nirvana through skillful means. That is why you consider yourselves to have actually attained nirvana. O Bhagavat, we now know that we are actually bodhisattvas and will obtain a prediction of highest, complete enlightenment. For this reason we are extremely happy at having obtained such an unprecedented experience. At that time J.K. Earlier and the others, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. We have heard his voice, giving the prediction of utmost ease. Rejoicing in this unprecedented experience, we bow to the Buddha whose wisdom is immeasurable. We now repent of our faults in the presence of the Bhagavat. Although we had attained only a small measure of nirvana out of the immeasurable treasures of the Buddha, we were self-satisfied, just like ignorant fools. Suppose there were a poor man. 29B 148 The Lotus Sutra, who went to the house of a close friend, whose family was very wealthy. He was entertained with a feast, and had a priceless jewel sewn to the inside of his garment. The wealthy friend made him this gift without saying anything, and went away. The poor man had fallen asleep and did not know of this. Shortly afterward, this man gets up, and after wandering around, arrives in another country. He manages to seek out enough food and clothing to live, but has great difficulty in supporting himself. Yet he is satisfied to obtain a little, and does not desire anything better. He is still unaware of the priceless jewel sewn inside his garment. The intimate friend who gave him the jewel meets this poor man later, and bitterly reproaches him, showing him the jewel that had been sewn into his garment. The poor man, seeing this jewel, rejoices greatly, and with this rich treasure he enjoys to his satisfaction the desires of the VE senses. We are exactly like this. For a long time, the Bobby Bat has led and inspired us through his compassion, and planted in us the highest aspiration. Because we were ignorant, we neither noticed nor knew. We were satisfied with attending. 149. Chapter 8. Only a small measure of nirvana, and did not seek for the rest. Now the Buddha has enlightened us, saying, this is not the real nirvana. Attaining the highest wisdom of the Buddhas is indeed the only real nirvana. Now, having heard the predictions from the Buddha, and of the adorned lands, and the subsequent predictions, we universally rejoice in body and mind. Chapter 9. The predictions for those who still have more to learn, and for those who do not. At that time Nanda and Rula thought this, the delight we would feel if we were to receive our predictions is constantly before our minds. Then arising from their seats and going into the presence of the Buddha, they bowed until their foreheads touched his feet, and spoke to him in unity. Some, saying, O Bhagavat, we should also be qualified to receive our predictions. Both of us take refuge only in the Tathagata. Moreover, we are well known by the Deva as humans, and Asura as throughout the entire world. Nanda has always attended the Tathagata, preserving the treasure house of the Dharma, and Rula is the son of the Buddha. If the Buddha would bestow upon us the prediction of highest, complete enlightenment, then our vows would be fulfilled and our wishes also realized. Then 2,000 disciples, Ruvaka, some who still had more to learn, and some who did not, all arose from their seats, and with their right shoulders bared went into the presence of the Buddha. Attentively, with palms Pressed together, they gazed at the Bhagavat, all having the same wish as Nanda and Rula, and stood to one side. Then the Buddha addressed Nanda, saying, in the future world you will become a Buddha called Skara. Parabhutiva Kritarjay Haija, Atasgata, Arhat, completely enlightened. Perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world. Unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha. Bhagavat. You will pay homage to 62 kois of Buddhas, preserve the treasure house of the Dharma and ultimately attain highest, complete enlightenment. Further, you will inspire 20,000s of myriads of kois of bodhisattvas, equal in number to the saints of the Ganges river, causing them to attain highest, complete enlightenment. Your land will be called Baobang Matao Jayant. It will be pure and the earth will be made of lapis lazuli. The kalpa will be called Manoja. 151.29c. The Lotus Sutra. Pigarsita. The lifespan of this Buddha will be for immeasurable, incalculable thousands of myriads of kois of kalpas. Their number would be incalculable even if one were to count for immeasurable, innumerable thousands of myriads of kois of kalpas. The true Dharma will abide in the world twice as long as his lifespan, and the semblance Dharma will abide in the world twice as long as the true Dharma. O Nanda, the virtues of this Buddha Skarat Harabhuthaipikrita Rajapija will be praised by immeasurable thousands of myriads of kois of Buddha-Gatas in the 10 directions, equal in number to the saints of the Ganges river. Thereupon the Tathagata, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this, further spoke these verses. I now tell the assembly that Nanda, the preserver of the Dharma, will pay homage to the Buddhas, and ultimately attain complete enlightenment. He will be called the Buddha. Skarat Harabhutiva Kritarjaya. His land will be pure, and called Baobang Matao Jayant. He will lead and inspire bodhisattvas in numbers equal to the saints of the Ganges river. This Buddha will be endowed with great virtue and dignity, and his fame will LL the 10 directions. His lifespan will be immeasurable, due to his compassion for sentient beings. The true Dharma will abide twice as long as his lifespan, and the semblance Dharma will abide twice as long as the true Dharma. Countless sentient beings within the Dharma of this Buddha, equal in number to the saints of the Ganges river, will plant the seed of the Buddha path. 152. Chapter 9. At that time the 8,000 bodhisattvas in the assembly, in whom the thought of enlightenment, Bodhisattva, had recently awakened, all thought this, since we have never heard the great bodhisattvas receive predictions like this, why should the Vakkas now obtain it? Then the Bhagavat, knowing what the bodhisattvas were thinking, spoke to them, saying, O sons of a virtuous family, the thought of highest, complete enlightenment once awoke simultaneously in Nanda and myself in the presence of the Buddha Dharma Govinda Jaitarja. Nanda always wanted to hear a great deal about the Dharma, and I always made diligent efforts. For this reason I was shortly able to attain highest, complete enlightenment, whereas Nanda preserves my teaching and in the future will uphold the treasure house of the Dharma of all the Buddhas. He will lead, inspire, and perfect the Bodhisattvas. Since this was his original thought, he has obtained this prediction. Nanda, while facing the Buddha in the audience, heard his own prediction and about the adornments of his land, his thoughtful elite. He rejoiced greatly at attaining such an unprecedented experience. With his unobstructed penetration, he immediately remembered the treasure house of the Dharma, of the past immeasurable thousands of myriads of koi's of Buddhas, as if he had just heard of it today, and he also became aware of his original thought. Thereupon Nanda spoke these verses. The Bhagavat is truly extraordinary. He has enabled me to recollect the Dharma of incalculable numbers of Buddhas of the past, just as if I had just heard of the matter today. I now have no further doubts. I am established in the Buddha path. I have become an attendant of the Tathagata, and as an attendant, I will preserve the Dharma of all the Buddhas, using skillful means. Then the Buddha addressed Rula, saying, in the future you will become a Buddha called Subcharitane Vikrama, a Tathagata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas. 153 30 The Lotus Sutra and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. You will pay homage to the Buddha-Tathagatas, whose number is equal to that of the grains of dust in the 10 worlds. And you will always become the eldest son of all the Buddhas, just as you are my eldest son now. The adornments of the land, the number of disciples led and inspired, the duration of the true and semblance Dharma of this Buddha Subcharitana Padme Vikrama will be just like those of the Buddha's Garadharabuddhai, Vikraitarjataija, without the slightest difference. You will also become the eldest son of this Buddha and after that attain highest, complete enlightenment. At that time the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this, further spoke these verses. When I was a prince, Rula was my eldest son. And now that I have perfected the Buddha path, he accepts my teaching as the heir of the Dharma. In the future he will meet immeasurable countless of Buddhas, becoming the eldest son of all these Buddhas. He will wholeheartedly seek the Buddha path. Only I am able to discern Rula as unseen practice. But now that he has become my eldest son, he reveals it to the sentient beings. His thousands of myriads of countless of merits are uncountable and incalculable. He will become established in the Buddha, Dharma, and seek the highest path. Then the Bhagavat perceived that the minds of those 2,000 pale, some of whom had more to learn and some of whom did not, worsen, severe, mild, and receptive. They were all attentively gazing at the Buddha. The Buddha said to Nanda, "Do you not see these 2,000 people? Some of whom have more to learn and some of whom do not." 154 30b Chapter 9 Nanda replied, "Yes, I see them." The Buddha said, "O Nanda, all of these people will pay homage to the Buddha Tathagatas, whose number is equal to that of the grains of dust. In FTY words, they will respect, honor, and preserve the treasure house of the Dharma and will later all become Buddhas simultaneously in the words of the 10 directions. They will all have the same name, Ratnakutarja, Tathagata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. Their lifespans will last 1 kalpa. The adornments of their lands, the number of Ravakas and Bodhisattvas, and the duration of the true and semblance Dharma will be the same for all. Thereupon the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this, further spoke these verses. Now in my presence, these 2,000 Ravakas have all received their predictions. In the future they will all become Buddhas. The Buddhas they will revere will be equal to the number of grains of dust, just as mentioned above. Preserving this treasure house of the Dharma, they will later attain complete enlightenment. They will all have the same name, and dwell in the lands of the 10 directions, all sitting at the exact same time on the terrace of enlightenment. They will attain the highest wisdom. All of them will be called Ratnakutarja. their lengths, the number of disciples, duration of the true and semblance Dharma, will all be the same without any difference. Moreover, through their transcendent powers, they will save sentient beings throughout the 10 directions. 156. Their fame will spread universally, and they will gradually enter nirvana. Then the 2,000 people, some of whom had more to learn and some of whom did not, having heard their predictions from the Buddha, rejoiced ecstatically and spoke in verse. O Bhagavat, the light of wisdom, we have just heard you give us our predictions, and our minds are full of joy, just as if we had been sprinkled with the Dharma of immortality. The Lotus Sutra. 157. Chapter S. The expounder of the Dharma. Thereupon the Bhagavat, by addressing Bodhisattva Vyagyaja, Medicinaking, through him addressed 80,000 Bodhisattvas, saying, O Vyagyaja, in this assembly do you see innumerable humans and non-humans such as Devas, Angakins, Yakshas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Kimaras, Mahoragas, monks, nuns, laymen, and lay women, those seeking the Vaka vehicle, the Pratyeka Buddha vehicle, and the Buddha path. If, in the presence of the Buddha, any beings such as these hear a single verse or line of the Lotus Sutra, and thereupon have even one thought of rejoicing in it, I will bestow upon them my prediction that they will attain highest, complete enlightenment. The Buddha addressed Vyagyaja, saying, if, after the parinirvana of the Tathagata, any being hears even a single verse or line of the Lotus Sutra, and thereupon has even one thought of rejoicing in it, I will bestow upon them the prediction that they will attain highest, complete enlightenment. If there is anyone who preserves, recites, explains, or copies even a single verse of the Lotus Sutra, or who respects this sutra as if it were a Buddha, or who reverently offers it various hours, perfumes, necklaces, fragrant ointments, scented powders, burning incense, canopies, ags, banners, clothing, or music, or who simply honors it with his palms pressed together, know, O Vyagyaja, that this person has already paid homage to tens of myriads of poets of Buddhas of the past. Such people have pledged their great vow in the presence of all the Buddhas, and yet they have been born as humans out of their compassion for sentient beings. O Vyagyaja, if anyone should ask you what kind of sentient being will become a Buddha in the future, you should inform them that it is those of this kind who will definitely become Buddhas in the future. Why is this? If there are any sons or daughters of a virtuous family who preserve, recite, explain, and copy even a single line of the Lotus Sutra, or who pay homage to this sutra with various offerings of flowers, perfumes, necklaces. The Lotus Sutra, scented powders and ointments, burning incense, canopies, AGS, banners, clothing, or music, or who honor it with their palms pressed together, such people should be respected by the entire world. They should be revered in the same way as the Tathagata is revered. Know that these people are great bodhisattvas who are to attain highest, complete enlightenment. Out of their compassion for sentient beings, they wish to be born among them in order to expound and explain the Lotus Sutra far and wide. How much more to be honored are those who completely preserve the entire sutra and pay homage to it with various offerings. O Vyapyarja, you should know that after my parinirvanas, people will set aside the rewards of their pure karma and be born in the true black world out of their compassion for sentient beings, and in order to expound this sutra far and wide. After my parinirvana, if there are any sons and daughters of a virtuous family who expound even a single line of the Lotus Sutra in private to even a single person, they should be acknowledged as the ambassadors of the Tathagata. They have been dispatched by the Tathagata and carry out the Tathagata's work. As for those who extensively teach among the common people, know that they are yet greater ambassadors. O Vyapyarja, if there are erring people during a kalpa, those with troubled thoughts who always discourage the Buddha in his presence, their fault is nonetheless slight. Yet if there are those who discourage the laity or ordained people who recite the Lotus Sutra even with a single evil word, their fault is extremely grave. O Vyapyarja, know that those who recite this Lotus Sutra adorn themselves with the adornments of a Buddha. This means that they will carry the Tathagata on their shoulders and pay him homage wherever they go. They should be respected, revered, honored, and praised wholeheartedly with palms pressed together through offerings of flowers, perfumes, necklaces, scented powders, ointments, burning incense, canopies, AGS, banners, clothing, dowry, silas food, music, and the best offerings that people can make. They should have heavenly jewels scattered upon them and offered to them. Why is this? Because these people joyfully expound the Dharma, and those who hear it, even for an instant, will fully attain highest, complete enlightenment. Thereupon the Bodhisattva wanting to elaborate upon the meaning of this, further spoke these verses. 158，31a Chapter S. Those who want to abide in the Buddha path and perfect the wisdom of the self-generated one should always diligently pay homage to those who preserve the Lotus Sutra. Those who want to quickly attain omniscience should hold to this sutra and pay homage to those who preserve it. Know that anyone who preserves the Lotus Sutra is an ambassador of the Buddha, who feels compassion for sentient beings. Those who preserve the Lotus Sutra were born here in this world, withholding themselves from the Pure Land, out of their compassion for sentient beings. Know that such people are born, where and when they will. They are born in this troubled world, to extensively expound the highest Dharma. Such expounders of the Dharma should be revered, with offerings of divine hours, perfumes, heavenly jeweled clothing, and exquisite celestial jewels. Those who preserve this sutra in the troubled world after my Paramparva should be paid homage with palms pressed together, just as one pays homage to the Bhagavat. These heirs of the Buddhas should be revered, with delicious food, various delicacies, and a variety of clothing, in the hope of hearing the teaching even for an instant. If in the future there is anyone who preserves this sutra, I will dispatch him to the world of humans, to carry out the Tathagata as task. If throughout one entire kalpa there is anyone with erring thoughts, 159，31b The Lotus Sutra, who always disparages the Buddha with an angry countenance, the consequences of his grave errors will be incalculable. If there is anyone who speaks a hostile word even for an instant about those who recite and preserve this Lotus Sutra, his fault will be even greater. If throughout one entire kalpa there are people seeking for the Buddha path, who praise the Buddha in my presence, with incalculable numbers of verses, and with palms pressed together, the merits they attain will be immeasurable, because of praising this Buddha. If there are people who praise those who preserve the sutra, their merit will be even greater. You must pay tribute to those who preserve the sutra throughout 80 kois of kalpas, with the best objects, sounds, fragrances, odors, and materials. If you are able to hear the teaching for even a moment, after having paid tribute in this way, you will then become delighted, thinking, I have now attained great NETS. Oh Vaipsharja, I now tell you that I have taught many sutras. Among these sutras, however, the Lotus Sutra is the utmost and best. Then the Buddha spoke further to Bodhisattva Mosattva Vaipyarja, saying, there are immeasurable thousands of myriads of points of sutras I have taught in the past, which I teach now, and which I will teach in the future. Among them, however, this Lotus Sutra is the most difficult to accept and to understand. 160. Chapter S. O Vaipyarja. This sutra is the treasure house of the hidden essence of all the Buddhas. It must not be distributed or heedlessly bestowed upon the people. Since times long past, all the Buddha Bodhisattvas have protected it and have never openly taught it. Moreover, people show great hostility to this sutra, even in the presence of the Tathagata. How much more so after the parinirvana of the Tathagata? O Vaipyarja, you should know that after the parinirvana of the Tathagata, those who copy, preserve, recite, and revere this sutra and expound it for the sake of others will be clothed with the Tathagata as garments and treasured by the present Buddhas of the other directions. Such people will have the power of great faith, the power of aspiration, as well as the power of the roots of good merit. You should know that these people have dwelt together with the Tathagata, and his hand has caressed their heads. O Vaipyarja, wherever this sutra is taught, read, recited, copied, or wherever it is to be found, one should build a 7-jewel stupa of great height and width and richly ornamented. There is no need to put a relic inside. Why is this? Because the Tathagata is already in it. This stupa should be respected, honored, praised and rendered homage with offerings of all kinds of flowers, perfumes, necklaces, canopies, ags, banners, music, and songs. If there is anyone able to see this stupa and to pay it homage and honor it, know that such a one is nearing highest, complete enlightenment. O Vaipyarja, among the many people, either among the laity or the ordained, who practice the Bodhisattva path, if they are unable to see, hear, recite, copy, preserve, and pay homage to this Lotus Sutra, know that they are people who are not yet properly practicing the Bodhisattva path. If anyone is able to hear this sutra, such a one is skillfully practicing the Bodhisattva path. Among sentient beings seeking the Buddha path, if there are those who see or hear this Lotus Sutra and, after hearing it, are drawn to it and preserve it, know that they are those who are approaching highest, complete enlightenment. O Vaipyarja, Suppose there were a thirsty man seeking water. He drills in search of water on a high plain, yet he sees only dry earth and thus realizes that water is still far away. But he does not cease his efforts until he turns up moist earth and gradually reaches mud. Now he is sure that water must be near. 161-31c The Lotus Sutra. The Bodhisattvas are exactly like this. If they have not yet heard, understood, or been able to practice this Lotus Sutra, they should be known as people who are still far away from highest, complete enlightenment. If they hear, understand, contemplate, and are able to practice it, they realize that they are certainly nearing highest, complete enlightenment. Why is this? Because the highest, complete enlightenment of all the Bodhisattvas is within this sutra. This sutra opens the gate of skillful means and reveals the marks of the truth. The treasure house of this Lotus Sutra is deep and remote. No one is able to discover its depths. That is why the Buddha now reveals it, inspiring and perfecting the Bodhisattvas. O Bhaipyarja! If there are Bodhisattvas who hear this Lotus Sutra and are confused and frightened, know that they are Bodhisattvas in whom the thought of enlightenment has only recently awakened. If there are Vakas who hear this sutra and are confused and frightened, know that they are people who have excessive pride. O Bhaipyarja! If there are any sons and daughters of a virtuous man, who, after the Paramurva of the Tathagata, want to teach this Lotus Sutra to the fourfold assembly, how should they teach it? These sons and daughters of a virtuous family, after entering the abode of the Tathagata, wearing the Tathagata as garments, and sitting on his seat, should then extensively teach this sutra to the fourfold assembly. The Tathagata as chamber is not in but the great compassion toward all sentient beings. The Tathagata as garments are the thoughts of gentleness and perseverance, and the Tathagata as seat is the very emptiness of all existing things. After settling among them, one should tirelessly and extensively expound this Lotus Sutra for the sake of the Bodhisattvas and the fourfold assembly. O Bhaipyarja! I will dispatch transformed beings to other worlds, who will gather the people together to hear the teaching. I will also dispatch transformed monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen to hear this teaching. These transformed beings will hear the Dharma, believe and accept it, and not reject it. If an expounder of the Dharma resides in a secluded place, I will then dispatch many devas and goddess, lokas, Gandharvas, and Asuras to hear his teaching. Although I will be in a different land, I will periodically let the 162 Chapter S Expounders of the Dharma see me. If they forget a line of this sutra, I will explain it again, enabling them to master it. Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this, further spoke these verses. If you wish to rid yourself of idleness, you should listen to this sutra. This sutra is rarely heard, and it is also difficult to accept. Suppose there were a thirsty man, seeking for water by drilling into the earth on a high plain. He sees only dry earth and knows that water is still far away. He gradually sees the moist earth turn into mud, and knows with certainty that water is near. Oh Vyapyarja, you should know that those people who do not hear the Lotus Sutra are very far away from the Buddha as wisdom. If they hear this profound sutra, which brings resolution to the Vakas, and if they hear this king of sutras, and attentively contemplate it, know that these people are close to the Buddha as wisdom. If people want to expound this sutra, they should enter the Tasgata as chamber, put on the Tasgata as garments, and sit on the Tasgata as seat. They then should face the people without fear, so that they may extensively 163. The Lotus Sutra illuminate and explain it to the assembly. The Tasgata as chamber is great compassion. His garments are gentleness and perseverance, and his seat is the emptiness of all existent things. After settling among them, they should expound the Dharma. Even if, when they expound this sutra, people discourage them with evil words, or attack them with swords, sticks, tiles, or stones, being mindful of the Buddha, they should persevere. I will manifest my pure and solid form in thousands of myriads of kois of lands, and teach the Dharma to sentient beings. For inexorable kois of kalpas, if after my Paramurva there is someone who is able to teach this sutra, I will dispatch a transformed fourfold assembly of monks, nuns, laymen and laywomen, to pay homage to this expounder of the Dharma. I will lead the sentient beings, and gather them together, to let them hear the teaching. If anyone wishes to do ill to them, with swords, sticks, tiles, or stones, then I will dispatch those transformed ones, in order to guard them. If there is any expounder of the Dharma, who recites this sutra in a secluded, tranquil place, where there is no sound of human beings. I will then manifest my body of pure light. If they forget a chapter or a verse, I will teach it to them, enabling them to master it. 164 32b Chapter S. If anyone perfects these qualities, if he teaches the fourfold assembly, or in a solitary place recites this sutra, such a person will be able to see me. If anyone abides in a secluded place, I will dispatch Devas and Gopis, Yakas and Gesas, to be an audience to their teaching. Such people teach the Dharma willingly, and explain it without obstruction, because all the Buddhas protect them. They gladden the great community of people. Anyone who closely attends an expounder of the Dharma will immediately attain the Bodhisattva path. Anyone who follows this expounder as instructions will be able to meet Buddhas, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. 165 Chapter 11 The appearance of a Jewel Stupa. At that time there appeared before the Buddha a 7 Jewel Stupa, feet 100 yojana as in height and 250 yojana as both in length and width, which emerged from the ground and hovered in the air. It was adorned with various jewels, had 50,000 railings, and thousands of myriads of chambers. It was decorated with innumerable aegis and banners, and hanging jeweled necklaces, and myriads of points of jeweled bells hung from the top. The fragrance of tamla leaves and sandalwood trees exuded from all sides of the stupa, covering the world. The banners and umbrellas were composed of the 7 jewels such as gold, silver, lapis lazuli, mother of pearl, agate, pearl, and ruby, and they rose as high as the palaces of the world, protectors of the 4 quarters. The 33 Devas ran down heavenly Dharma hours in homage to the jewel stupa. The other thousands of myriads of points of humans, and such non-humans as Devas, Ankas, Yakas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Chimaras, and Mahoragas also respected, honored, revered, and praised the precious stupa by offering all kinds of flowers, perfumes, necklaces, aegis, banners, and music. Then a tremendous voice issued forth in praise from the jewel stupa, saying, "Splendid, splendid, O Kaiumuni! The Bhagavad teaches the Lotus Sutra to the Great Assembly, the instruction for Bodhisattvas and treasured lore of the Buddhas, which is the wisdom attainable by every sentient being. Just so, O Kyamuni Bhagavat. What you teach is true. Thereupon the fourfold assembly saw the great jewel stupa hovering in the air and also heard the voice that issued forth from the stupa. They all were pleased with the teaching and marveled at this unprecedented experience. They stood up from their seats, honored Kyamuni with their palms pressed together, and withdrew to one side. 167.32c The Lotus Sutra. At that time there was a Bodhisattva Mosattva called Mahapratividna, who, realizing that the Devas, humans, and Asuras of the entire world were puzzled, addressed the Buddha saying, O Bhagavat, why has this jeweled stupa emerged from the earth? And why has this voice come forth from it? Then the Buddha told Bodhisattva Mahapratividna, the Tathagata, in this jeweled stupa, in the remote past, immeasurable, incalculable sense of myriads of points of worlds away in the east there was a land called Ratnavissada. In that land there was a Buddha called Prabcharadna. When this Buddha was practicing the Bodhisattva path in his previous lives, he made a great vow, saying, if I become a Buddha after my paramurva, if the Lotus Sutra is being taught anywhere in all the lands of the 10 directions, my stupa shall appear there so that this sutra may be heard, and in order that I may bear testimony to it and praise it with the word splendid. After the Buddha had perfected the path and immediately before his paramurva, he addressed the monks among the great assembly of Devas and humans, saying, after my paramurva, anyone who wishes to pay me homage should build a great stupa. If there is anyone teaching the Lotus Sutra anywhere in the worlds of the 10 directions, this Buddha makes a jewel stupa emerge out of the ground in that place through his transcendent powers and the power of his vow. He is in the stupa giving praise with the words, splendid, splendid, O Mahapratividna. The Tathagata Prabcharadna has now emerged from the earth within his stupa, so that he may hear the Lotus Sutra and give praise with the words, splendid, splendid. At that time Bodhisattva Mahapratividna spoke to the Buddha through the Tathagata as transcendent powers, saying, O Bhagavat, we all want to see this Buddha as form. The Buddha answered Bodhisattva Mosattva Mahapratividna, saying, this Buddha Prabcharadna made a great vow, saying, whenever my jewel stupa appears in the presence of a Buddha in order to hear the Lotus Sutra, if that Buddha wants to show my form. 168. Chapter 11 To the fourfold assembly he should gather into one place all his iconic created forms that are teaching the Dharma in the words of the 10 directions. After that my form will appear. O no Prati Vipna. I shall now gather all my magically created forms, who are teaching the Dharma in the words of the 10 directions. No Prati Vipna spoke to the Buddha, saying, O Bhagavat, we also strongly wish to see the Bhagavat as magically created forms, to honor and pay homage to them. Then the Buddha emitted a ray of light from the tuft of white hair between his eyebrows, and they immediately saw the Buddhas in the 100 mirror. Iades of koi as of nail as of lands in the eastern direction equal in number to the sands of the Ganges river. In these lands the soil was of crystal and adorned with treasure trees and jeweled garments, and these lands were full of innumerable thousands of myriads of koi as of bodhisattvas. Jeweled drapes were hung everywhere and were covered with jeweled nets. All the Buddhas in these lands were teaching the Dharma in most harmonious voices. They also saw immeasurable thousands of myriads of koi as of bodhisattvas, leading all the lands and teaching the Dharma to sentient beings. The other directions to the south, north, and west, the 4 intermediary directions, and the upper and lower regions were also illuminated by the ray of light emitted from the tuft of white hair between the Buddha's eyebrows, and they were also exactly like this. Then all the Buddhas in the 10 directions each addressed the assembly of bodhisattvas, saying, O sons of a virtuous family, we will now go to the place where Kayamuni is in the Sun world and pay homage to the jeweled stupa of the Tathagata Praptaratna. At that time the Sun world was immediately purified, the earth was of lapis lazuli, adorned with jeweled trees, its roads laid out like a chessboard, and bordered with golden cords, and there were no villages, towns, cities, oceans, rivers, mountains, streams, forests, or groves. Very precious incense was burning, and anti-Rapa hours were spread everywhere on the earth, and it was covered with jeweled nets and drapes from which jeweled bells hung. With the exception of this assembly, the devas and human beings were all moved to other lands. 169 33a The Lotus Sutra. Then the Buddhas each took one great bodhisattva as an attendant and arrived under a jewel tree in the Sun world. Each jewel tree was 300 yojanas in height and adorned with branches, leaves, blossoms, and fruits in their proper turn. Under all these jewel trees were lion seeds yojanas in height that were adorned with great jewels. The Buddhas each sat cross-legged on these seats. They sat one after another in this way, LLE. The great manifold cosmos. Yet the sacred forms of Khyamuni Buddha even one direction had not all arrived yet. At that time Khyamuni Buddha, wanting to be able to receive all of his magically created forms, transform and purify at 200 myriads of as of Meta as of lands in each of the world systems in the 8 directions. There were no hells, hungry ghosts, animals, or asuras, and all the devas and humans were moved to other lands. In these transformed lands the earth was made of lapis lazuli and adorned with jewel trees. These trees were 100 yojana as in height and were adorned with branches, leaves, blossoms, and fruits in their proper turn. Under every tree was a jeweled lion seed yojana as in height, which was adorned with various jewels. There were no oceans, rivers, or great mountain peaks, such as Mount Musilinda, Mount Momusalinda, Mount Kakrava, Mount Mopakrava, or Mount Sumeru. The lands were all made into one Buddha world throughout. The jewel earth was level and covered everywhere with jewel-studded drapes. Banners and umbrellas were set up, precious incense was burning, and heavenly jeweled armors covered the ground everywhere. Then Khyamuni Buddha again transformed and purified at 200 myriads of as of Meta as of lands in each of the 8 directions, so that the Buddhas could come and sit. There were no hells, hungry ghosts, mouse, or asuras, and the devas and humans were moved to other lands. In the transformed lands the earth was of lapis lazuli and adorned with jewel trees. The trees were 100 yojana as in height and were adorned with branches, leaves, blossoms, and fruits in their proper turn. Under these trees were jeweled lion seeds that were yojana as in height and decorated with great jewels. There were no oceans, rivers, or great mountain peaks such as Mount Musilinda, Mount Momusalinda, Mount Kakrava, Mount Mopakrava, or Mount Sumeru. The lands were all made into one Buddha world throughout. The jewel earth was level and covered everywhere with 170. Chapter 11. Jewel-studded drapes. Banners and umbrellas were set up, precious incense was burning, and heavenly jeweled armors covered the ground everywhere. Then the magically created forms of Khyamuni Buddha, which had been teaching the Dharma in the hundreds of thousands of myriads of kois of Meta as of lands in the east, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River, gathered here. In this way all the Buddhas in the 10 directions gradually came until all were assembled, sitting in the 8 directions. At that time this Buddha Tathagatas LLE 400 myriads of points of Nayuta as of lands in each direction. Then sitting on the lion seats under the jewel trees, the Buddhas each dispatched their attendants with hands full of jewel downwards to inquire after the Buddha Kayamuni, saying, O son of a virtuous family, you should approach the Buddha Kayamuni on Mount Draka and give him a greeting, saying, Are you without illness and pain, and are you full of vigor and antics? And are the assemblies of Bodhisattvas and Ravakas Oantis or not? Then, having paid homage to the Buddha by scattering him with his jewel downwards, say this to him. The Buddha so and so wishes you to open this jewel stupa. All the other Buddhas dispatched their messengers like this. Then the Buddha Kayamuni saw that his magically created forms had already gathered and were each sitting on a lion seat. And he heard that all the Buddhas also wanted him to open the treasure stupa. Immediately he hovered in the air, and the entire fourfold assembly rose and gazed attentively at the Buddha with their palms pressed together. Thereupon Kayamuni Buddha opened the entrance to the 7th jewel stupa with his right finger. There was a tremendous sound as if the bar and lock to the gateway of a large city were being pushed aside. Then immediately the entire gathering saw the Tathagata Prabhupada in the jeweled stupa sitting on a lion seat as if he were in meditation, his body whole and undecomposed. They heard him say, Splendid! Splendid! The Buddha Kayamuni is teaching the Lotus Sutra and I have come in order to hear it. 171 33C The Lotus Sutra. At that time the fourfold assembly saw the Buddha who had entered Paramurtha immeasurable thousands of myriads of points of kalpa as the ghost speak. In those words, they praised this unprecedented experience and scattered heavenly jewel downwards upon the Buddhas Prabhupada and Kayamuni. Then from within the stupa the Buddha Prabhupada offered half of his seat to the Buddha Kayamuni, saying, O Kayamuni Buddha, please take a seat here. The Buddha Kayamuni immediately entered the stupa and sat cross-legged on half of the seat. Thereupon the great assembly saw the two Tathagatas sitting cross-legged on the lion seat in the 7th jewel stupa, and they each spoke thus, the Buddhas are seated far away. O Tathagata, we entreat you to use your transcendent powers so that we may be in the air together with you. The Buddha Kayamuni immediately moved the entire fourfold assembly fly into the air through his transcendent powers and address them with a great voice, saying, "Who in the subworld is able to extensively teach the Lotus Sutra? It is now the right time. The Tathagata will enter Paramurva before long, and the Buddha wants to transmit this Lotus Sutra to you." Thereupon the Buddha, wanting to further elaborate upon the meaning of this, spoke these verses. Although the great sage, the Bodhisattva, entered Paramurva long ago, he has been abiding in Ajiro Stupa, and he has now come for the sake of the Dharma. Why is it that people do not strive for the Dharma? Although this Buddha entered Paramurva incalculable kalpas ago, because it is difficult to encounter, he listens to the Dharma wherever it is taught. The original vow of this Buddha was, "After my Paramurva, I will always listen to the Dharma, wherever it may be." 172 Chapter 11 My magically created forms, incalculable as the sands of the Ganges River, have come to hear the Dharma, and see the Tathagata Pracharna, who has entered Nirvana. Each Buddha form, having abandoned his beautiful land, disciples, devas, humans, and gods, and ritual tributes, has come here, so that the Dharma may abide forever. In order to see all these Buddhas, I transferred immeasurable beings, and purified the lands through my transcendent powers, and each of these Buddhas settled under a jewel tree, as lotus blossoms adorn a limpid, cool pond. Under every jewel tree was a lion's seat, on which the Buddhas sat radiating light, as a great bonfire blazes in the dark of the night. They emitted a subtle fragrance from their bodies, which illumined the lands of the 10 directions. Sentient beings who smelled this fragrance were overcome with unsurpassed joy, like branches of a small tree being blown by a great wind. Through this skillful means, I enable the Dharma to abide forever. I tell the great assembly that after my Nirvana, whoever can preserve and recite this sutra should now individually make a declaration in the presence of the Buddhas. Although the Buddha Pracharna 173-34a The Lotus Sutra entered Paramurva long ago. Through his great vow, he has roared the lion's roar. The Tathagata Pracharna, I myself, and all the magically created forms who have gathered here, should know this intention. O heirs of the Buddhas, whoever is able to preserve the Dharma should make a great vow, so that it may abide forever. Whoever is able to preserve the teaching of this sutra will thus honor me and Prabhupada. This Buddha Prabhupada always roams the 10 directions in a jewel stupa in order to hear this sutra. He also honors all the transformed Buddhas who have come here and who adorn all the worlds with light. Whoever teaches this sutra will see me, the Tathagata Prabhupada, and the transformed Buddhas, O sons of a virtuous family. Each of you must carefully consider this. This is indeed a difficult matter. Make a great vow accordingly. It is not really difficult to teach all of the other sutras, the number of which is equal to the sands of the Ganges River. It is not difficult. 174 Chapter 11 To take Mount Sumeru and throw it to another quarter over innumerable Buddha worlds. It is also not difficult to shake free the manifold cosmos with one toe and throw it far into another distant world. It is not difficult to stand on the highest summit of the world and teach the other innumerable sutras for the sake of sentient beings. However, it will indeed be difficult to teach this sutra in the troubled world after the Buddha as nirvana. It is not difficult for anyone to grasp empty space and wander around with it, but it will certainly be difficult to copy and preserve this sutra and cause others to copy it. After my nirvana, it is not really difficult to put the great earth on a toenail and ascend with it to the world of Brahmas. However, it will indeed be difficult to recite this sutra, even for a moment, in the troubled world after the Buddha as nirvana. It is not really difficult to enter into the Kanagritaya at the time of the close of a kalpa, carrying hay on your back, and yet not be burnt. 175 The Lotus Sutra. It certainly will be difficult to preserve this sutra and teach it to even a single person. After my nirvana, it is indeed not really difficult for anyone to preserve the 84,000 treasure houses of the Dharma and the 12-fold scriptures, and teach them so that the listeners can attain the 6 transcendent powers. It will indeed be difficult for anyone to hear and accept this sutra, and to ask about its meaning. After my nirvana, it is not really difficult for people to do such many-child things as teaching the Dharma, and making thousands of myriads of points of immeasurable, incalculable sentient beings numbering as many as the sands of the Ganges River. 10 are efficient and perfect. The 6 transcendent powers. It will certainly be difficult to preserve such a sutra as this. After my nirvana, I have extensively taught many sutras in incalculable lengths, from the beginning until now, for the sake of the Buddha past, and yet among them, this sutra is the best. If anyone preserves it, he preserves the form of the Buddha. O sons of a virtuous family, those who preserve and recite this Lotus Sutra after my nirvana must now individually make a declaration. 176 34b Chapter 11 In the presence of the Buddhas, it is hard to preserve this sutra. If anyone preserves it, even for a single moment, I shall truly rejoice. All of the other Buddhas will do so also. Such people as these are praised by the Buddhas. They are courageous. They are persevering. They are known as those who follow the rules of good conduct and carry out ascetic practices. Subsequently they quickly attain the highest Buddha path. Those in the future who recite and preserve this sutra are the true heirs of the Buddha and abide in the state of purity. Those who can understand its meaning after the Buddha as nirvana will become the eyes of the world for devas and humans. Those who teach it even for a moment in the fearful world will be revered by all the devas and humans. 177 Chapter 12 Devadatta. The Buddha then addressed the assembly of bodhisattvas and also the devas, humans, and the fourfold assembly, saying, in the past, immeasurable kalpas ago, I tirelessly sought the Lotus Sutra. Throughout many kalpas I always began making and made a vow to seek highest enlightenment. My mind became irreversible, wanting to fulfill the 6 perfections. I diligently carried out practices, unstintingly giving elephants, horses, the 7 precious treasures, countries and cities, wives and children, male and female servants, my head, eyes, marrow and brains, the edge of my body, hands and feet, without stinginess, not even hesitating to give my own life. At that time the lifespan of the people in the world was immeasurable. In order to seek the Dharma I abandoned my kingdom and abdicated my throne to the crown prince. Beating a drum I proclaimed to the 4 direct tyrants that I was seeking the Dharma, saying, I will be as a servant for the rest of my life to whosoever can teach me the Mahayana. At that time there was a sage who came to this king and said, I possess the Mahayana teaching called the Lotus Sutra. If you faithfully obey me, I will expound it to you. Having heard the sage, the king became joyful and ecstatic and accompanying the sage, he did everything he was asked. He gathered fruits, drew water, collected reward, and provided meals. He even provided his own body as a bed for the sage. Yet he never tired in either body or mind, and in this way served the sage for 1,000 years. For the sake of the Dharma, he served him diligently, making certain the sage never lacked for anything. At that time the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this, further spoke these verses. 179 34c. The Lotus Sutra. I remember that in the past, many kalpas ago, although I became king of the world, in order to seek the great Dharma, I was never attached to the desires of the VE senses. Striking a bell, I declared this to the four directions. If anyone possesses the great Dharma and explains it to me, I will become his servant. At that time there was a sage called Asita, who came to the great king and said, I possess a subtle and true Dharma that is rare in the world. If you are able to practice it, I will explain it to you. On hearing what the sage said, the king became overjoyed. He immediately accompanied the sage and performed whatever he was asked. He gathered reward and various fruits, and respectfully offered them whenever requested. Because he longed for the true Dharma, he never tired in body or mind. For the sake of sentient beings, he diligently sought everywhere the great Dharma. He never sought it for his own sake, nor for the desires of the VE senses. For this reason, although a great king, he diligently sought and attained this Dharma, ultimately becoming a Buddha. That is why I now tell you this. The Buddha addressed the monks, saying, the king at that time was I, myself, and the sage was he who is now Devadatta. Through the virtuous. 180. Chapter 12. Friendship of Devadatta. I was able to become endowed with the six perfect talents: benevolence, compassion, sympathetic joy, generosity, the 32 marks, the 80 excellent characteristics, reddish, gold skin, the 10 ERS, the 4 kinds of fearlessness, the 4 methods of gaining trust, the 8 excellent qualities, the transcendent powers, and the power of the past. It is all due to the good and virtuous friendship of Devadatta that I attained complete enlightenment and extensively saved innumerable sentient beings. The Buddha addressed the fourfold assembly, saying, after Immias Urable kalpas have passed, Dhammapada will then become a Buddha code. The Varja, a Tasgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in know, can conduct well, departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. His word will be called Devasopian. At that time the Buddha the Varja will abide in the world for 20 intermediate kalpas and extensively teach the true Dharma to sentient beings. Sentient beings equal in number to the sands of the Ganges river will attain arhatship. The thought of a Pratyeka Buddha has awakened in incalculable numbers of sentient beings. The thought of the highest path will awaken in sentient beings equal in number to the sands of the Ganges river, and they will become convinced of the non-arising of all Dharma and reside in the state of non-retrogression. Then, after the paranirvana of the Buddha the Varja, the true Dharma will abide in the world for 20 intermediate kalpas. A7 jeweled stupa, 60 yojana as in height and 40 yojana as in both length and width, will be built for all his relics, and all the devas and humans will honor and revere this beautiful 7-jeweled stupa with various hours, scented powders, burning incense, fragrant ointments, clothing, necklaces, banners, AGS, jeweled canopies, music, and songs. Incalculable sentient beings will attain arhatship. Innumerable sentient beings will be enlightened as Pratyeka Buddhas, and the thought of enlightenment will awaken in an inconceivable number of sentient beings, and they will reach the state of non-retrogression. The Buddha addressed the monks, saying, if, in the future, there are sons and daughters of a virtuous family who, upon hearing the Dhammapada chapter of the Lotus Sutra, accept it with pure minds and without doubt, they shall not fall into the realms of hell or to the states of hungry ghosts or of animals, but will be born in the presence of the Buddhas in the 10 directions. Wherever 181 35a The Lotus Sutra. They will always hear this sutra. If they are born among humans or devas, they will enjoy a supreme and delightful contentment, and if in the presence of a Buddha, they will be born spontaneously in a lotus hour. At that time, in the lower region there was a bodhisattva called Pratyeka, who was accompanying the Bhagavat Prabhupada. He urged the Buddha Prabhupada to return to their original land. The Buddha Kaya Muni addressed Prajka, saying, O son of a virtuous family, wait for a moment. There is a Bodhisattva called Mayur. Let us meet him together and discuss the true Dharma. After that you can return to your original land. At that time Mayur, sitting on 1,000-petaled lotus flower as large as a carriage wheel, together with attendant bodhisattvas also seated on jeweled lotus flowers, emerged spontaneously out of the ocean from the palace of the Inca king Skara and old Pygmy there. Arriving at Mount Druka, they descended from the lotus flowers and went into the presence of the Buddhas, where they bowed until their foreheads touched the feet of both Bhaktivinoda. Having honored them, Mayur approached Prajka. They greeted each other and withdrew to sit at one side. Then Bodhisattva Prajka asked Mayur, saying, Your Eminence, how many sentient beings did you lead and inspire at the palace of the Inca king? Mayur answered, the number is immeasurable and incalculable. It is not possible to express it in words, nor is it possible to calculate it with one's mind. Wait a moment and you will have proof. Before he had finished speaking, innumerable bodhisattvas emerged from the ocean, seated on jeweled lotus flowers. Arriving at Mount Druka, they all met there. All of these were bodhisattvas who had been led and inspired by Mayur. Those who had perfected the bodhisattva practices this, caused the 6 perfections together. Those who were originally Vakas explained the Vaka practices in the air, and now they all practice to understand the meaning of emptiness of the Mahayana. Mayur said to Prajka, thus did I lead and inspire people in the ocean. Thereupon Bodhisattva Prajka spoke these verses in praise. O one of great wisdom, virtue, and courage, this assembly and I have now all witnessed that you have led and inspired. 182 35b Chapter 12 Incalculable numbers of sentient beings. You have expounded the essential character of Dharma and revealed the teaching of the single vehicle. You have extensively led many sentient beings, causing them to quickly attain enlightenment. Mayur said, in the ocean I always expounded only the Lotus Sutra. Then Prajka questioned Mayur, saying, this sutra is profound and subtle. It is a jewel among sutras and rare in the world. If sentient beings diligently strive to practice this sutra, will they immediately become Buddhas or not? Mayur answered, yes, they will. There is the daughter of the Inca king Skara, who is only 8 years old. She is wise, her faculties are sharp. And she also well knows all the faculties and deeds of sentient beings. She has attained the power of recollection. She preserves all the profound secret treasures taught by the Buddhas, enters deep meditation, and is well capable of discerning all dharmas. She instantly produced the thought of enlightenment and attained the stage of non-retrogression. She has unhindered eloquence and thinks of sentient beings with as much compassion as if they were her own children. Her virtues are perfect. Her thoughts and explanations are subtle and extensive, merciful and compassionate. She has a harmonious mind and has attained enlightenment. The Bodhisattva Prajna said, I see the Tathagata Muni who has been incessantly carrying out difficult and severe practices for immeasurable kalpas, accumulating merit and virtue while seeking the Bodhisattva path. Looking into the great manifold cosmos, there is not a single place, even the size of an mustard seed, where this Bodhisattva has not abandoned his life for the sake of sentient beings. He attained the path to enlightenment. Only after this, it is hard to believe that this girl will instantly attain complete enlightenment. Before he had finished speaking, the daughter of the Inca king suddenly appeared in their presence. Bowing until her forehead touched their feet, she withdrew to one side and spoke these verses in praise. The Buddha is deeply versed in the characteristics of good and evil. 183. The Lotus Sutra. And he completely illuminates the 10 directions. His subtle and pure Dharma body is endowed with the 32 marks, with the 80 good characteristics. Is his Dharma body adored? He is adored by devas and humans, and honored by Inkas. There is no sentient being who does not pay him homage. Moreover, that I will attain enlightenment upon hearing him can only be known by a Buddha. I will reveal the teaching of the Mahayana and save suffering sentient beings. At that time Riputra spoke to the daughter of the Inca king, saying, You say that you will soon attain the highest path. This is difficult to believe. Why is this? The female body is polluted. It is not a tea vessel for the Dharma. How can you attain highest enlightenment? The Buddha path is long. One can only attain it after diligently carrying out severe practices, and completely practicing the perfections over immeasurable kalpas. Moreover, the female body has 3 obstructions. The rest is the inability to become a great Brahma. The second is the inability to become sacred. The third is the inability to become Ra, and the fourth is the inability to become a universal monarch, Chakravartin. The FTH is the inability to become a Buddha. How can you with your female body quickly become a Buddha? Then the daughter of the Enga king presented to the Buddha a jewel, worth the great manifold cosmos, and the Buddha accepted it. The daughter of the Enga king spoke to Bodhisattva Prajka and the noble Riputra, saying, I offered a jewel and the Bodhisattva accepted it. Was that done quickly or not? They answered, saying, it was done extremely quickly. The daughter said, through your transcendent powers watch me become a Buddha even more quickly than that. 184 35C Chapter 12. Then the assembly there all saw the daughter of the Enga king instantly transform into an man, perfect the Bodhisattva practices, go to the Vimmo world in the south, sit on a jeweled lotus hour, and attain highest, complete enlightenment, become endowed with the 32 marks and 80 excellent characteristics, and expound the true Dharma universally for the sake of all sentient beings in the 10 directions. Then the Bodhisattvas, Ruvakas, 8 kinds of Devas, Angas, and so on, humans and non-humans of the sun world, also in the distance that the daughter of the Enga king had become a Buddha and was universally teaching the Dharma for the sake of the humans and Devas in that assembly. They rejoiced greatly and honored her from afar. On hearing the Dharma, incalculable numbers of sentient beings became enlightened and attained the stage of non-retrogression. Incalculable numbers of sentient beings received their predictions to the path and the Vimmo world quaked in 6 ways. In the sun world 3,000 sentient beings attained the stage of non-retrogression, and 3,000 sentient beings in whom the thought of enlightenment had awakened received their predictions. The Bodhisattva Prajka, Riputra, and the entire assembly accepted and believed in silence. 185 Chapter 13 Perseverance. At that time Bodhisattva Mosattva Vipyaja and Bodhisattva Mosattva Moprativajna made this declaration in the presence of the Buddha, together with 2,000 Bodhisattvas, all believe that we entreat you not to be concerned, since, after the Buddha, as Paramurvam, we will serve, recite, and teach this Lotus Sutra. In the troubled world to come, sentient beings will have hardly any roots of good merit, but will have the excessive pride and will be greedy to receive offerings. they will increase their roots of bad merit and thus will be far away from liberation. It will be difficult to lead and inspire them. Therefore, we will produce the power of great patience and recite, preserve, teach, and copy this sutra as well as pay it homage in various ways, even willingly giving up our bodies and lives. Then in the assembly, the 100 arhats who had received their predictions addressed the Buddha, saying, O Bhagavat, we also declare that in other lands we will extensively teach this sutra. Moreover, 8,000 of those who had received their predictions, including those who had more to learn and those who did not, rose from their seats and with their palms pressed together, faced the Buddha and made this declaration, O Bhagavat, we also will extensively teach this sutra in other lands. Why is this? Because in the Song world there are many erring people with excessive pride and superficial virtue, those who are quick to anger, deceitful and untrue. Thereupon the Buddha has sent the non-Moprajpatgotten with 6,000 nuns, some of whom had more to learn and some who did not, rose from their seats and with their palms pressed together gazed attentively at the Buddha, never turning their eyes away. Then the Bhagavat spoke to Moprajpatgotten, saying, Why are you anxiously staring at the Tathagata? Are you thinking that I have not given you your prediction of highest, complete enlightenment? 187-36a The Lotus Sutra. Moprajpatgotten. I have previously said that all of the Vakas would receive their predictions. Now if you wish to know